The story begins with the guy asking the readers if they had the opportunity to be reborn, what would they want to achieve in their new life. When the girl grows up, she wants to become a popular movie star. She asked what Yu Bing dreams of becoming when he grows up. The guy replied that he wanted to combine all forms: dragon, snake, tiger, leopard, elephant, crane. Yu Bing wants to become the greatest martial artist. He will protect the girl with his fists and beat anyone who tries to harm her. The girl was embarrassed. She thought that Yu Bing knew how to win a lady's heart. Recently, the girl's father received a promotion and tomorrow her family will move to the capital. Yu Bing was very surprised. In the near future, these two will not be able to see each other. The girl suggested that they promise each other that they will enter the Fei Chen Language University, where they will realize their dreams. The girl asked her not to forget. Her name was Zhong Ling, which means beloved and graceful. Yu Bing quickly ran somewhere with emotions. He was overwhelmed with energy. He felt that he had to practice. The guy ran into the martial arts hall. There was an old sign hanging on it. He was out of breath and asked his grandfather to quickly teach him Kung Fu, because he wants to become a great master. Grandfather studied Kung Fu with Yu Bin. He was a strict teacher but never blamed him for his lack of interest. Grandfather replied that from that day on they would no longer study. Yu Bing's grandfather was sitting in front of the TV. He said that it could be considered that Chinese Kung Fu no longer exists. At that time, Yu Bing did not understand how serious it was. The scene that was shown on TV left a huge mark on his life and the entire martial arts community. The fight was over. The winner was China's first MMA newcomer, Ji Yuanfeng. In this competition, modern style was pitted against traditional martial arts, and Mr. Taekwondo was unable to do anything. Yu Bing's grandfather's heart could not bear such insult and he soon died. China began to actively develop. Everything around changed. Their small town, in which the guy grew up, began to expand. Then it became the capital city. The year 2018 has arrived. Someone called a boy who was standing on the street and asked him to stop for a minute. It was a man in a bear costume. He invited the guy to study martial arts and join his sect. He advertised his 7-form dojo. A month of training there costs 300 yuan. The boy was very scared of this bear and burst into tears. The child had already turned around. He was alone on the street and was very scared. The boy called his mother. A man in a bear costume tried to calm the child down and was ready to make a discount for him. At this time, the child's mother came up. She yelled at this man and hit him. She believed that no one wanted to study martial arts anymore. Beneath the bear suit was Yu Bing. He was 28 years old, a master of 7 forms of martial arts and still unmarried. Today he failed to find students again. If this continues, he will definitely die of hunger. At this moment, Yu Bing heard the news that the world-famous movie star Zhong Ling was getting married and there was a live broadcast from the scene. The engagement was sponsored by a jewelry store, and they are planning to release their products to commemorate the anniversary. The TV showed the groom putting the wedding ring on his bride's ring finger, and the engagement was complete. The groom is the executive of Hu International Company. His name is Yang Feng, and the bride, aged 30, has received many local and global awards. The girl advertised her engagement ring and thanked all the guests for their congratulations. Yu Bing believed that Zhong Ling was still as beautiful despite the fact that so many years had passed. The guy understood that they were no longer in the same world. Their lives were radically different. But if Yu Bing had not lost that match, he would still have a chance to be with her. In the past, during one of the matches, Yu Bing broke his forearm and the limb was pulled apart. The guy lay completely beaten on the floor, tears flowing from his eyes due to defeat. Due to such serious injuries, Yu Bing would never be able to fight again. Baker had treated his hand too harshly. Traditional Chinese Kung Fu was defeated by modern martial arts. This night became the death of Kung Fu. Yu Bing was going to use the tournament money to buy himself a big house so that he would be good enough to marry this girl. And in the end, Yu Bing lost his hand. One move and it was all over. He was sorry that he could not fulfill his promise. Night fell. Yu Bing returned to his apartment and received a notification on his phone. They wrote to him that they were inviting all old classmates to the alumni meeting, including Yu Bing. They were gathering at the Haijing Taiji Hotel. Yu Bing thought that this would be a good opportunity for Huang Yao to show off. He was going to refuse. At that moment, another message notification arrived on the guy's phone. Yu Bing was shocked when he read it. He didn't expect to see this. They wrote to him that Zhong Ling would also come and it would also be her birthday. Yu Bing had time to think. This news excited him. now he was going to come to the meeting. And it was all because of Zhongling. The guy really wanted to see her. Even though deep inside Yubing kept telling himself no, he still came. The guy was very nervous about meeting her. Yubing brought a gift with him and hoped that Zhongling would like it. The guy heard people talking about him from behind closed doors. Yubing thought that someone still remembered him. He still did not dare to go inside the hotel. His classmates thought that he would not show up, because he did not fit in with the others and did not want to embarrass himself. The former class president also did not want to invite him. It was the headman who said to do this. He quietly approached the guys. The headman was Yang Feng, and he apologized for insisting on inviting Yubing. The class president immediately began to suck up to him and decided to raise a toast to him. Yang Feng explained that his fiancée would appear a little later. He also believed that there was no need to wait for Yubing, because he would definitely not appear. Yang Feng was going to go chat with other people and not bother the guys anymore. Yubing was shocked that Zhongling's fiancée was also here. Besides, in fact, he was the one who invited the guy. The guys thought that Yubing's life was pitiful. Fighting could give him a bright future, but unfortunately he broke his arm. Some people thought that he should have given up then, since it was just a petty competition. The chairman believed that it didn't matter whether the guy lost or gave up. In the end he was still a loser. He asked if the guys knew who organized the match. It turns out it was Hu's group. They also invited the King of Conquests to China. Brother Hu wanted Zhongling to be his girlfriend, but things weren't working out for him because of Yubing, so he decided to get rid of him. The guys believed that the head girl invited Yubing to this meeting to rub salt in the wound. The guy heard all this and got very angry. Yubing recalled seeing Zhongling on TV. He was not sure whether she would be happy if he killed her fiancé. Yubing thought that if he did this, he would ruin Zhongling's life. The guy's life was already ruined, so he had nothing to lose. Yubing considered that that time had already passed and this world was already closed to him. He let go of the gift from his hands. At this moment, someone called Yubing and said that he had dropped something. The guy replied that he no longer needed it. It was Zhongling. She thought that it was a fan who had left a gift in a strange way. She was about to open it. Zhongling looked after Yubing and was very surprised. She could not believe her eyes. Zhongling shouted after Yubing. She asked him to wait. Yubing seemed familiar to her. She felt as if she knew him. She asked if the guy's name was Yubing. The guy replied that he didn't know any Yubing and thought that the girl was confusing him with someone. The girl's gift was a ring Starry Night of Endless Love. It had to be given to the one he loved most. Yubing turned around and looked at Zhongling. He was shocked because he did not expect to meet her there. When Zhongling saw this gift, she immediately knew that this was Yubing. She was very glad to meet him. Yubing was about to leave here. He never thought that they would meet there. Yubing decided to start a dialogue. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time. At that time, a huge truck was driving along the road. Its headlights were on. Yubing noticed the truck. He was shocked. The guy didn't know what to do. The truck was flying at full speed. It had no intention of stopping in front of the guys. Zhonglingna was driving straight towards Zhongling. She was standing on the road. At this time Yubing was standing nearby. The sounds of a collision were heard, and it was clear that Zhonglina had crashed into a person. There was blood on the ground. The truck drove forward a little more and stopped. Zhongling was sitting on the asphalt. She was alive, but the girl was crying and calling Yubing's name. The guy pushed her away. The girl cried and asked why Yubing did this and why he was such a fool. Yubing was lying on the ground with serious injuries. Zhongling told him not to move. She was going to call an ambulance. At this time, Yubing was thinking about the situation. It seemed strange to him, because it is forbidden to drive a heavy car here. Moreover, this truck did not honk. It did not even try to slow down. Yubing realized that it was not an accident at all and everything was planned. A masked man got out of the truck. This man wanted to run over Zhongling and end everything. He never thought that anyone would stand in his way. The man presented the gun to Zhongling's temple. The girl was in a stupor and cried bitterly. The man's task was to take Zhongling's life. He was merciless and had no intention of stopping. The man grinned. He said goodbye to Zhongling and was ready to carry out his plan. The girl smiled and said that if they were reborn, they should continue to practice martial arts. She asked not to forget her name. Yubing screamed. He didn't want to believe what happened. A pistol shot was heard. This shot sounded like the ringing of bells. Yubing gradually began to lose consciousness, and while life was slowly leaving the guy, he remembered one story. It was a story about a butterfly that flapping its wings in Iowa can cause an avalanche of effects that can be seen all the way to Indonesia. This is the butterfly effect. The day Chinese Kung Fu died completely ruined the guy's life. In fact, that fight was inevitable. But Yu Bing did not agree with this. He could not accept the fact that he would die this way. If Yu Bing could live his life again, he would become the wisest person on the planet. Yu Bing suddenly woke up in his room. He was lying on the bed and did not understand what had happened. The TV was on in his room and there was a news program on it. The presenter said that tomorrow the opening ceremony of the first Olympic Games in Beijing in 2008 will take place. Yu Bing was shocked that it was 2008. He did not understand what happened and how this could happen. Yu Bing left the house and quickly walked up the mountain. He was very out of breath, but he still climbed. His grandfather told him that there are many martial arts schools in this world, but there are not many great masters. Anyone who knows all the techniques is above other great masters, and to reach the top a guy needs to master all 7 techniques. Yu Bing stood on the top of the hill. The weather around was warm, and a light breeze was blowing. Yu Bing realized that there are not many skyscrapers in the city. The air is quite clean. This is how his city was 10 years ago. He realized that he had been reborn. This time the guy was going to follow his dream step by step and return everything. Yu Bing was determined to become a great martial artist and revive Kung Fu. In 2006, shares of most electronic companies were inexpensive. Yu Bing was going to buy them and wait until 2018. In 2008, the average price of real estate in the city was small. In 10 years it would skyrocket. Yu Bing was going to buy several apartments and then rent them out. In the year 2008, several popular games appeared that were not yet fully developed. Yu Bing would like to buy the company and become the CEO. There will be an economic boom in the next 10 years, and now Yu Bing has entered the beginning of the golden decade. Yu Bing believed that he had all the winning cards and was going to blow his life to smithereens. But in this life, Yu Bing has one duty that he will have to fulfill. And this is housework. Although Yu Bing has been reborn, he is limited by his own abilities and money. That's why there is a saying, even if you can be reborn in this life, nothing will change. At that moment, Yu Bing's father entered the room, and it seemed strange to him that his son was cleaning, because he was going to the internet cafe. Yu Bing replied that he saw the dirt at home and decided to clean it up. He asked his father to bring the groceries into the kitchen because he was going to cook dinner. Yu Bing's father suddenly dropped the bag of groceries on the floor. Yu Bing turned around in surprise. The father noticed that Yu Bing went to the internet cafe every day and rarely returned home. His father did not understand why his son decided to start cleaning today. Yu Bing took the cigarette away. He had already told him not to smoke many times. After all, smoking is very bad for health. He said that the father should not worry about going to university. Yu Bing was determined to enroll in Fei Cheng's language school. The father did not recognize his son. He even thought that this man was possessed by a ghost. A few days later, Yu Bing received a package and hurried to open it. It was an acceptance letter from Fei Cheng University. Yu Bing was accepted as a student in the year 2008. Yu Bing's father cried with happiness and talked to a photo of his late wife, because his son would be the first person in the history of the family to receive a higher education. The father was willing to sell the house and liquidate all their assets in order to send their son to university. Yu Bing told his father not to exaggerate, because students are like grass now, but in fact it has already become quite popular. The father yelled at Yu Bing, because this university was special. He had already found all the information about it on the internet. This university is in first place in the province, and there are also a lot of beauties there. Yu Bing's father really wanted his son to return with a beautiful girl for the holidays, and then in a few years he could become a grandfather. Yu Bing would not be happy with such talk. The father told his son to study hard and not practice Kung Fu, because his knowledge would not feed Yu Bing. There was not enough money for the guy's studies and accommodation. So the father decided to sell the house. Half of the money would go to Yu Bing's education, half would be invested in a small business. In his previous life, Yu Bing's father also sold the house, and in fact, the relationship in their household is not that good. In that life, his father also started a small business, but then the economic crisis happened and they lost money. Also, because of this boom, the price of the house skyrocketed after a couple of years and they could not buy it back. The father fell into depression. Yu Bing got angry. He didn't want his father to give up the house. he was ready to decide everything about the tuition fee himself. The tuition fee for 1 year is 5,000 yuan, with everything else he will need about 10,000. Yu Bing really wanted his father not to worry about him, because he can decide everything himself. A little later, Yu Bing was practicing punches in the forest. He was trying to defuse his emotions. In this life, the guy must make sure that his family will come to power and then live and prosper for a long time, even better than the Husher family. 2 months later, it was time to move into the university. The older students helped the newcomers with their luggage. 2 girls passed by Yu Bing. They were surprised by the guy's appearance and asked since when the school began to enroll African students. Yu Bing stood near the cherry blossoms. He entered this university again. In his past life, he promised to meet Zhong Ling again under the famous campus love tree. However, in his past life, he was unable to keep his promise. The sight of this tree makes Yu Bing nostalgic. He never thought that he would live his student years again. The guy was going to take a photo of the cherry blossoms as a souvenir. He took out his phone. How suddenly someone approached him from behind and disturbed the guy. Yu Bing turned around in surprise. He did not expect that someone would approach him. There was a girl standing in front of Yu Bing. She apologized and wanted to ask Yu Bing something. At this moment, Yu Bina remembered a scene from a past life, how Zhong Ling asked not to forget her and said what her name meant. Yu Bing was surprised that he remembered this particular scene. This time when he thought about it, he felt unusual. Zhong Ling stood in front of Yu Bing. She smiled welcomingly and asked if Yu Bing knew how to get to the girls' dormitory. Yu Bing still has very vague memories of his past life. Then Zhong Ling recognized Yu Bing and was surprised that they entered the same university. In a past life, the girl smiled. She noticed that a really long time had passed and invited him to have dinner together in the evening because there was a lot to catch up on. Yu Bing then replied that he needed to help his guild raid the boss and suggested they talk another time. And now Yu Bing decided that everything would be different. He was going to become a real man from a boy. His body began to move on its own. He hugged Zhong Ling tightly and had no intention of letting her go. The girl became embarrassed. Her face turned red. It seemed she was not very pleased with this gesture. Zhong Ling slapped Yu Bing and called him a pervert. Yu Bing did not expect such a reaction. Yu Bing had no choice but to go to the men's dormitory to check in. The guy came to room 419. This will be the place where he will spend his student years. Yu Bing failed. Not only would Zhong Ling not recognize the guy, but probably neither would her own parents. At least Yu Bing managed to take a photo of Zhong Ling in front of the sakura, and someone praised this photo from behind. A guy approached Yu Bing from behind. He thought that Yu Bing was not bad since he managed to photograph Zhong Ling on the very first day. This guy scared Yu Bing. He asked why the guy who came in didn't make a sound. It was his roommate. This guy's name is Suda. He lives in the dormitory the longest. The guy is a real intellectual. After graduating from university in his vulgar life, he married a beautiful wife. Suda was going to tell information about Zhong Ling, because there are only 17 people collecting information about Zhong Ling. Among them, 7 are able to start a conversation with her. And among 7 people, no one can get her phone number or email. Yu Bing was surprised that his neighbor had just arrived and had already managed to take away so much information. Suda believed that Yu Bing needed to look to the future. At one moment the guy's attention was attracted by a book on the shelf. It was a martial arts manual. Suda didn't expect that Yu Bing knew Kung Fu. Yu Bing said that he was taught by his grandfather before. When Yu Bing was rummaging through his grandfather's things, he came across this book and took it with him. Suda was glad that he had this manual in his hands. He was going to read it, and perhaps learn Kung Fu this way. Yu Bing, with sadness in his voice, took the book from Suda, and believed that it was all useless. After all, martial arts need to be trained along with the body, and many instructions are passed down from generation to generation and are difficult to understand. Yu Bing knew from the Reformation novels that people could achieve great success by copying books and music. However, Yu Bing didn't really understand what he should do. He asked his late grandfather about this. Meanwhile, in the women's dorm room, someone was very angry and thought that the new students were like savages. The angry girl's name was Zhou Qi, and with an axe in her hands, she was outraged that the most beautiful of the new students was harassed on the very first day. The friend believed that now she should focus on the current goal, because she shouldn't let Zhong Ling feel offended. The girl was shocked that this was only their school, and anything could happen in the future. Zhong Ling herself believed that it was better not to report to the police. Perhaps Yu Bing simply made a mistake. However, Zhou believed that such a person should not be allowed to wander free. She was convinced that guys at that age only think about one thing, and that is girls. However, Zhongling noticed that when Yubing hugged her, it was very sincere, and even if he is a little darker than usual, he is not a bad guy. Her friend thought it was Stockholm Syndrome. Zhou also wanted to touch Zhongling, if that was the case. One of the girls asked if the others were free on the weekend. Her classmate was organizing a meeting. She offered to go to it. Meanwhile, Suda showed Yubing his computer. It was completely filled with very dynamic films. Suda asked what genres Yubing wanted to watch. In the entire language school, no one had such a large collection of films. Yubing replied that he had already grown up and told his friend to watch this himself. Suda added that he might have films with an actress who looks like Zhongling. He has several of them. Yubing immediately changed his mood. He gave his neighbor an email and asked him to send the films to him. Suda suggested that Yubing go out this weekend because his school friend was throwing a party. Yubing agreed. Meanwhile, night fell. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Yubing went to the dormitory toilet. Yubing was not feeling well. He had already run to the toilet 3 times this evening, because the food that Soida gave him caused food poisoning. Yubing didn't take toilet paper because he panicked, so he took his grandfather's old allowance instead. Yubing's phone is lying next to the pillow and there is no way to call Suda. Yubing's grandfather spent a lot of effort to come up with instructions on the 7 forms of fighting, but Yubing still decided to tear off 2 blank pages. Yubing apologized to his grandfather. Despite the fact that Chinese wrestling was dead, he promised to change this in the future. At that moment, strange sounds were heard. Someone shouted that Chinese Kung Fu was not dead. Yubing was shocked. He didn't understand who was talking to him because he was the only one in the toilet. At this moment, Yubing noticed something on the floor near his feet. Yubingwu saw blood dripping from his grandfather's manual onto the floor. The voice said that there were several important things that Yubing needed to listen to. The voice explained that a grandmaster can only live once, but martial arts live forever. The voice asked if Yubing wanted to become a grandmaster. A strange voice began to explain that there are 7 types of creatures born by nature: a dragon, a snake. The voice continued that other creatures are a tiger, a cheetah, and an elephant. And the 2 remaining creatures born of nature were the crane and the monkey. They are all beasts, 7 forms and millions of species of beasts. Meanwhile, Yubing was underwater. The voice asked Yubing if he wanted to learn the secrets to become a great master of all 7 forms. Yubing didn't understand who was saying this and whether he was asking whether the guy wanted to become a great martial artist. Yubing has indeed been reborn, but the wheel of fate has already begun to turn, changing its direction in this life. He must not remain idle. The person who broke his arm is the grappling king, as well as the Chinese conglomerate Hu Chou and the mercenary. These are all the enemies that Yubing is going to face. If the guy wants to defeat these powerful enemies, he needs to become stronger. Yubing shouted that if, after becoming a great master, he gets rid of the regret of his past life, then he is ready. The strange creature liked Yubing's answer, because he did not hesitate. It was the monkey in the suit who spoke. She invited Yubing to go to the 7 forms of forbidden grounds. The monkey is the keeper of this place. Yubing didn't understand where he ended up because he only tore 2 pages from the manual. He just needed a little peace and quiet. The monkey was running around Yubing. She was very happy that she was finally able to meet the current owner of the management. Yubing replied with tears in his eyes that he wanted to learn martial arts. The monkey didn't like Yubing's behavior. She slapped him in the face, but the guy still didn't get it. Ben was just a guard. He had nothing to teach Yubing. The monkey showed the guy the prison cells around. The only people who could teach them anything from Yubing are the most famous figures in the history of the 7 Forms clan who are in the chambers. They were called the 7 Sins, and each prison cell had its own hieroglyph. Ben begged to start with the one closest to the era of Yubing, the great master of the crane style from the Ming dynasty. At the same moment, the door of the crane style master's cell was knocked down. Ben and Yubing were very surprised by this. The door flew behind them at high speed. Yubing understood that these doors weighed several hundred kilograms. He was surprised that this person threw them aside so easily. Some non-human sound was coming from the camera. Yubing thought that what was happening was similar to films about the arts. Ben explained that masters can make specific sounds, internal and external sounds. External sound comes from the movement of arms and legs. This sound is called the roar of tendons and bones. the old man in the cell is simply warming up because he has been shackled for too long. Yu Bing was seriously tense, he was frightened by the sounds coming from him. A man appeared from the cell. He was very terrifying and looked more like a ferocious monster. At one moment the shackles fell off his hands, he was finally free. In an instant, Yu Bing no longer saw the master. He moved with great speed somewhere out of his field of vision. Yu Bing realized that this man's movements were simply too fast and his eyes could not follow him. The master believed that Yu Bing was just a small child whose milk had not yet dried on his lips. The master was sure that scum like Yu Bing was definitely not worthy of learning the crane style. This man ran behind Yu Bing and believed that he should die in this prison. The master was going to use the crane style killing technique. Yu Bing remembered how he used to think that the crane style was too boring. He asked his grandfather to teach him some fighting technique. Grandfather believed that this is not the most important thing in battle. There is a fourth technique in the manual, which only a great master can convey. This fourth technique is called killing. It is used to kill people. Meanwhile, the crane-style master was running towards Yu Bing from behind, about to finish him off. He was going to do this without shedding a drop of enemy blood using a special killing technique. Yu Bing had already imagined how he would be buried and how his parents would mourn him. If Yu Bing had been a fraction of a second slower, his head would have left his body, all these things he sees in his head becoming reality. However, fortunately for him, Ben came to his aid in time. He used the lightning strike technique. This technique amazed the master, and lightning appeared around him. Ben explained that the old man was just playing a prank on the guy. Yu Bing was shocked that it was the old man, since he was clearly trying to kill him. The master would not teach Yu Bing even if he was tortured. He believed that all these techniques were stolen or it was a false parody. Yu Bing stated that this martial art was taught to him by his grandfather. He was a follower of the crane technique. The master laughed. He thought that this was truly one of the funniest jokes he had ever heard. The master's name was Chui Now and he was the last follower of the crane technique. The martial arts manual was thrown into the river. Yu Bing realized that grandfather was not a follower of the 7 kinds martial artist. Yu Bing himself no longer wanted to learn from the master. He turned around and walked away. Ben tried to stop him, because only Yu Bing can enter here. Yu Bing said that after the defeat of Chinese martial arts, they were questioned. Right now, there are a bunch of foreign arts in MMA competitions, but no Chinese martial arts. Yu Bing reacted so emotionally to this that he began to cry. He was very upset that everyone was saying that Chinese martial arts are dead and their masters are scammers. Chui Now had never heard of other types of martial arts. The world has changed since he left and now there is an arena for demonstrating Chinese Kung Fu. The master was convinced that the world had really changed. He wanted to ask Yu Bing something. Chui Now also cried. He asked if he gave the technique to Yu Bing if he could show the power of Chinese martial arts on the world stage. Yu Bing was sure of it. He was going to beat them all and talk to them with his fist. Chui Now said that he would wait for that day to see everything with his own eyes. Yu Bing and Ben were already happy. They understood perfectly well what this meant. The master was still going to accept Yu Bing as a student. His teaching method was not for the faint of heart. Ben was delighted. He offered to make the guys a master and an apprentice. Yu Bing was determined not to disappoint Chui Now. The master was not clear about Yu Bing's origins, but his passion for Chinese martial arts shows that his character is not bad. Even Chui Now is not as passionate as Yu Bing. This seemed incredible to the master. However, the guys soon found out that Yu Bing wasn't really crying. He was using eye drops. Ben and Chui Now were angry that Yu Bing had fooled them. Ben tried to smooth things over. He said that there was no need for formalities and that you could start training right now. Then Yu Bing began to train in martial arts. Time flows differently in the 7 forms of the Forbidden Lands and in the outside world. 1 day in this area is 1 minute in the outside world. So even if it is just 1 night, Yu Bing has lived 10 days in this area. The next day came. Suda tried to wake up Yu Bing, because it was already noon and if he didn't hurry up, then others in the dining room would eat all the delicious food. Yu Bing replied that he was awake, but he might need a little help to get to the dining room. Yu Bing was exhausted after such hard training. Suda thought that the guy had been watching adult films all night with an actress similar to Zhong Ling. Suda noticed that Yu Bing's hand was not so swollen yesterday. The guy wondered how his hands became so rough overnight. Suda even thought that his arms might have become stronger due to watching adult films. This made the guy laugh. On this day, Something incredible happened in the cafeteria of the Feicheng language school. In all the years of work, no one had ever done this before. A student appeared who managed to eat 23 beds of Nova rice with an egg. No one knows who it was. It was Yu Bing. Suda, I've never seen someone eat so much before. He asked if last night was good. Yu Bing agreed. The Grand Master of the Crane Technique's teaching methods were truly cruel. If this continues, Yu Bing will not be able to bear it. At that moment, the guys heard someone rejoicing that Senior Hu Yao came to the university today. Suda has heard this guy's name several times during his stay at the university. He has good academic results and a family business. A group of girls surrounded Hu Yao. They admired him and were big fans of the guy. Yu Bing remembered that in his previous life, the guys were responsible for breaking his arm, but in this life he is completely different. Yu Bing was determined not to let this event happen again. Currently, the language school is developing rapidly, so it is very difficult to find a beautiful and calm place in the middle of the city. Suda and Yu Bing came to Touching Park, which is located next to the school. Suda loved to have lunch and meditate there. Yu Bing thought that spring was in the air and about a beautiful girl in his arms. However, no matter how hard he tries, even after 4 years of college he will not have a girlfriend. The quiet park is visited only by elderly people. Yu Bing thought that he could come here in the morning and practice, run and meditate. Now that Yu Bing thought about it, he found it very useful. Suda called his friend and asked him to look at something. In front of the guys was an old grandfather who practiced Tai Chi. However, this is not what Suda wanted to show him. Behind the old man stood a beautiful girl. Suda wanted to show off her dazzling white legs. The guys didn't understand why someone like her was in this park. The girl noticed that she was being watched and it looked like they were freshmen. The girl winked at Suda and blew him a kiss. Suda was shocked by such attention. Yu Bing explained that the girl was literally teasing the guy. At this time, her bag was standing next to the girl. Someone reached out and grabbed it. It looked like it was a robbery. The man grabbed the girl's bag and ran away. The girl screamed that her wallet was in the bag. She called for help. Yu Bing stood directly in the path of the robber. Suda ordered Yu Bing to step aside. Suda was worried and shouted that this man was running straight towards Yu Bing, and the guy was clearly not his competitor. The robber had a knife in his hands. He was going to stab Yu Bing, who wants to stop him. Yu Bing remembered training with the master. Chui now explained that Yu Bing cannot perform the second method until he has fully mastered the previous one. The master added that he would like Yu Bing to use the method to gain weight for at least a year so that he can lay a good foundation. During Yu Bing's childhood, his grandfather also always emphasized the importance of education and fundamentals. The robber with a knife flew straight at the guy. Yu Bing closed his eyes and concentrated. The guy remembered everything that the master and grandfather taught him. He was going to apply his techniques. At one moment something strange happened. A blow was heard. The girl did not understand what happened. She turned around sharply to look at the robber. But the robber was slammed into the wall. He was unconscious. No one understood what it was. The man's teeth were knocked out and bleeding from wear and tear. He was punished for his actions. Yu Bing quickly went home. Suda noticed that the beauty wanted to come over to thank her, but Yu Bing ran away. Suda knows that Yu Bing likes Zhongling, but he himself could take advantage of this opportunity to meet the girl. Yu Bing already knew in his past life that in the future he would not have relationships with girls and nothing would arise between the guy and this beauty. The girl's name was Manji. She was wealthy and people could take things from her without her even noticing. Her grandfather came to her. Manji said that she was not focused at that moment and next time this would not happen again. The girl was angry because she wanted to sincerely thank Yu Bing, but he ran away. Manji believed that Yu Bing was just lucky and his opponent tripped over his own foot, and Yu Bing could have been stabbed. Her grandfather explained that it was not luck. Yu Bing must have been a student at a prestigious martial arts school. After all, when ordinary people face an attack from the front, they retreat because of their subconscious. This will not only hinder the attack but also make their center of gravity unstable. But Yu Bing accurately dodged his opponent's knife attack and rushed into the vacuum zone and turned it into a strong counterattack. People who know how to do this must stand on their feet very steadily. Yu Bing's legs have grown like old trees into the ground. Manji was surprised, because Yu Bing looked very thin but turned out to be strong. Grandfather explained that some people deliberately make themselves look weaker. Third uncle Manji asked her to come to one of his tournaments. In recent years he has been organizing boxing matches. grandfather didn't think there was much money to be made from underground boxing matches. Of grandfather's 3 sons, only the third loves gambling the most, and this will surely harm him. Grandfather was tired of his son provoking him every time. Manji tried to calm her grandfather down, because he was still young. Grandfather will always protect their family, even if it is strong wind or rain with him. Their family is invincible. Mengji thought that Yu Bing's bravery was simply extravagant. She should thank him. At this moment, Manji and his grandfather approached the other people in suits, who looked fierce. There were a lot of them. They lined up in front of the limousine and all bowed their heads in front of Mr. Fei. The girl didn't understand how Yu Bing could be so strong. Meanwhile, underground fights were taking place. This place was called the Underground Tiger Club, and today the queen of underground fights performed, dance. And if the girl wins today's game, the next game will go into the title defense match, and if this is successful then she will receive a bonus of 100,000 units. The girl was determined. She only had 2 matches left. Everything had to end very quickly. Dance fought with her opponent. His face was distorted in pain. The girl used a choke hold. The girl believed that violence is always the most effective way to achieve the enemy's surrender, first physically and then spiritually. Fang Tian slammed the ring several times, which meant that he was giving up. The girl rejoiced at the victory. She danced and already won the 11th consecutive match. Boundless energy was hidden in her body. The dance made several somersaults around the ring. The fans vigorously supported her. The girl believed that as soon as the human spirit submits to violence, such things as fear or cowardice, all weaknesses are revealed in human nature. In any case, the girl could not live without violence. The use of violence awakened courage in her. Dancer did numerous backflips and stood on the edge of the ring with 1 foot. She took a graceful pose. Fans from the stands shouted the name Dance. She rejoiced at the victory. The girl combined dance and violence. She looked forward. Meanwhile, Chui now explained to Yu Bing that the crane fist is divided into 4 stages: training, playing, fighting and killing, and the beginning of each step of the fist contains a skill. This skill is called White Crane Spreading Wings. There is also a mysterious method of killing, but the master did not intend to teach Yu Bing this. Yu Bing heard that only a master of the killing method can become a grandmaster. He wanted to learn how to kill. Chui now explained that the killing method is the highest killing technique. He believed that one cannot become a real master with only this power. Chui now continued that if Yu Bing wants to become a master, then he must find his own destiny, no matter whether it breaks the current laws. The master believed that in this era of bloodshed there was no need to continue killing. Yu Bing thought about what it meant to seek his own destiny. He did not quite understand what the teacher meant. So it was time to start practicing the FA method. The master and Ben Ben looked terrifying. They said that Yu Bing was forbidden to die. Crane fighting has a certain style called a routine, and the practice is a collection of many individual techniques. If Yu Bing wants to learn this method, he must first understand the routine. Yu Bing began to repeat the movements of the master, who showed him how to position his arms and legs. The guy must imagine that there is an enemy in front of him and feel his movement. Time passed quickly in the forbidden lands of the 7 forms of martial arts. 3 days had already passed. Yu Bing didn't expect to be so tired after doing the fixed movement routine exercise. However, after these days he feels much stronger. Yu Bing noticed that the master did not even sweat while training with him. Apparently this was a gap between the guy and the guru. The master told the guy to train diligently further. Now Chui now wants to teach Yu Bing the method. 1 crane soars in the sky. Yu Bing explained that in his time it was called parkour. Parkour practitioners were simply more flexible than ordinary people. The master asked Yu Bing to let him show him this method, and then the guy could decide whether he wanted to learn it. The master disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yu Bing didn't even understand where he had gone. Chui now moved very quickly, simply at the speed of light. It was impossible to follow his advances. The master quickly ran along the walls. He had incredible speed and agility. At one point, the master pushed off the ground and jumped high, showing the guy all his skill. Chui now asked what Yu Bing thought about this technique now. Yu Bing believed that the master had the Marvel superhero technique, and it looked like a real-life version of Spider-Man. The master explained that the boy must endure hardship if he wants to learn this impressive skill. Ben Ben tried to calm down Yu Bing. He told him to relax. The guy had a bad feeling. At the same moment, a loud scream was heard. Yu Bing's ordeal was very difficult. Yu Bing returned to the real world, at which time the elder had already arrived for Suda. and he brought Yu Bing with him. The eldest ordered Zhong Linu for the guys, but there was only room for one. There was no room for Yu Bing. It turns out that the elder bought this Zhong Lina with his own money earned from his part-time job. Suda thought it was amazing that the guy earned so much as a student. He asked what kind of work it was. The elder replied that Suda could not handle this work. He looked very arrogant. Yu Bing said that he would get there himself and asked to give him the address of this place. Suda replied that it was too far. Yu Bing was going to run to the place. The guy asked to call him when the guys got to that place. It looks like Yu Bing wasn't joking. He rushed away from the guys. They didn't even have anything to say. This place is located more than 10 kilometers from them. The eldest thought this was unusual. Suda thought that Yu Bing was joking. Zhou Qi waved her hand at the elder. The elder knew that the girls' middle school class was next to Suda's class. Something caught Suda's attention, and he looked closely at the girl behind Zhou Ji. It was Zhongling. She was considered this year's new beauty. The guy thought that she was more beautiful in real life than in the photo. Yu Bing stood on the roof of one of the buildings. He realized in which direction the address his friend gave him was located. At this time, on a city street, a boy asked his mother if superpowers existed. Mom said it doesn't exist. She told her son not to watch action movies, because they teach you how to jump from heights. Starting from this day, the boy's time to watch TV is reduced to half an hour. Mom was already angry because her son did not listen to her when she was talking to him seriously. The boy's attention was attracted by something behind his mother's back. He looked at it in surprise. There was Yu Bing, who was jumping from one roof to another. The boy thought that he was flying in the sky. Mom turned around, but there was nothing behind her. The boy said that he was not lying. Mom got angry. She was going to spank the child. The boy tried to justify himself. The boy thought that superheroes really exist, and Yu Bing is one of them. At this time, Yu Bing quickly reached the address that Suda sent him. This entertainment club should be located near Yu Bing. It was an unusual place for the guy. Yu Bing believed that the main thing was to enter first. The guy also needed to call his friend and tell him that he was already there. The elder did not understand how he did it. At this time the guys were driving to their destination and were only halfway. Suda said that Yu Bing had already arrived, and he would be waiting for them at the club first. The elder thought that Yu Bing was lying, because it was impossible to arrive by taxi before them. Zhongling was surprised that Suda's roommate was Yu Bing. The guy asked what was the big deal. Zhongling explained that she knows a person with the same name as Yu Bing, but this is probably more of a coincidence. The girl added that this was just a childhood friend with whom she was playing then. She had not seen him for many years. Suda explained that his neighbor may be different from what the girl expects. Suda suggested that the girl could talk to Yu Bing and get to know him better. Zhongling didn't know what to answer. Memories from the past came flooding back to her. She recalled how, as children, she and Yu Bing promised to go to a language university and realize their dreams. The girl understood that those promises should not be taken seriously and she should probably find herself a boyfriend, because she doesn't even know where Yu Bing is now. Unfortunately, the girl thought she was stupid enough to keep her promise. Meanwhile, the guys had already arrived at the Tianqi Entertainment Club, which was a very decent place. Yu Bing noticed that this place was quite beautiful. He wondered how much it would cost to spend a night here. Meanwhile, Boss Zhang, Hai Sani and Dance were walking down the corridor, discussing how they were going to have fun next time. Yu Bing listened to their conversation in surprise. He did not know these people. They were going to go to the Beshui Mountain Villa, which was quite an unimaginable place. The boss said that Fei Lao might also appear. Hai Sani noted that nothing could be hidden from the boss, and he also said that Fei Lao was a pure child. They were discussing the old man Fei Lao, and if someone is good at literature, calligraphy, or painting then they might be interested in him. Meanwhile, Yu Bing's phone rang. It seemed his friends had arrived at the club. Yu Bing reached into his pocket for his phone, but dropped it, the phone flying to the ground. Yu Bing bought this phone just recently for his summer internship, and if it breaks, the guy will die. However, at that moment someone picked up the phone. This person was very clever. Looks like it was Dance. She luckily caught the phone. The phone was already near the ground. She deftly picked it up. Everyone was shocked by this. Yu Bing noticed the girl's amazing agility, because she was standing behind 3 people, including Yu Bing, and this was the fastest reaction. The Dance gave Yu Bing and his phone. He thanked the girl. Boss Zhang was not surprised. He expected this kind of reaction from Xiao Wu. he thought it was very professional. The girl had bandages on her hands in a tracksuit. She looked like an athlete, a fighter. Yu Bing thought for a moment which of them was stronger. He was very interested in this. Boss Zhang heard that the girl was participating in the defense of the championship leadership in a month. He asked if she knew who her opponent was. Xiao Wu believed that it did not matter who the opponent was. Hai Sani asked if she was ready. The dance was ready. No matter who her opponent was, the girl was going to defeat him. Yu Bing's friends were already parking. They should be at the club any minute. The guy wanted to go to the restroom. At the next table, President Ma loudly shouted that their penguin game should be something more significant. Yu Binu thought about the penguin's journey and President Ma. Yu Bing couldn't believe that this was a familiar company. The guy felt awkward. President Ma was the founder and CEO of Penguin Maloney, and will lead China's social entertainment industry in the future. The presidential aide explained that China's industry is now dominated by dashing and there hasn't been a single heavy product in 5 years. President Ma asked, "Don't they get agency rights for the 2 Southern Dynasty matches? They should be open for testing." The assistant explained that other companies are also developing quality games and he is optimistic about the future of both of these companies. President Ma wondered if their company couldn't produce masterpieces that could fight these games. The president really wanted someone to explain what awaits him in the future. Yu Bing said that this company would have 2 presentations of the game ahead. Everyone was surprised. The president's aide was angry that the guy overheard their conversation. President Ma said to let him finish. Yu Bing began to say that one of the games has the best anti-terrorist plot, and the convenience of this game is ensured by one device. And the other game has good taste, a rich program and skills. He also added that if they come across the League of Legends game, they should definitely buy it together with the development company. Yu Bing explained which companies President Ma should follow. Yu Bing explained what the future is. This was a great plan that the president had been thinking about for many years. He felt that Yu Bing had the same ideas as him. Yu Bing advised President Ma to continue in the same spirit and then he would be recognized. Yu Bing believed that the president's mission is to create happiness from the heart. The president even cried. Meanwhile, the guys had already arrived at the club. The elder asked where Yu Bing was. Su De was going to write him a message. Zhong Ling told the boys that she would go to the restroom and told them to go pack the first box. The girls thought it was strange that Zhong Ling's phone kept ringing. They thought she had a boyfriend. The elder confirmed their guesses. He said that he saw it with his own eyes. The guys were shocked that Zhong Ling had a boyfriend. If anyone found out about this, her popularity would fall. The girl on the phone said that there were only a couple of classmates with her. She would be attentive and careful. Zhong Ling was already angry. She believed that the one who called her could not pick her up. She told him to just leave. Zhong Ling did not want anyone to know about this man's attitude towards her. Zhong Ling hung up the phone. She heard someone worrying about how his hair was lying. It was Yu Bing. He knew in advance that Zhong Ling would be at this meeting, so he bought hair gel. Zhong Ling thought that Yu Bing was following her, but this was a crime. The girl thought that it was better for her to leave and find her classmates. At that moment she crashed into someone. Loud screams were heard. Someone was outraged that Zhong Ling had stained his shirt. Apparently it was very expensive. Yu Bing heard these arguments. He realized that someone was arguing outside. Zhong Ling paid the man $100 for the shirt, but he said that it was worth much more. The man ordered to go to their room and spend the night with his brothers, and thus compensate for the cost of the shirt. The girl said that this is not a genuine shirt, so 100 yuan will be enough. Zhong Ling talked about the differences between the man's shirt and the original shirt. The man's friend laughed that his shirt was fake. Wei Xiao was very angry with Zhong Ling. He reached out to her and believed that she should accompany him today. However, something stopped the man. There seemed to be a dark, disturbing energy around Zhong Ling. The guys were surprised. They did not expect to see something so frightening. A cold and determined aura appeared behind her, sending shivers down the backs of these men. Yu Bing appeared behind Zhong Ling and ordered him not to touch the girl. Zhong Ling remembered episodes from her childhood. Someone laughed because she played with Yu Bing every day. Zhong Ling cried bitterly, and the guys laughed and did not understand why Yu Bing did not come to save her. The guys were going to cut off the girl's hair and take her heart. However, at that moment Yu Bing appeared. He shouted loudly and stopped the guys. He ordered not to touch her, and introduced himself as the heir to the family of a uniform fist. Zhongling was surprised that this situation very much reminded her of an episode from her childhood, but this person would look like an African with a British accent. Yu Bing smiled at Zhongling at this moment and greeted her. Zhongling was upset that it was Yu Bing who saved her. She believed that she had ended up in the wolf's den and then came to the tiger's den. However, at some point, Yu Bing seemed not so creepy to her, and Zhongling began to realize that this was the same Yu Bing in front of her. Yu Bing said that he still remembers Zhongling's name, just like she told him when he was a child. Tears appeared in her eyes. She still couldn't quite believe what was happening. Yu Bing came close to the man. He was going to make him pay double. In her previous life, Zhongling met Yu Bing in the cafeteria. They had not seen each other since the first day of class, perhaps because Yu Bing plays games all the time. In fact, the girl wanted to ask Yu Bing if he still practices boxing. Yu Bing explained that he stopped his practice because he did not see any future, and now he just wanted to find a good job. Zhongling clearly remembered Yu Bing's disappointment that very day. The girl felt sorry for him. However, obviously Yu Bing did not give up, because they promised each other. However, in this life the situation is completely different, and Yu Bing has also changed. Zhongling finally realized that Yu Bing was the same boy from her childhood. She clung to him. Zhongling was very glad that they met. She noticed that Yu Bing had matured and also continued to practice martial arts. Yu Bing also believed that Zhongling had grown up. He was also happy about this situation. The guys returned to their friends. They were all in shock and did not understand what had happened. Suda asked with a surprised face what happened in the toilet. They were surprised that Zhongling was walking arm in arm with Yu Bing. The guys did not understand why Yu Bing pleased her so much. One of the girls asked if Yu Bing was Zhongling's lover or if it was just a coincidence. Zhongling explained that she had not seen Yu Bing for over 7 years and did not immediately recognize him. One of the girls said that on the first day of school, she learned something from Zhongling and rumors spread quickly. Suda was very upset. He believed that Yu Bing was an honest man with big eyes. He said that they were no longer friends. While Yu Bing was away, the elder told something about Yu Bing to the other guys. This affected their attitude towards him. All the guys were surprised by what the eldest said. They couldn't believe it. In elementary school, the elder knew her, and Zhongling was too close to one man. And this man wore a wedding ring, so their relationship is not so simple. Suda believed that Yu Bing should be careful in the future. Yu Bing didn't understand what was happening. Yu Bing noticed that there was wine on their table. The guys did not understand where the rest of the people had gone. Yu Bing realized that something was wrong here. The guy thought that they needed to leave. At that moment, many men were approaching the guys. They were clearly not in a friendly mood. One of them said that it doesn't matter if they want to leave. This man was holding a cigarette in his mouth. He said the guys have to pay for their drinks first. The eldest paid her share. 50,000 remained and everyone must pay 10,000. Yu Bing realized that this elder was working as a wine hunter. The guy wasn't going to panic. This is a secret night fishing. The hunters demand that other people pay for all the fun, and in the end they share the income. Sometimes things don't go very well and they bring their friends and then try to make amends for the situation. Yu Bing immediately found it strange that a young student could afford to buy such an expensive Zhonglingnu. Now Yu Bing understood why Suda behaved this way in his previous life. Then he was also offered to come to the organization. However, Yu Bing was very attached to computer games and did not go with his friend then. After that, Suda went to this party alone without Yu Bing. The guy returned the next morning and was not himself. When Yu Bing was sleeping, he heard sobs. Now he thinks that he didn't imagine it. Indeed, Suda lay and cried all night in his bed and over the current situation. After this, Suda became depressed. He did not say anything about that night, and for a year he only ate instant noodles. The guy couldn't stand it and ended up in the hospital. He had a stomach ulcer due to eating noodles. This fierce man guessed that the guys were from the Feiching faculty. He demanded to give him the money. Zhu Qi shouted that the man was a criminal and was going to call the police. However, Yu Bing said that this is pointless, because they have 2 menus of low and high prices. Moreover, even if there is fake wine in the bottle, it is enough for the bottle to be original and it will already be expensive. Yu Bing understood that they had planned all the workshops and there was only one way out of this situation. This solution was violence. Yu Bing suggested changing the premises, because it was too crowded for the show. All the guys went out through the back entrance of the Tianchi Entertainment Club onto the street. The gang from the club looked intimidating. They were armed with bats and were not going to joke. The guys also came out. Suda turned out to be very frightened. He looked around in surprise. Something caught the guy's attention. He was dumbfounded and couldn't move. Suda saw a human hand sticking out of one of the trash cans. The guy realized that these people were killing debtors. Everything around was splattered with blood. Suda decided that it was better to pretend that he didn't see anything, otherwise they would be killed. However, the guy's legs were trembling. He could not take a step because of fear. Zhu Qi found the guy pathetic. She didn't understand why a man like him would like him. It looked like the guys knew each other. The girl understood that he had not changed at all. Their leader was going to explain a few things to Yu Bing before he died. There are 3 big gangs in Feicheng. Among them the biggest influence is the Lion Club and its founder is old man Fei Lao. Yu Bing asked how old he was and noted that it turns out that elderly patients with secondary diseases do exist. This club has many industries in the city, including real estate restaurants, underground casino clubs and so on. This club was run by San Yiqiao. It is rumored that San Yiqiao has bullet marks on his back and it is said that it was 20 years ago that he blocked 3 bullets that were flying towards Fei Lao. So if the guys don't pay today, it will affect San and Xiao and Fei Lao. Zhu Qi said that some of them are ordinary students who cannot pay huge amounts of money. The man explained that they have an installment plan. They will pay this amount in a year or 2, they just need to sign a paper. Zhongling asked them to wait a minute. The girl actually had money. The man ordered the people who could pay to come up to him, and the rest to take a step back. Zhongling was going to help her classmates pay for everything since her expenses for this month had already arrived. Yu Bing was shocked that she was given 50,000 yuan for expenses, while he only gets 1,000 a month. Zhongling said that the bank card was in her bag. She asked to give her a minute. Zhongling was surprised to notice that she did not have a bag in her hands. She remained in the restroom. The girl wondered what she should do in such a situation. She turned to Mr. Villain, explained that her wallet was in the room and asked to go get it. The guys thought that they would all die, because Zhongling literally addressed this man as a villain. The man became angry and thought that Zhongling had fooled him. At this point, the assistant told the manager that one was missing. They noticed that the bespectacled man who was standing behind the guys had disappeared. The manager ordered to find him. Zhu Qi was not surprised that Suda had disappeared. On the outside he may have changed, but on the inside he was still the same. The men began searching, and suddenly one of them found something. There was a hole in the wall and shoes lay next to it. They realized that the guy had escaped through this opening. This situation made the manager laugh very much. He didn't expect that Suda could get through there. He had never seen anything like this. However, these shoes were just a decoy. In fact, Suda was hiding in a box nearby. The manager was going to look for the guy. Suda thought that when everything calmed down, he could escape. He knew that this was not wrong, but he was very afraid. The guy read that ordinary people cannot do anything against bad and strong people, not even to mention the real underground life in the Leo clubs. The manager thought Yu Bing was stupid, because this is a student friendship that is not even that. Yu Bing told the man not to say that, because his friend couldn't just run away. Zhu Qi tried to argue with Yu Bing. Yu Bing said that most likely Suda simply drank fake wine and is now squatting in the toilet and spitting it out. Suda heard all this, but he definitely ran away. The guy was shaking with fear. Yu Bing thought that perhaps his friend was attracted to an attractive passerby, so he should call first. All these words angered Suda. He wanted Yu Bing to shut up and stop justifying him. Yu Bing had no intention of stopping. He assumed that Suda was now talking to his mother via video call at a nearby internet cafe. This made Suda even more angry. He understood how wrong he was doing. The guy didn't want Yu Bing to think that he recognized him in these few days. He believed that Yu Bing didn't understand him. One of the men thought that Yu Bing was talking too much and swung a bat at him. All the guys were shocked. They looked at what was happening in surprise. However, Yu Bing was calm. He was going to tell the men something else. Yu Bing believed that Suda would never leave his friend and run away. He was looking forward to his return. Suda was very moved by Yu Bing's words. He considered him an idiot, and he cried bitterly. Suda thought that he was very afraid of death, but after Yu Bing's words, his body instantly rushed forward. The guy suddenly jumped out of the box and shouted that he was back. At that moment a blow with a stick was heard. there was blood left on her. Suda began to remember events from the past. Someone approached the guy on a rainy day. This person remembered the guy. It was little Zhu Qi. She asked if the guy had been bullied. Suda replied that his friends were just making fun of him and they would definitely come back. It turns out that the guy was fastened with a bicycle lock. Zhu Qi was going to tell the teacher about it. However, Suda did not answer. The girl got ready to go home. Zhu Qi said that when the hands are clenched into a fist, they become a weapon against violence. She hoped that the guy would not lose them. The next day, Suda continued to be bullied and extorted by boys from his class. Suda replied that he did not have money, because he bought a book and the guys had better ask others. One of the guys looked scary. He asked if they weren't friends and got very angry. Suda remembered the words that a hand clenched into a fist is a weapon against violence and clenched his fist himself. His classmate laughed at the guy and hit his head on the desk. Suda cried and did not know how to resist this violence. The guy believed that his hands still could not become weapons, they were just tools to please violence. At that moment, Zhu Qi and her friend were passing by the class. They saw everything. Zhu Qi considered Suda a coward because he could not say anything to those guys. A little later, Zhu Qi received a love letter, but there was no name on it. Zhu Qi realized that this letter was from Suda. She looked at him condemningly. After that, the girl tore up the love letter right in front of Suda's eyes. Zhu Qi didn't care who the letter was from, because a man who didn't dare to write his name must be a coward. Currently, Zhu Qi was very surprised that Suda came out of his hiding place and exposed himself to attack. Suda already thought that he had lost his mind, but he was going to confront these men. Suda shouted that Yu Bing should stand behind him, and if the men wanted to fight, they should start with him. Yu Bing came here with the guy to strengthen their friendship, and he took a step that he had not taken in his previous life. Yu Bing believed that Suda needed to rest, so he hit him on the neck to make him pass out. Yu Bing asked Zhongling to take the guy to the hospital. The girl was worried about Yu Bing himself. Yu Bina grabbed his t-shirt. He was determined. The guy tore his t-shirt. He ordered to leave these men to him. He wanted to solve the problem. The girls listened to Yu Bing. They took Suda by the arms and took him to the hospital. Zhongling was worried about Yu Bing, because even if he practices martial arts, he still has to be careful. Zhongling's attention was drawn to Yu Bing's muscles. They were shining under the moonlight. Zhongling even began to salivate. She was embarrassed and noticed how Yu Bing had grown up. The men also wasted no time. One of them shouted that Yu Bing needed to be stopped. Yu Bing was not going to listen to this. He approached the man at the speed of light and punched him in the face. The man immediately passed out. He flew far away from Yu Bing. At that moment, another man decided to compete with the guy. He approached him from behind and was about to strike. However, Yu Bing would have been faster. He quickly turned around and jumped, avoiding the blow. Following this, Yu Bing hit the man in the jaw, knocking out several of his teeth. He then slammed the man's head into the ground with tremendous force. However, his reprisal did not end there. Yu Bing kicked the man in the stomach. The man flew far away. It seems that all his opponents were defeated. Zhongling put her friends with Suda into the ambulance. She was now going to return to Yu Bing. The girl ran as fast as she could. She hoped that Yu Bing was okay. She knew that he still dreams of becoming a martial artist, but this is incomprehensible. Zhongling cried in despair. She ran and hoped that Yu Bing would wait for her. When the girl approached the scene of events, she heard loud screams. She did not immediately understand what had happened. Zhongling was out of breath and paused for a second before entering the backyard of the club. Zhongling was shocked by what she saw. The girl was dumbfounded. Yu Bing stood in front of her, safe and sound, with the bodies of beaten enemies lying around. Yu Bing looked very menacing. He single-handedly dealt with all of them. Meanwhile, the club manager called someone and said that they were attacked and it was a strong practitioner. He called San Yi. He asked if the little dancer was with him and asked her to defeat Yu Bing. Yu Bing noticed that someone was missing. He suspected where this person was hiding. San Yi heard screams on the phone. It seems that Yu Bing also dealt with the man. San Yi thought that unfortunately, people always die. The man told Dance to check everything and as a prize he would add another 50,000 to her. Dance replied that she could go check, but told her not to forget that for her a man was only a partner. At that moment, someone knocked on the door that led to the backyard. It was a fair-haired guy. Yu Bing suddenly opened the door, causing the guy to almost fall. The guy thought it was the elder, but was surprised to realize that it was not him. Yu Bing told this guy to come up and take off his shirt if he didn't want the photo of him being beaten to spread across the internet. At this moment, this guy's screams were heard, and it looked like Yu Bing had beaten him too. Yu Bing took Zhong Ling's hand as they were about to leave. However, one man woke up. He was holding a knife and was about to kill Yu Bing. At that moment, someone quickly approached him. The man did not even have time to notice anything. Someone kicked the man in the face, leaving a boot mark on his face. It was Zhong Ling. She wanted her and Yu Bing to finally be left alone. Yu Bing didn't even understand what happened and what that sound was. Zhong Ling pretended that nothing had happened. Yu Bing was afraid that the people from the Lion Club would come here soon. He took Zhong Ling in his arms. Zhong Ling was embarrassed. She did not understand why he did this. Yu Bing explained that the girl was too slow. He told her to hold tight. Loud screams were heard in the backyard of the club. Someone begging for help. Dance had already arrived at the scene. She was very amazed by this picture. 6 adult experienced fighters were defeated. The girl could not believe that they were beaten by one person. At that moment, Dance heard someone asking to save him, sounds coming from around the corner. Dance was wary. She did not fully understand what had happened here. This was the same guy that Yu Bing dealt with. He was slammed into the wall. The manager noticed the Dance. He said that they were beaten by Yu Bing, and he could not go far. The men believed that they could not forgive Yu Bing, and the girl must take revenge for them. Dance replied that she was a boxer, not Sanye's dog. She didn't like this attitude. The manager gave the girl 2 coupons for food and told her that Yu Bing was very tanned, so she couldn't go wrong. Meanwhile, the guys had already arrived at Feicheng Language University. Zhong Ling called the hospital to find out how Suda was doing. She was told that nothing brightens his life. The hospital told her that Zhong Ling should rest today. The girl hung up and thanked him. Zhong Ling explained that his friend was fine. Meanwhile, they had already reached the girl's dormitory. Yu Bing explained that the front door was already locked. Zhong Ling remembered that the entrance to the dormitory closed at 12 o'clock. The girl thought that the only option was to stay at a hotel. Yu Bing immediately became embarrassed upon hearing this sentence from Zhong Ling. Yu Bing thought that this was very similar to cliched novels. He was glad that he would stay with the girl the whole night. However, Yu Bing did not have any money to pay for a hotel room. The guy's only option was to stay at Tucheng Park. Zhong Ling noticed that the scenery here was beautiful. That night the guys sat on the bench and talked a lot. They made up for lost time in 4 years. Zhong Ling noticed that Yu Bing had changed a lot, and for a second she thought she was sleeping. The girl noticed that Yu Bing had become tall and darkened and also seemed more mature. Zhong Ling felt that when Yu Bing talked about martial arts, he seemed cheerful, just like when he was a child. Yu Bing smiled at the girl and said her name. He looked at her intently. Zhong Ling was embarrassed by her own words. She expressed everything she thought. Yu Bing said that she wants to open a martial arts hall in the future and will take students. Yu Bing knew that under this illustrious starry sky there were many shining schools. Yu Bing was going to one day create Xingyuan, the strongest martial art. His master heard all these words. He was surprised at such a decisive attitude of his student. Zhong Ling noticed that she still didn't have Yu Bing's contact information. They were going to exchange them. Yu Bing gave the girl a phone number so she could enter her details. Zhong Ling asked if he was afraid to show his chats. Zhong Ling tried to find a communication app on Yu Bing's phone. At that moment, the girl saw their correspondence with Suda, where the guy wrote that the actress from the film looked like Zhong Ling. Zhong Ling was surprised that they mentioned her in correspondence, and even talked about the heroine of the film. Zhong Ling looked at the photo of this actress. She recognized her, but apart from hair color and height, they had nothing in common. However, here Zhong Ling thought that a work of art should not be assessed superficially. Perhaps Yu Bing thinks that they are similar. It seemed to the girl that Yu Bing imagined that she was playing this role. However, Zhong Ling then discarded all these thoughts. Yu Bing wanted to hug her shoulder at that moment. At this moment, Zhong Ling suddenly jerked her hand and hit the tree that was growing next to them. Yu Bing did not understand what happened and why the tree broke. The girl tried to pretend that nothing had happened. Zhong Ling managed to pretend in time, because her image is that of a pure innocent, stupid and sweet girl. Zhong Ling didn't understand what emotions she should have right now. She wanted to show off her acting skills. Zhong Ling asked how someone could watch such strange films and imagine her as the heroine. Yu Bing said that he was going to explain everything, but Zhong Ling was unshakable. For the next few hours, Zhongling gave lessons in moral education, and morning came. Two people were talking nearby. The girl bought 2 cups of milk tea. It looked like they were Zhongling's acquaintances. One of the girls was very nervous that Zhongling still hadn't arrived. This girl had been here all night. Her friend told her to sit down and rest. The girl with pigtails noticed that Zhongling was coming. She was very happy. The other girl was so shocked that she even dropped her glasses. This girl played out the price and began to tell how she had been worried for a long time and that if something happened to her, she would not worry about it. However, Zhongling was not alone. The girl was wondering who this guy next to her was. She was already angry that the guys spent the night together. The girl could not accept this. She did not know that her sister was already running after men. She didn't know what she should do or whether she should be angry with her sister. It turns out it was model Ding Kaier, and a crowd of fans immediately ran up to her. Yu Bing noticed that it looked like a celebrity had come to his university. Zhongling tried to get out of there as quickly as possible. At this time, Ding loudly shouted for Zhongling to stop and wait for her. It turns out that Zhongling was Ding Kai's younger sister. Fans thought that if they got close to Zhongling, they would become closer to the model. The entire crowd of fans ran after Zhongling, while the guys tried to run away from them. This was why Zhongling did not want others to know about her relationship with her sister. The guys were finally able to break away. They were very out of breath while they were running. Yu Bing and Zhongling ran to the roof. Fans shouldn't find them here. Di Kai and her friend also ran away from the fans to the roof. The girl believed that being a celebrity was a real headache. Yu Bing recognized her. She used to be the person who instigated others to bully Zhongling. If Yu Bing remembers correctly, then this girl is not an ordinary master and there is nothing good about her appearance. Ding Kai told Yu Bing to stay away from her beautiful sister, because he was not worthy of her. Zhongling apologized to Yu Bing for her sister's impertinent nature and for saying nasty things. Ding Kai yelled at Yu Bing and told him not to touch her sister. Yu Bing would not have thought of being provoked by this girl, because he was already an adult. Zhongling said that the Ding Kai family took her in, that's why they have different surnames. Other children bullied Zhongling because they thought she was an orphan. When Yu Bing was a child, he was not interested in such things, but now he is interested in knowing the history of Zhongling. Zhongling said that she doesn't know her biological parents, because her adoptive parents don't want to talk about it. Zhongling wanted them to recognize her when she becomes a celebrity. Yu Bing finally understood why Zhongling wanted to become a famous star. If Yu Bing had known this earlier, then the tragedy would not have happened. Yu Bing was going to stop the girl from becoming a celebrity. However, Yu Bing cannot just interfere in her personal life, because that would be too cruel. From this day on, military training began. Yu Bing needed to approach the first building by 9 o'clock. The weather was good outside. It was a clear day. Guys were walking around the campus. Everyone was minding their own business. Dance arrived at this legendary university. She thought that if she had not decided to participate in battles, she would have studied at the university. The girl apologized to teacher Xiao Ling for not meeting his expectations. Dance had a goal to find Yu Bing. All she knew was that he was very dark. An African guy walked past her, and she thought he fit the description very well. Dance looked into the eyes of this guy. She asked if he was Yu Bing. The guy didn't know Chinese, he spoke English. He smiled at the girl. At this time, Dance arrived at the Tianqi club with her victim. The manager was there with his people. They were clearly not happy about what was happening. The guy was the prince of a kingdom. He asked to let him go and said that they could take his money. The club manager said that they would not touch the guy if they continued. This would turn into an international scandal. The manager gave Dance coupons for food for the whole year. The girl was very happy. These were coupons for an elite restaurant that Dance had never gone to. Meanwhile, military training was taking place in Feijiao in the Lushan military region. Suda and Yu Bing came there. They saw real tanks. In fact, Suda was a real fan of technology. At that moment, someone approached the guys and noticed that Suda was very interested in military equipment. Yu Bing recognized the guys. They were 2 other participants in the games from the next room. One guy's name was Yugan. He was the second in command in their company, nicknamed the Lord. The second guy's name was Zhang Meng. He was born in a village but was very strong from birth. He was only 16 years old. Yu Bing was very happy to see the guys. He couldn't help himself and ran to hug them. Because of Yu Bing's strange expression, the guys misunderstood him, and the guy even burst into tears. The guys doubted that Yu Bing was not gay. they were seriously scared. After this, rigorous preparation began, all the guys lined up. After training for a month, Yu Bing's physical attributes improved, and everyone also became dark-skinned. Zhong Ling came to visit Yu Bing and called him. Yu Bing said that during military training, they did not have the opportunity to meet. Zhong Ling was very surprised by what she saw. Yu Bing had changed a lot. The girl even started bleeding from her nose. She thought that she would even die from loss of blood. Since Yu Bing got very tanned during the holidays, it seems that he has developed antibodies to ultraviolet rays. After military training, Yu Bing received a call from his father. The man hasn't done this for a long time. Yu Bing's father asked his son to listen to how this city is noisy today. Yu Bing realized that it was just the wind. The man was on the tallest office building in the city. Yu Bing's aunt wanted to introduce him to a good girl, and if Yu Bing refused, his father would jump off. Yu Bing said he couldn't go. The man continued to blackmail his son. Yu Bing said that he had no money and would only talk if the man left him money. The man pretended that his number was out of network coverage, but Yu Bing understood everything. Yu Bing realized that asking his father for money was useless and he needed to find a solution himself. Meanwhile, the action took place at Maorong Private Secondary School. There was a physical education lesson. The teacher told the students to do some stretching after the lesson. And with that, the physical education lesson was over. The teacher was a young girl. The teacher's name was Wu, and a little girl ran up to her. She had something she wanted to show Teacher Wu. The girl became embarrassed. It turns out it was a drawing that depicted a girl and Teacher Wu. The teacher really liked the drawing. She praised the girl and said that she would become an artist in the future. The girl was very happy. She smiled widely and said that she would try. At that moment, a soccer ball was flying straight towards the teacher and the child. The teacher quickly reacted and kicked him away with great force. The impact was so strong that it penetrated the ball and left a large hole in it. The teacher felt embarrassed that she had not calculated the force. She did not intend to spoil the ball. A father and a child immediately approached her. It turns out it was a ball from the World Cup and it was very expensive. The man started screaming. He was going to call his superiors and complain about the teacher. Teachers passed by who did not treat Teacher Wu very well, because she only had a secondary education. A little later, Teacher Wu was called by the deputy director to talk about what happened. Teacher Wu tensed. She understood that this would be an unpleasant conversation. There were rumors that the girl got the job thanks to the deputy director, and he often calls her to him. Other teachers thought that this was why she calmly crossed the path of the students' parents. At this moment, Yu Bing approached the girls. He was looking for Teacher Wu. He was told that she went to the deputy director's office. Yu Bing smiled and thanked the other teachers for the information. One of the teachers thought it was funny that the other one sent the guy to the deputy's office. The teacher had a plan for them to be seen doing shameful things in the office. Yu Bing walked down the corridor and looked for the deputy director's office. The teacher is exactly the girl Yu Bing's father tried to set him up with. The father was told that this girl had grown up to be a real beauty. The man believed that their children would be very beautiful. Yu Bing was surprised that his father even mentioned future children. Yu Bing found the deputy's office. He heard screams from the office. The deputy was asking what Teacher Wu had done and why she had insulted the students' parents again. These people are the sponsors of their school and even the principal should respect them. The deputy received a call and was told to fire Teacher Wu, but he said that if she agreed to his offer, no one would touch her. The girl was supposed to come for dinner and bring expensive wine there. He ordered Wu to sit on his lap. Teacher Wu replied that she did not have time for this. She was busy tomorrow, and the girl was about to leave. The deputy director screamed. He told her to stop and insulted the girl. The deputy said the girl only got the job because of him and she would not have had a future without his help. The deputy said that the teacher's younger brother was now in prison, and the girl should think about him. The deputy also knew that after work she participated in underground fights and this was against school rules. The deputy knew that she needed money. While she obeyed him, no one would know about her additional work. The man looked creepy. He told Xiao Wu to follow his instructions and not worry about being found out. The deputy was ready to cover all her expenses so that she would no longer have to worry about it. He said that otherwise the teacher would lose his job. He said that he would be gentle with the girl. At this moment, someone wanted to hit Deputy Director Cream in the face. A fist appeared in front of his eyes. It turns out it was Yu Bing. He walked into the office and almost hit the man in the jaw. Yu Bing said that if his fist hits a man, he will lose several teeth. The deputy director was really very scared. he almost fainted. Yu Bing ordered teacher Wu to go with him. The girl didn't even understand who this guy was. The teacher realized that Yu Bing was the guy they wanted to introduce her to. In fact, Yu Bing is not the first guy she is introduced to. They were all older and more successful. Yu Bing is the first to be so young. Before that, all the men got scared and ran away, because the girl said that her younger brother was in prison. Yu Bing thought that these men were scared of the girl's brother, and he didn't even want to come on a date. Yu Bing ordered not to take this date seriously. Teacher Wu herself did not plan to look for a guy. The guys already had to go about their business. The girl thanked Yu Bing. At that moment, when the guy was leaving, Master Crane contacted him through a telepathic connection. The master said that Yu Bing had been his only student for a long time and therefore he had a task. The master wants Wu to become his student. In fact, Yu Bing will be her teacher. Yu Bing was shocked. He thought that this was all too unexpected. Yu Bing turned around and asked the teacher to wait. He invited her to a tea restaurant. Yu Bing said that they made a good omelette there and invited her to go. Teacher Wu wanted to refuse, but her mouth was drooling, and in the end Yu Bing persuaded her. The guys came to the famous Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. Yu Bing finally understood why men ran away from Wu on the first date. It turns out it was because they were afraid that they would become bankrupt. The girl ate a lot. Wu was finally full. She ate several bowls of noodles. She had not eaten well for a long time. Yu Bing finally decided to get down to business. He asked if the girl was doing guoshu. Teacher Wu didn't know what it was, so she asked if it could be eaten. It turns out that guoshu is the national martial art of China, created to strengthen the country and the army. The girl has never understood martial arts, but in real combat she relies on instincts. At that moment, Teacher Wu was looking at the cake at the next table. Yu Bing asked if the girl wanted it, but she refused. But according to Teacher Wu, everything was already clear. Her mouth was watering again when she looked at the food. Yu Bing had already ordered her a cake, and the girl cut a piece of it. Teacher Wu was very happy, because she liked the cake. It was very tasty. Yu Bing understood that when he returned to university, he would not have a penny. Yu Bing said that he is a martial arts practitioner and thinks that the girl has great talent, so he wants to accept her as a student. Teacher Wu asked what the guy's combat level was. The world has established a rating system based on the achievements of fighters. In a past life, he was a city-level fighter. But now the guy is not officially registered and therefore has not fought. He has no level. Teacher Wu was going to think about Yu Bing's proposal, but she couldn't promise him anything since she was a city-level fighter. That night, Yu Bing came to the Forbidden Land of Seven Forms to discuss everything. Master Crane was upset that Yu Bing could not persuade her to become a student and today he will train all evening. Yu Bing believed that it was difficult to find good students, but he would definitely find students next time. The master wanted her to be his student. Yu Bing didn't understand why this was so. The master turned around and walked away. Yu Bing shouted and asked him to wait. The master turned around and looked at Yu Bing. He asked what happened. Yu Bing promised that the girl would definitely become his student and she would definitely agree. Yu Bing would do this in exchange for teaching him how to kill. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Land of Seven Forms, the guys were still arguing. The master was angry that Yu Bing wanted to learn how to kill. He was not going to teach it. The master knew that Yu Bing considered himself strong and therefore wanted to learn how to kill, but his abilities went beyond human capabilities. Even the strongest bodies are not able to withstand such a load. Once he himself lost. Yu Bing was surprised that there was someone stronger than the master. The master explained that this man must be already dead. Many years had passed. He was not from China. This man was a samurai who monitored the invasion of troops on the mainland. The method of killing the master failed because of him. Yu Bing had heard about the famous Kendo sect in Japan. Yu Bing was surprised that Master Crane lost to such a person. Ben noticed that the master sighed every time he mentioned this and began to behave strangely. Apparently the master cannot untie this knot of fate and reincarnate, so he exists only here. Ben remembered that Yu Bing still had not received the rookie gift set. Ben gave Yu Bing the treasure map. It was not very well drawn. Yu Bing was surprised. This map was drawn by a master. Yu Bing immediately began to suck up and say that this is a real masterpiece. The master told Yu Bing not to talk. He believed that he needed to study literature, and not just martial arts. Practicing in the forbidden lands of the seven forms consumes much more energy. Without money, Yu Bing will starve. The master said that there was a tree near the western wall, and a treasure chest was buried next to it. the tree always blooms with pink petals. Yu Bing thought that this should be in the center of the city. Suddenly the guy remembered touching park. He had never thought about why the park was called that. He suddenly understood everything. The guy remembered that there is only one tree in the park that blooms with pink petals, and it was the love tree of Fei Chen Language University. The guy went to him. Zhong Qi was talking to Suda at this time. The guy suggested that she go to a good place. Suda knew that if a man and a woman spent the night under the tree of love, they would pass all exams at the end of the semester. Suda believed that the girl would definitely fall in love with him now that this legend about lovers is real. Zhong Qi heard that this place is quite popular because a corpse is buried there. The guy thought these were rumors. The guys agreed that this was just a campus legend and it was impossible to bury a corpse under the tree of love. When the guys came to the tree, they saw a frightening man. His eyes were glowing. Zhong Qi and Suda were very scared. They were drenched in cold sweat. The guys got scared and ran away. They thought that someone was really burying the corpse. In fact, it was Yu Bing who was trying to find the treasure. These screams seemed strange to him. Yu Bing finally unearthed the chest. He decided to stay at the hotel for one night. Yu Bing thought that this box was buried 100 years ago and it was a miracle that no one took it. The guy opened the drawer. There were porcelain vases inside. He wondered where the master got these things from. It was an antique from the Ming dynasty, and its price was very high. Yu Bing first needed to determine the value of these things. He thought it was better not to overprice them too much. The next day came. The sun was shining outside. The weather was great. Yu Bing went to the nearest antique store and took the item to determine its value. Yu Bing heard passers-by talking about a martial arts TV show being filmed nearby. Yu Bing was attracted by the conversations, but he had valuable things with him. He didn't care. All the passers-by suddenly ran to look at the show because Qingxuan's descendant was filming there. Yu Bing had heard about this man. He couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Yu Bing finally decided to take a look at this show and stood in the crowd of spectators. The presenter announced that the new guest of their TV show had arrived, and a car drove up to the filming location. It was the director of the martial arts school, a descendant of Qing Xian, Mr. Zhen. A long time ago, the Feicheng region was an uncontrolled territory. Lawlessness ruled there, and one day the young Master Jia came there, and he was met by 3 angry mastiffs. The dogs were terrifying. These were the 3 dangerous criminals of the area. Their eyes were red as blood. Evil mastiffs walked in a group and attacked people. They were evil in the eyes of the residents. When Master Jia saw these mastiffs, he put his hands behind his back and said calmly. He said that today he would teach these evil animals a lesson. The master slammed his palm into the air and his clothes began to move, and at that moment the air became scorching. Suddenly, out of nowhere, lightning flashed in the sky. The 3 mastiffs were so scared that they turned around and ran away, and the master took them to his mansion. One of the spectators knew that the physical strength of 3 mastiffs was equal to the strength of a tiger. Everyone thought that if 10 years ago Master Jia could defeat a tiger, now he can defeat 2 at once. The presenter announced that they would choose a person who wanted to experience the power of Master Jia. There were many people in the crowd. Everyone raised their hands and asked to choose him. The master's choice fell on a tall guy with an athletic figure. All the spectators thought that the master had chosen a difficult person, but one who was at the very dawn of his strength. Master Jia noticed that the guy had a good physique. The guy replied that he was honored to meet him. The master liked the guy's modesty. He was going to use 1/10 of his strength and was going to demonstrate it. The master swung his hand, he folded his fingers and was about to strike. The blow hit the guy in the stomach. From the outside, the blow seemed very strong. The guy walked away. He was clutching his stomach and looked painful. The guy doubled over in pain. He staggered and could barely stand on his feet. However, this was all acting. Master Jia paid the young man a reward for this performance. The guy clenched his teeth. It seemed that this was not the end of the show. The next second, Master Jia delivered another blow. The guy flew to the side. It was the 7-form tiger fist technique. All the spectators were surprised that Master Jia knocked out this guy. They were going to call an ambulance. Yu Bing realized that it was all very fake and the guy was a real liar. Master Crane explained that Jia Shizhen did use his fist, but it was different from the 4 training methods. Yu Bing did not understand what this meant or why this happened. This was the art of acting. Once upon a time, trainees went out into the streets and sold their martial arts as a decorative martial art. The Crane master didn't know how this man learned the fist. Yu Bing had to follow him and find out. Master Jia was going to wait a few days before broadcasting and his reputation would rise again. Yu Bing approached Master Jia from behind and called him. Yu Bing said that he actually also loves Guoshu and asked him to exchange experiences in sparring. The master said that he does not exchange experiences with strangers. He was angry with Yu Bing. Master Jia tried to scare Yu Bing with 3 evil mastiffs in this house that could tear the guy apart. And indeed, behind the bars, the roar of animals was heard, their eyes appeared. However, the 3 mastiffs were not angry at all, they were friendly dogs. Yu Bing was shocked that these were 3 legendary mastiffs. The guy was already nervous. 10 minutes later, Yu Bing Surge decided to show the man his sparring skills. He accepted defeat. Master Jia said that he bought the 7-shaped fist from an antique market 10 years ago. Yu Bing asked if the man knew anything about antiques, since he had something he wanted to sell. The man looked at the vases and said that if this thing is real, then it will cost about 3 million. Yu Bing understood that with this money he could open a martial arts hall. He could not even dream of such an amount. Master Jia was going to put this vase up for auction. He promised that the guy would sell it at a good price. However, the master had long plans. He was going to deceive Yu Bing. The guys came to the Yufeng pawn shop. It was a clear day outside. This was the largest pawn shop in Feichang City, and the man was going to show a porcelain bottle here. There are several best pawn shops in the city and this one was also among them because its owner is Qiao Sanyi. Yu Bing met with the 3rd master Qiao again. The guy thought that they were connected by fate. The guys came to the inspection room. They were asked to wait, because the result of the examination had arrived. The seller of this pawn shop is an old acquaintance of Master Jia. He was going to force him to buy a bottle cheaper. The man believed that Yu Bing was an ordinary college student, and he could not compete with him. Meanwhile, shopkeeper Yufeng came and said that based on the results of the examination, the final price had become known. The shopkeeper with a sly look said that this was a very high-quality fake and its price was 200,000. Master Jia is surprised that it is a fake. It seemed too cloudy to him. The man could not believe it. 15 minutes ago, the shopkeeper came to Sanyi and reported to him that the guy had brought porcelain. He considered that this was a small matter for him. They explained to him that the guy presented an official glass vase from the Ming dynasty and it was worth 5 million. Sanyi thought that there must be someone behind this young man if he had such things. It was explained to him that despite the fact that Master Jia represented him, they were only friends with him. Sanyi knew that the master was simply a liar. He believed that traditional martial arts were trash compared to modern ones. Sanyi believed that Master Jia was not even his rival. He was only going to accept the vase for 200,000. Master Jia asked if the shopkeeper had made a mistake, and he said that he had checked everything 3 times. Master Jia thought that Sanyi might also be here. The man was seriously scared. Yu Binu doubted that this was the best pawn shop in Yunfeng. He demanded that the vase be returned to him, because he did not want to sell it. The shopkeeper explained that he and other pawn shops are strategic partners, and he would not be able to sell it anywhere. Meanwhile, in the famous land of 7 forms, the following events took place a few days ago. The crane master believed that it was time for Yu Bing to start a new practice. He explained that their technique is like the speed of light. That is, their technique is fast. He was going to show Yu Bing the white crane technique with open wings. At that moment, Master Crane transformed into his other form and screamed loudly. The shopkeeper and Yu Bing along with him heard the cry of a crane. They did not understand what was happening. At that moment, blood appeared out of nowhere. It all happened very quickly. Yu Bing squeezed her hand. It was shaking with tension, and blood was dripping from it. Yu Bing sharply hit the shopkeeper's stomach with his fist, and he flew far away. The shopkeeper was unconscious. He was lying on the table. Dust rose around him. Master Jia didn't understand what just happened. He recognized this trick. Master Jia even thought that Yu Bing was a saint because he could do such a thing. Yu Bing asked where his vase was. The shopkeeper replied that it was in the VIP room. Meanwhile, Sanyi was happy that he got this vase. He was going to give it to Fei Lao so that he would not be angry with him anymore. At that moment, someone knocked down the door of the VIP room. This man had enormous power. It was Yu Bing. He demanded that the vase be returned to him. The guy was very determined. In the VIP room, Sanyi was not alone. He was surrounded by many of his people, who looked creepy. Yu Bing noticed that there were more people here than hands, but he believed that there was no need to be afraid of such a number. Yu Bing apologized to the people. He was about to go to the toilet. he needed to take a break and think. Yu Bing, as planned, went to the toilet, which was located not far from the VIP room. Many men, San Ye's guards, immediately ran up to the entrance to the toilet. Yu Bing was talking in the toilet with the crane master. The road to the toilet seemed like an eternity to Yu Bing. The master explained that this was because his body was in a critical situation. Yu Bing thought that this was the essence of his technique. He was about to run out through the window. There was no window in this toilet. Yu Bing was very surprised. Yu Bing didn't see any other way out for himself. He broke out in a cold sweat. Yu Bing stuck to Master Crane. He cried and said that he could not die here. The crane master was going to help his student, but this is only once, because he is his teacher. Yu Bing can use the ability to transport sinners to the real world. Master Crane can stay here for about half an hour. The guards thought that Yu Bing had been sitting on the toilet for too long and that he might be constipated. At that moment, the toilet door opened and two silhouettes of people appeared. At this moment, the Master Crane flapped its wings, and a strong energy rushed through. The guards did not understand what the cranes were screaming. They were scared. At that same second, the entire crowd of men flew away and dripped blood onto the floor. San Yi called his father and told him about the vase. His experts said that it was real. My father was well versed in antiques, and he came to look at this rare vase. They were about to go to look at it when their wall shattered into pieces and an explosion sounded. They saw one of their people fly across the hall. San Yi recognized his bodyguard. He did not understand what happened here. There was a huge hole in their wall. The third master did not dare to step over this wall. San Yi told his father to run. He was going to call someone for help. There was a light at the end of this wall. The two of them felt like they had walked through a long tunnel, and they were surprised at what they saw at the end of this tunnel. The two saw a crane, a real white crane with its head held high. San Yi and his father were amazed. They had never seen this before. The two couldn't believe that one person had scattered all the bodyguards, and they were very strong. The crane master explained that he used his technique, and he could test the power of Chinese martial arts on them as well. The third master realized that this was a great master of traditional martial arts, and he was afraid. Meanwhile, it became dark outside, and a large round moon was visible in the sky. After all, Yu Bing sold the vase for 5 million. They were going to let all these villains go. Sang Ye's father asked his son to tell the truth before he died. San Yi was going to kill this master if he ever went into his territory again. This time the man was going to defeat him. Because of the master he fell into the mud in front of his father. The master walked through the city at night. He looked around and was amazed by this beauty. The master talked with Yu Bing about how much has changed since he lived in China. The master believed that Yu Bing was born in a wonderful era and asked him to promise that he would protect the country. Yu Bing promised this to the master. He was going to do just that. The white crane ran out of time and gradually began to disappear into the white light. Yu Bing was going to make sure that martial arts would flourish again in this country. The guy was very determined to complete this mission. Now Yu Bing had 5 million in his hands. Housing prices were very low. Yu Bing was going to use this money to buy a villa in which he would open a martial arts hall. It was the largest city. The average price of a house is only 4,000. The area that has risen the most is Kam Lok Shan. This area had beautiful scenery, pleasant lakes. These are real feng shui treasures. Yu Bing had 5 million in hand. He could almost buy a house in this area. Yu Bing came to a famous real estate company. She showed him a Chinese-style development. The real estate agent was going to fleece Yu Bing. He said that the house would cost 5 million. Yu Bing thought that this was too high a price. He was going to give the agent 4.5 million. The real estate agent was surprised by Yu Bing's knowledge. He could not be made to look like a fool. The agent was about to call the owner to get instructions. Yu Bing said that he had 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, Yu Bing and the estate agreed on a deal. The real estate agent said the certificate could be done in 3 days. Yu Bing suddenly felt like it was a dream that he was buying a house. Yu Bing cried with happiness that at the age of 18 he could afford to buy real estate. Yu Bing wished he could take his father away right now. Otherwise he would be scared to death. Now Yu Bing was going to open a martial arts hall and become a teacher. Suddenly, someone called Yu Bing and asked what Yu Bing was doing here. Yu Bing found this voice familiar and turned around. It was Zhongling, and there was a tall guy next to her. Yu Bing recognized this guy. The person next to Zhongling is Hu Yao. In his previous life, it was this person who broke Yu Bing's arm and tried to keep him away from Zhongling. Yu Bing tried to control himself so as not to punch this guy, now was not the time to fight him. Yu Bing introduced himself. He knew that Hu Yao was a college student. Hu Yao had already heard a lot about Yu Bing, because Zhong Ling talked a lot about him. The guy could believe that Yu Bing occupied an important place in the girl's mind. Hu Yao was the student council president, so he offered to help in case of difficulties. He was going to give Yu Bing a lesson. Hu Yao was practicing taekwondo. He was going to give Yu Bing a warning through a handshake. The guys shook hands. They grabbed each other tightly. Hu Yao doesn't understand what's happening now. He was very surprised. Yu Bing had superhuman strength. He felt like he was shaking a massive hard stone. Yu Bing laughed, amused by his opponent's reaction. Hu Yao pulled his hand away. It was red and swollen. The guy screamed in pain. Yu Bing asked if everything was okay. He said that he just squeezed his hand subconsciously. Hu Yao realized that Yu Bing was strong and that he had underestimated him. Zhong Ling was upset. She asked how Yu Bing could bully Hu Yao. Yu Bing said that he was sorry for hurting her boyfriend. Zhong Ling said that he is not her boyfriend. He is just a family friend. They were going to go to the city center. Yu Bing said this on purpose. He wanted to get information from Zhong Ling. Hu Yao noticed that Zhong Ling spoke to Yu Bing in a more intimate tone, rather than formally like he did with him. They were going to a boxing match. Yu Bing was surprised that the guys were going there. He asked about him. Zhong Ling explained that in the underground tiger boxing, Feicheng is now ranked 3rd in boxing. In recent months, a new star has been born on stage, dance. The girl suggested that Yu Bing go with them. The guys really went to the fight. They came to the tiger rental. The second-floor podium, the best place, was reserved for Hu Yao. Hu Yao was Hu Cheng's son. The secretary was surprised that he came to watch the fight. The secretary learned that Hu Yao was a student at the State University of World Languages, and she asked to take care of their future. Hu Yao seemed to be upset about something. He cleared his throat and was about to say something. Hu Yao said that he booked Zhong Ling a VIP seat. He looked very friendly. However, Zhong Ling did not listen to him at all. She was having fun and chatting with Yu Bing. Zhong Ling invited Yu Bing to go to a boxing match, because he is good at martial arts. Yu Bing replied that he would not participate in this underground martial arts. Yu Bing added that they do not practice for worldly fame and fortune, in order to strengthen the body and protect people. The crane master heard everything. He was glad that Yu Bing understood the essence of martial arts at a young age. Zhong Ling remembered that when she was a child, Yu Bing clenched his fists to protect her. In the eyes of the crane master and Zhong Ling, Yu Bing's figure grew taller and taller. Yu Bing grinned ominously. He deliberately made this pretentious speech to increase favor. Hu Yao thought that practicing martial arts for physical training was simply ridiculous. He believed that martial arts were no match for Bo Hit. After all, martial arts are only for physical training, not for fighting, and these are just clouds of lies. Hu Yao said that you can treat martial arts as a hobby, but you shouldn't go too deep. Hu Yao said that the era of free fighting has come. At this stage only the strongest will be respected. All the fans in the stands shouted in support of dance. They told her to dance. Hu Yao liked this greeting and smiled ominously. The presenter was in a bunny costume. Her name was Miss Me. She greeted the guests. The girl was going to introduce the audience to the rules of the game. In traditional fighting, there were many illegal strikes, such as a blow to the back of the head, a kick, and an eye punch. Yu Bing knew that such actions would most likely result in death or disability. The presenter said that these techniques are not prohibited in their tiger arena. Yu Bing was shocked that they didn't have any rules. The host continued to say that in their case, there are two ways to finish the tournament. The first way is to give up, but this method will cause applause from the public and loss of reputation. The second method was for the participant to be knocked down after not getting up for more than 10 seconds. The presenter explained that their game is unique. They are very primitive, cruel, and exciting. The hosts greeted today's contender and she told him to come out. It was the one-eyed Zhang Lu who was defeated by dance. The man believed that he had changed and tonight he must pull the girl off her throne. Next, Miss Me wanted to introduce the current host of the program. All the spectators were delighted. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. A girl came onto the stage and waved her long tail. It was Dance. She stood on the pedestal and proudly looked at the audience. The girl looked confident. She was definitely going to win today. Yu Bing knew this woman. Her name was Xiaowu. It seemed they had already met. Yu Bing realized that Dance was the same physical education teacher from the private high school. The guy never thought that the seemingly miniature, weak girl was the main underground fighter. This underground struggle is brutal and bloody. all competitors must sign a contract of life and death. Yu Bing did not understand why Xiaowu chose this path for herself and what she was doing here. The presenter announced that the mortal battle had officially begun. Zhang Lu acted very quickly. He raised his fist and was ready to hit the girl. The man began to fight with an explosion of rain reserves, but not a single blow hit the enemy. Yu Bing was surprised that Xiaowu had such a flexible body. He did not expect to see such a thing. Master Juravel told the student to pay attention to the fact that the girl is light and fast. She is a good student for bloody boxing. Xiao dodged again. She was truly moving at the speed of light. Zhang Lu did not expect such a strong opponent. He tried to strike again. The man realized that the girl had dodged in his direction, having caught the fleeting gap, and now his weak side was completely open. The girl was aiming at the very place that would lead to the breaking of many bones. Severe fractures can damage internal organs. The girl hoped for a knockout blow. The dance dealt many blows to the man's chest. They were very fast. Zhang Lu lost consciousness and blood gushed out of his mouth. Fighter Zhang Lu was very wounded, but still retained consciousness, which means the battle continues. At this moment, all the spectators shouted from the stands for Dance to kill her opponent. Yu Bing asked Manager Chen why all the spectators were shouting to kill Zhang Lu. This meant that after the enemy falls to the ground, he dies, which ensures absolute victory. Dance claimed that she fully complies with the rules of the official fighting competition and never uses prohibited moves. All the spectators wanted the girl to kick him in the head or break all his teeth. Viewers were hoping that Dance would keep him from getting up again and end the fight in exciting fashion. Dance looked at her opponent. She thought for a moment. The girl did not want to use these techniques. She said that the fight was over. Zhang Lu did not like this arrogant tone. He had already seen this last time. Zhang Lu, in order to win the throne from the girl, reached the far north. On his way to conquering the dance, he came across a veteran soldier who began to train him. After undergoing rigorous basic training, the man began his actual combat training. His opponent was a Siberian bear, but he was really huge. While fighting the bear, Zhang Lu's body became stronger day by day, and he used Sambo to fight. His striking technique is known for killing and spreading the Siberian continent. Zhang Lu stood up from the floor and attacked Dance from behind. He wrapped his arms around her body. Dance realized that the man was going to use a technique, bending. She tensed. Zhang Lu put his plan into action. He threw the girl over his head. Dance hit her head hard on the floor and blood gushed out of her mouth. The man still continued to hold her tightly. He wanted to make sure that she was defeated. Hu Yao explained that this trick is called a German backflip, and it can cause serious damage to an opponent. In the past, Yu Bing would have been a boxer and he is familiar with this trick. It can cause damage to the back and neck. Everyone thought that Xiaowu would no longer be able to stand, but the girl was still conscious. For the dance, such a capture was a surprise. She thought that it was necessary to quickly resume the attack. Zhang Lu believed that the dance would lose because she did not kill him in time. The man was not going to make the same mistake as the girl. He was going to kill her. Zhang Lu seemed to go crazy and started punching the girl. Dance felt like she would pass out at any moment. The man had really grown. Zhang Lu was out of breath. He made every effort to defeat the girl. The man believed that it was all over. He already thought that he had won. The dance was knocked out. The presenter was about to start the countdown. The girl understood that Zhang Lu beat her, but she considered it only 10,000 times the cruelty of one person. At this moment, the presenter began counting down from 10. Dance began to remember events from her childhood. Her consciousness became clouded. Her father had lost gambling again and was out of his mind. He was angry with his wife because she left him 2 children and ran away. The children's father was drunk. He considered his children useless and was holding a bat in his hands. Xiaowu knew very well what would happen next. She told her brother to hug her. The father began to beat his children. They screamed loudly and called for help. There was a full moon outside, and it was dark night outside. The children went outside and brother Xiao asked if his sister was hurt. The girl said that in a few days everything would be fine if their father did not beat them. The brother considered himself useless, because his sister always protected him, and the boy himself was not harmed. Xiaowu was going to get a passport at the age of 16 and take her brother out of this house. Her brother asked where they would go if they ran away from home. Xiaowu was going to go with her brother to Hui province to a big city, further away from there. At the age of 16, the girl did just that. She left home with her brother. 2 children suffered every day in this house. They were glad to escape from there. Xiaowu was finally free, but she was overcome by sadness that she had no home. Everyone already believed that Zhang Lu had won, but unexpectedly for everyone, Dance stood up. The man did not understand how this was possible. He was confident of his victory. The girl used the projectile movement technique and grabbed the enemy's neck from the back. From that moment on, Dance decided that she would protect herself from the wind and rain. At this time, the presenter was counting down, but this time Zhang Lu was defeated. All the spectators supported the dance. They wanted the girl to win. Finally, the presenter counted to 1, which meant that the girl had won. Fighter Zhang Lu lay on the ground for more than 10 seconds. It was all over. The queen of the martial dance became the queen. She won a record 12 victories in a row. If the girl wins one more time, she will become a full-fledged owner. This was the end of today's fight. All the spectators were very supportive of Dance. The manager told Sun Yi that their attendance reached a new high today and it was all thanks to Dance. The only thing the manager was worried about was the dance contract, which was coming to an end. San Yi was going to talk to the girl about the contract renewal. It was very important to them. Meanwhile, they came to the fighter's locker room to talk to the Dance. Dance was not going to renew the contract. San Yi thought that the girl was recruited by another fight club. Dance assured that no one had recruited her. At the beginning of signing the contract, she was ready to participate in only 13 games. After the next victory, the girl would have enough money, after which she was going to leave martial arts. San Yi was angry because the dance was very important to them, but he said that she could earn even more. The girl needed to earn $200,000. If she continued to struggle, she would lose herself. San Yi asked if Dance had spoken to his third son. Dance said that her decision had been made and thanked her for her kindness. The girl said goodbye to San Yi. She already had to go. San Yi was very angry that Dance was leaving. He broke the cup. The man was furious that Dance allowed herself to talk to him in such a tone. San Yi was sure that his son Xiao had his own way of letting her stay and work for him. Meanwhile, in Zhang Lu's living room, someone shouted loudly and asked what the other one had done. The second person said he put the cake in the living room, he made it with his own hands, and he ate the top filling of the cake. It was Zhang Lu who shouted. He was asking if the other person had a conscience. He was angry. The man believed that things like the filling should be eaten with the cake. He was going to hit the other person. However, this man was completely calm. He was wearing a hood. San Yi and the manager felt a strong shaking from the adjacent living room. The two ran into the living room to see what happened. Sang Yi and the manager were amazed. They didn't think it was impossible. Zhang Lu was unconscious, and the guy who beat him was standing next to him. He was the next opponent of the dance, Jun Hyun. The man introduced himself. At this time, Coach Chen was running behind the dance and asked the girl to wait. The man believed that Xiaowu could not waste her youth here and she should go to a regular boxing arena. However, the girl needed money, and she couldn't make money from official fights. In addition, Dance has already been involved in battle. She cannot return. Xiaowu had no intention of fighting. She only had one last fight left. The events take place in Jinligan. A high mountain was visible on the horizon. Max and Zhongling walked home on a dark night. They were returning from battle. Yu Bing was surprised that Xiaowu had become the main fighter in the underground fighting arena. He did not understand how she could be taken on as a student. The guys reached Zhongling's house. The girl thanked the guy for taking her through. Zhongling's house was huge. Apparently her family was contentedly rich. Yu Bing recognized this mansion. It was the #1 house on the top of Jinla Mountain. Zhongling usually stays in the school dormitory and only returns to live here temporarily on weekends. Yu Bing's house is halfway up the mountain, so he and Zhongling are half neighbors. Yu Bing bought this house for a while. He was going to tell the girl about it. Zhongling was shocked that Yu Bing bought a house on Jinla Mountain. She did not expect this. Zhongling knew that the house halfway up the mountain was very expensive, so she asked where the guy got that kind of money. Yu Bing tried to come up with a reason for where he got the money and somehow justify this purchase. At that moment, Zhongling saw that a piece of paper was lying on the ground. This stopped the girl. She thought it was a flyer or something. Zhongling picked up the sheet. It was an advertisement where women spent time with men for money. Zhongling thought that after so many years, Yu Bing's family had already penetrated the rich woman's heart. Yu Bina asked what Zhongling was looking at. The girl showed him the flyer. Yu Bing asked if Zhongling thought that Yu Bing was under the tutelage of a rich woman. Yu Bing noticed that Zhongling's face gave her away. The guy ran to the girl. She asked what he was going to do. Yu Bing grabbed her cheeks. she said that she would never dare to go to Hu Yao again and asked Yu Bing to give her a break. Zhong Ling was surprised that after so many years, Yu Bing still remembered this trick. This was the girl's biggest weakness. In the past he would grab her cheeks when she did something he didn't like. Zhong Ling thought that Yu Bing was such a successful person and still played such childish pranks, but the girls liked him. Yu Bing really hadn't changed, which was great. The girl liked him more and more. Yu Bing said that his father won the lottery and brought Yu Bing to buy a house. Zhong Ling remembered how when she was a child, she often went to Yu Bing's house. His father often gave her candy. Yu Bing said that Zhong Ling will often come to this house in the future, and she should feel at home there. Zhong Ling began to have strange thoughts in her head about her own home, cohabitation and marriage. Zhong Ling already thought that Yu Bing was proposing to her, but it was very awkward and too fast. The girl got angry and punched a hole in the wall. Zhong Ling pretended that she didn't know where this hole came from. She said that there was an air hole there. The cost of building the wall is another big expense. Yu Bing's heart ached. Yu Bing hoped that everything would go well and he would be able to take Xiaowu as his disciple. Meanwhile, the Hu family in the Feichen residence was uneasy. Mr. Hu's butler reported that his guests were already waiting outside and asked if he wanted to see them now. All of these guests were masters in various fields of combat, and one of the worst was a provincial strength athlete. Fighters from different fields actually gathered in his house: boxing, judo, sambo and others. The butler reported that everything was ready. He had found these people. Hu Yao praised him. He said that his butler would become the most powerful butler in their family. Hu Yao was about to begin his devilish special training next. He wanted Zhong Ling to see him. Meanwhile, in the forbidden land of 7 forms, Yu Bing shouted at the master and asked him to come down. The crane master was sitting on a huge chain. He told Yu Bing to train himself first, because he wanted to remain silent. Yu Bing asked Ben what happened to the master and why he let the guy go today. The manager guessed that he was thinking about Xiaowu. Master Crane thought she was a good seed, but she spent her youth in the underground boxing arena. The guy looked at his teacher with sadness. He understood his feelings. Master Crane asked if the guy could really make Xiaowu his disciple if he taught Yu Bing how to kill. Yu Bing was shocked that the crane master still agreed to teach him this technique. Yu Bing was not entirely sure, but if he could kill the crane in front of her with his fist technique, she would be touched by the power of martial arts. The crane thought it was a good plan and they should try it. Master Crane explained that in order to use the killing technique, Yu Bing must be determined and willing to overcome difficulties. Blood boxing is light and fast. It is the fastest of all striking skills. But Yu Bing had little time to practice. The master was going to show the real power of this technique. The master used the technique, the bright wings of a white crane, and in one fell swoop broke the tree in half. Yu Bing was shocked by such speed and the fact that it was impossible to see the trajectory of the fist. The crane master asked the manager to bring the props. Ben did it. The manager threw 2 metal pipes at Yu Bing. He didn't expect it. These metal objects landed on the ground. They were very heavy. Yu Bing realized that they weighed several feet. He thought that these were not props but instruments of torture. Master Juravel explained that Yu Bing must practice his fighting style to the maximum if he wants to master a new technique. Yu Bing had to practice with this prop 10,000 times a day. It was a technique that went beyond the human body. Master Crane wondered how long Yu Bing would last. He laughed. 6 days later, in the Tiger Arena, San Yi was reported that the dance did not want to sign the contract. San Yi reassured manager Zhang, because everything was under the control of his third son Xiao. Sang Yi asked if the manager heard about the elementary school deputy's decision 2 years ago. Zhang knew that the man was a respected person from a high social circle. It was said that Director Zhou saw a teenager bullying an old man and tried to stop him. But this boy had a knife in his hands and the director defending justice was stabbed to death. The manager believed that this boy was crazy, but fortunately he was punished and sent to a colony. San Yi said that the boy who stabbed the deputy director is Xiaowu's younger brother and she owes a huge compensation. The reason why the girl fights in underground boxing in the Tiger Arena is just to pay off a debt. San Yi was not going to let the dance go so easily. He wanted the girl to work until she became a cripple. Meanwhile, the girl went to the bank. She wanted to cash out all the money. Xiaowu took all the winning money and compensation for tomorrow's game. When the money is returned, her life will become easier. At that time someone approached her. Someone quickly ran from behind the dance. She did not have time to react. This attacker snatched the bag from the girl's hands. it contained all her money. Xiaowu ran after the man. She told him to return the bag. However, the man ran very fast. He was sure that she would not catch up with him. The man threw the bag to his accomplices. These were two more guys. They caught it. Xiaowu was surprised that someone could run much faster than her and was also able to take her bag. This man threatened the girl that if she took a step forward, he would break her legs. The man shouted loudly and told Xiaowu to stand still. He threatened her that one more step and she would lose her leg. He asked if the girl could move her leg now. There were abrasions on Zhao's leg. Just one blow and knocked her out. The man was about to leave. He said goodbye to the dance. She tried to stop him. The man said that they would see each other again. He named the dance. Xiaowu was surprised that this man knew her battle nickname. She didn't expect it. The girl did not understand who this man was and why he took her bag. Meanwhile, in the Tiger Arena manager's office, someone was laughing loudly and happy that they had gotten all the money from the dance. It was Sang Yi. The man brought all the money to him, so the dance should continue to work for him. The attacker was Zhuangheng. Sang Yi told him to strangle the pride of the dance. The man wanted Zhuangheng to become the next master after defeating Xiaowu. Meanwhile, his niece came to Sang Yi. He was surprised that she came, because his father-in-law would not be happy about it. It was Mendy. She happily ran to her uncle and promised that she had not told anything to her grandfather. The girl asked to let her watch boxing. She was interested in it. Sang Yi agreed. He told her to come to the match tomorrow. It will go down in the history of the arena. At the same time, Yu Bing was in the forbidden land of 7 forms, practicing 10,000 blows a day. Thus, in this world, he practiced for 5 whole months, but in reality, not much time went by. After practicing, his body was sweating and sore, so that he could not move. However, Yu Bing was determined and still made 10,000 strikes. Master Crane praised him, and now he can practice 10,000 strokes in 6 hours. Yu Bing replied that his body has changed. He is now more confident in his strike and his strike is more powerful. Master Crane knew that in order to break the boundaries of the human body one must have an iron will. Yu Bing noticed that there was a sound in his body that seemed flat, but it was very weak. Sometimes it sounds like the growl of an animal, and it sounds loud. And sometimes it looks like a dark, cloudy sky, like a rumble. Master Crane knew that this was an unusual noise, the sounds of a tiger, a leopard and thunder. Master Crane noticed that Yu Bing really persisted for 5 whole months. He was proud of the student. Yu Bing really wanted to finally learn how to kill. Master Crane still agreed to teach him. Master Crane explained that in order to use the killing method, he still needs to find feelings. This feeling is like facing a strong enemy and feeling his body burn. Yu Bing was amazed by such words. He did not fully understand what it meant. This feeling required Yu Bing to gradually understand, and now Yu Bing should rest. Yu Bing was upset that the teacher abandoned him and ran away. He noticed that his teacher likes to leave things unfinished. Yu Bing knew that with his current strength, defeating Xiaowu should not be any problem. He was going to sign up for a fight. Sunday came. Spectators came to the arena to watch the match. The presenter announced that today was the 13th fight of the dance. She wondered whether the girl would be able to defend her title. After that, the dance opponent entered the arena. The girl was surprised to see him. This fighter seemed very familiar to the girl. She realized that it was he who took her bag. Zhuangheng was introduced. The man greeted him and said that they had met again. Dance screamed that the villain she met that day was Zhuangheng, and she demanded her bag back. The man noticed Zhao's beauty. He was not going to give in to women. All the spectators supported the dance. They cheered for her and considered her invincible. The popularity of the dance is very high. More than 90% of the audience bet on it. Sang Yi believed that this was a reflex, because before this dance had won 12 battles in a row. The man believed that Zhuangheng would have no problem defeating Xiaowu. The manager was going to make this guy their star champion, because today he was sure to win. From now on, it didn't matter whether the dance agreed to renew the contract or not. Zhuangheng would take her place. Sang Yi believed that manager Zhang had missed the most important point, which was human nature. He believed that Zhuangheng had not changed and, just like in the past, would start consuming wine or playing return games. He had a difficult character. Sang Yi understood that the dance was not like him. She was not only strong in self-control but also more loyal. What is also important is that this woman's talent is higher than Zhuangheng's. The manager understood Sang Yi's plan, that he just wanted to teach the dance a lesson not with his own hands. Sang Yi believed that their casino would reap the harvest. he believed that this one stone and two crows trick. San Yi was going to lock the dance in the birdcage he had so carefully prepared for her. He believed that the girl could not run away from him forever, because she belonged to him. At this time, the weather outside deteriorated, and there was a roar of lightning. Someone stepped up in a combat suit, his ribbon flapping in the wind. Yu Bing was upset that the weather forecast is never accurate, and in such weather one should lazily lie at home. Yu Bing thought that Xiaowu came to the arena unprepared, she should have made sure that she recovered. Meanwhile, everyone in the arena was cheering for the dance and the fans were cheering loudly. At this moment, Menji was shocked by what she saw, she did not expect this. San Yi and the manager were also shocked, it seemed like something had gone wrong. Zhuangheng brutally beat the dance. He was merciless. The man struck one blow after another at Zhao's body as she lay on the ground. The presenter noticed that today the dance was completely weakened and was not fighting at full strength. Zhuangheng was completely confident in his victory, he was going to break her leg as promised. Zhuangheng noticed that that blow seemed particularly painful to her, and today she could barely go on stage. The man had plates attached to him, so his kicks were especially strong. Zhuangheng believed that on this stage there is only a winner and a loser and nothing else matters. There was already a crack in the girl's bone, but she did not give up, because her brother was still waiting for her. The girl believed that she could not lose, she swung her hand and wanted to strike. However, the dance could not do this, tears flowed from her eyes. Zhuangheng hit the girl on the chin with his knee, he believed that she was still too young. Dance fell to the ground, blood pouring out of her mouth. The presenter realized that it was all over, the result was unexpected for everyone. Zhuangheng stood victoriously over Xiaowu's body and rejoiced at the victory. Dance was defeated, Zhuangheng became the new champion of the Tiger Arena. Xiaowu remembered an event from the past, when her brother thought that she worked in a restaurant and asked what happened to her hands. The girl told her brother that she washes hundreds of bowls a day and her hands will naturally get damaged. Her brother believed that he could not study at such a time, he wanted to reduce his sister's worries. Xiao thought that the most important thing now was that he study well and that next week she was going to change jobs. The deputy director helped the girl get a job, and she told her brother to study hard. Xiaowu wanted their little family to get better and better. But 2 weeks later, the brother wondered why Xiaowu still had not returned home. He heard his sister screaming, she asked what the director was going to do and tried to stop him. The boy ran out of the room, he was going to find out what was happening. The director then drank too much and began to appear to Xiao, she tried to stop him. At one point, Xiaowu screamed and told the director to leave, but he did not listen to her. The girl asked the director to please calm down, she was already tired. Xiaowu slapped the director, the man was very angry. The director threatened that Xiao and her brother would die, he believed that there was no woman he could not have. Her brother realized how humiliated her sister was and he became very angry. The boy was going to protect his sister, he was full of anger. Brother Xiaowu quickly ran towards the two, he told his sister to get out of the way. The boy had a knife in his hands, he was rushing straight at the director and wanted to kill him. At one point, blood sprayed out, but the boy still hit the man with a knife. After this, the screams of passers-by and the screams of the police were heard, and the younger brother was taken to the police. 2 weeks later, Xiaowu went to the hospital to ask the director for reconciliation. The director was angry, because her brother almost killed him, he was going to get a sentence of 10 years. Xiaowu asked the director to have mercy, because her brother's life would be ruined in this case. The director thought about reconciliation, he had a cunning plan. He said that if the girl gave him $200,000 and begged for mercy, then he would agree. Xiao remembered her childhood, even when her father beat her, she never begged for mercy. The girl thought that she could overcome everything on her own and settle in the capital. However, everything did not go according to her plan. The girl fell to her knees. Xiaowu asked Director Zhou to spare her brother and sign a reconciliation agreement. After that, her brother had a shorter sentence due to the agreement, and the girl was in debt. In the next 2 years, the director was injured, and his wife also heard unpleasant rumors. When Xiaowu was walking down the street, she heard an advertisement that you could earn money and become a star. It was an advertisement for a tiger arena. A one-eyed man was advertising the arena next to it. The girl didn't know that boxing could also bring in money, she thought it was a good option. Xiaowu went to Sunny's boxing gym, it was very big. There, Coach Chen said that this place was not for Xiaowu, he asked why she came here. Xiaowu was determined, she wanted to learn boxing and participate in fights. Xiaowu came to her senses in the Tiger Arena infirmary, dreaming about the past again. Xiao looked at her leg, it was painful, there was a splint on her shins. Xiaowu stood up, she wanted to find Master San and ask him to give her money. In the manager's office, San Yi was brought the results of Xiaowu's examination. The doctor said that this is a very serious bone fracture and even if it is cured, there will be consequences. At this moment, Xiaowu walked straight to the manager's door and heard their conversation. The doctor said that Dance would no longer be able to fight. The girl was in shock. Manager Zhang yelled at Zhuangheng for breaking his leg while dancing. The man replied that he was a professional athlete and would fight with all his might. Zhuangheng was ready to sign a 10-year contract with the Tiger Arena. San Yi thought that this person would be the best choice and with the contract in his hands, he would not disobey. The decision to sign the contract was made, they raised their glasses to it. At this moment, Xiaowu came into the office and was furious. The girl said that Zhuangheng was a robber and he stole all her savings. San Yi didn't intend to give her the money, he grinned slyly. It turns out that he ordered Zhuangheng to steal the girl's money, now she is useless, he told her to get out. Xiaowu was angry, because she worked hard for San Yi, she demanded her money back. The man ordered his men to beat this loser and get her out of here. San Yi laughed loudly. Everything was going perfectly for him. It was raining outside, and someone's sad sobs could be heard. Xiao was thrown out into the street and left there to die, she was all beaten up. Dance was conscious, she sat down right on the road and looked at the sky. The girl's life was ruined, she apologized to her younger brother. At this moment, someone approached Xiao and asked what happened to her leg. It was Yu Bing, he asked who did this to Xiaowu. Xiaowu did not immediately recognize Yu Bing, but he seemed familiar to her. However, she quickly remembered that she went on a blind date with Yu Bing and then they had lunch together. Xiaowu was sorry that Yu Bing saw her at that moment. She asked what Yu Bing was doing here. Yu Bing came there to take the girl as his disciple. He was unshakable. Xiaowu was all beaten up. She was surprised that Yu Bing still wanted to accept her as a student. She explained that her leg was broken and the doctor said she would not be able to fight. Xiaowu used to think that she hated violence and boxing, but when the doctor said that she couldn't fight, her heart turned to ashes. Until this moment, the girl did not understand how much she loved to fight. The guy asked if he asked the best doctor to fix her leg, would she fight in the arena again? Xiaowu thought that Yu Bing was a very good person, she agreed to become his student. Yu Bing gave her the umbrella, he was going to go and do something. Xiaowu realized that Yu Bing was heading towards the arena. She asked what he was going to do. The guy replied that from now on Xiaowu is his student. He looked very serious. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She did not expect such an attitude towards herself. Yu Bing replied that he would help Xiaowu shelter from the wind and rain. The guy looked intimidating. Meanwhile, in the arena, anyone who wanted to come out and fight the master was invited. The host asked if anyone wanted to try and fight Zhuangheng. None of the spectators was going to do this, because they understood that they would most likely be destroyed. However, there was one daredevil, it was Yu Bing, he was going to challenge him. The presenter replied that a warrior had appeared who dared to challenge the master. Yu Bing introduced himself as a martial artist, the successor of the seven-form martial art. The manager was very surprised when he heard the guy's words about martial arts. A surprised girl stood nearby. The spectator took a closer look and realized that the guy on stage reminded her of someone. The girl remembered that when she was near the river, someone stole her bag. The guy on stage helped her and stopped the robber. The Zhuang fighter did not take his opponent seriously. He couldn't believe that an ordinary martial artist could step into the ring. The fighter said menacingly to his interlocutor that martial arts in comparison with modern battles are simply rubbish. Yu Bin sternly asked the interlocutor if he broke the leg of a girl named Dance. Zhuang cheerfully answered the guy that the woman was useless. He added that if he had not broken his leg, someone else could have done it. Yu Bing decided not to listen to his interlocutor anymore. He threw aside his robe. The evil protagonist said that the dancing girl is his student. He added that when someone bullies a student, the master himself stands up for her. The guy said that Zhuangheng would pay for the girl's humiliation. The fighter became very angry. He shouted that his opponent was very impudent. The main character told the fighter that any of his tricks against him would be useless. Yu Bing got into his professional fighting stance. He was preparing to fend off the blows. The spectators angrily shouted at the fighters to quickly start fighting. One of the guards outside the hall said that they needed to go inside. His colleague replied that they needed to guard the gate and not let anyone in. He reminded them that they might be scolded by manager Zhang. From behind, someone suddenly approached the guards and hit their heads. A girl with a broken leg stood near the entrance to the hall. The bodies of the guards lay next to her. Dance told herself that she had to stop the fight. She was afraid that Zhuang might kill the main character. The girl was very worried. She couldn't understand why it was so quiet in the stands. Dance looked attentively at the duel. She was very much amazed. The girl noticed that Yu Bing received more than a dozen blows from his opponent. At the same time the guy stood firmly on his feet. June felt pain in his leg. It was as if he had struck a hard stone. The fighter very dissatisfiedly realized to himself that his opponent was like a tall old tree. The main character told his surprised opponent that his techniques belonged to martial arts. Yu Bing told the other person that his stance could strengthen the muscles for a man. Zhuang swung his fist to hit the protagonist. He shouted that he did not believe in his solid body. Yu Bing sharply jumped away from his opponent in the ring. He was very surprised. The man was very much amazed. He could not understand where the guy could have disappeared to. Yu Bing calmly told his opponent that he used the soaring crane technique against him. The main character hit the surprised fighter from behind with all his might. He shouted that the white crane was spreading its wings. Zhuang felt that he was losing consciousness. Yu Bing hit his opponent with a special blow that could lead to amnesia. The main character told his opponent that even after his powerful blow he could still retain consciousness. The fighter got angry. His body became a muscular shield. Zhuang decided that he could send the guy into a coma in 3 seconds. Zhuang decided to himself that he would defeat the guy if he could not withstand his next attack. The girl looked at the main character and noticed that something strange was happening. The guy's eyes turned red. Yu Bing took a special stance and prepared to continue defending himself from his opponent's attacks. The duration of a second may vary for a particular part of the world. In just 3 seconds, flowers can fall. This time will be enough for them. A small hummingbird can flap its wings 180 times in 3 seconds. For some people, 3 seconds is enough to complete reproduction. The main character thought that 3 seconds would also be enough for the killing technique. The master told the main character about the method of killing a crane with her fist. The girl explained to the guy that before delivering a strong blow, he needed to practice speed. Yu Bing said that he can strike 5 times in a second. This is the level of a professional boxer. The master told the main character that he should feel the meeting with the enemy like fire. The guy asked his interlocutor, how many blows can she deliver? The girl explained that the teacher can deliver 24 blows every second while the body is on fire. She delivers 50 blows every second. Yu Bing decided that his mentor could not deliver 50 blows per second. The audience looked closely at the main character and noticed that his eyes suddenly turned red. Yu Bing felt very clearly that his whole body was now burning like a flame. The main character thought that people's bodies feel a difference when they face a strong enemy. If a fighter's eyes stop turning red, it means his body has reached its limit. Zhuang looked at his opponent with great anger. He decided that he must win. Yu Bing swung his fist to try to achieve a special killing technique. The chief shouted angrily that he would deliver a murderous series of blows. The spectators did not have time to react and Yu Bing was able to successfully land 30 blows on Zhuang. In an instant, the fighter's body and will collapsed. He didn't expect to be defeated by martial arts. The angry protagonist stood opposite his rival. Zhuang was very beaten. The manager and the girl next to him were very surprised. They could not believe that Zhuang had been defeated. The spectators in the hall were very surprised. They could not understand how Zhuang Heng could lose in a duel. The dance was amazed. She realized that the protagonist was using a 7-formed fist. The main character asked the presenter, "Is she ready to announce the results?" The girl announced that the newly minted master had lost. She added that the winner was Yu Bing. The manager was sitting in his office. He was very angry and shouted at everyone to leave. The main character told Master Sen not to be a fool. He reminded that he took his students' money for himself. The manager angrily shouted to his subordinates for someone to take the guy out of the room. Yu Bing reminded the manager that he had received a bullet from Fei Lao before. He threatened his interlocutor that his fist could hurt more than a bullet. The girl near the table asked her uncle to return the money to the guy. She recalled that Yu Bing once helped her. The girl with yellow hair smiled joyfully at the main character. Yu Bing looked at the girl. He thought that she had helped him and he would like to thank her. In the room, someone called himself Zhou III. he told his interlocutor that he would give him everything he wanted. The interlocutor demanded that the bag be returned to the girl. The main character walked with the girl. The rain outside had stopped and the air was full of dust. Yu Bing turned around and looked at his girlfriend. He decided that he had not done enough to impress the girl. Xiao Wu looked at her friend with great attention. She wanted to tell him something. The guy and the girl looked at the setting sun. Xiao said that everything around is very bright. The girl looked at the sunset in the distance. Her heart was relaxed. In the end she made a decision. Yu Bing told his interlocutor that she did not need to force herself to become his student. Xiao Wu smiled joyfully at the main character and said that she needed food and shelter. She called him master. A girl came to the principal at a private Marong secondary school. The man was surprised that the student was resigning. The director asked Xiao Wu where she could find a job after her dismissal. He reminded his interlocutor that she still owed him $200,000. Zhou looked slyly at the girl and said that as long as she was his mistress, there would be no need to return the $200,000. The man looked at the student. He realized that as long as he kept putting pressure on the girl, she would give in sooner or later. Xiao Wu looked angrily at her interlocutor and said that sooner or later he would receive retribution. Zhou laughed very cheerfully. He said that retribution is his best joke. The man proudly said that over the past years he had dozens of mistresses. Suddenly, Mr. Zhou heard as if someone under the table repeated his voice. The main character appeared with a voice recorder. He told Director Zhou that they had met again. The director was very surprised. He couldn't understand how the guy managed to get under his table with a voice recorder. Zhou stood scared in the center of the room. He shouted for the guy to get out of his office. Yu Bing told the man that his wife might accidentally find a tape recorder with a recording. He added slyly that Ms. Zhou used to be on the weightlifting team. The man thought. He was very realistic about what would happen if his wife got angry. The main character told the man that if he forgives the debt to the girl Xiao, then he will not say anything to his wife about the recording in the voice recorder. The man jumped up sharply. He shouted angrily that he could take the recorder himself. The main character, together with his girlfriend, seriously decided to repel the man's attack. The guy and the girl hit Mr. Zhang with all their strength. As a result, Zhou was very badly beaten. When the man woke up, he signed an agreement to forgive the debt to the girl Xiao Wu. Yu Bing came with his girlfriend to his luxurious villa. The guy pointed the girl to the gate and said that from that day on she would live in this place. Xiao Wu was very happy. She remembered that they used to live in cheap apartments for $400, now she will live in a villa. The girl saw a sign that there was a martial arts hall there. She realized that there would be many interesting stories in this place. Xiao told the main character that she must take care of her injuries. The girl made a small wish in her heart. Compared to Xiao's desire, the protagonist fell into deep thought. At this time the warden was playing cards with the girl. He shouted that Master Crane had lost again. The girl told her interlocutor that the game was very funny for her. She added that she could not win against the prison warden. Yu Bing was very surprised. He shouted that Master Crane had broken her leg. He asked the people, do they really still have time to play with the warden? The girl told the main character not to worry. She added that she has a set of techniques that will help Xiao Wu speed up his recovery. The warden held a set of bags in his hands. He said that he carefully prepared these medicinal powders and suggested that the guy take them for himself. The main character smiled at his friends and said that he was grateful that they had found a method to cure Xiao Wu. The warden and the girl thought displeasedly to themselves that the guy very quickly changed his attitude towards them. Xiao Wu asked the main character with great surprise, what is he doing here? Xiao Wu explained to her interlocutor that only students from the martial arts hall could attend the bathhouse. She asked what he was going to do. Yu Bing told the girl that she looked like a pervert. He added that he came here to prepare a bath for her. The main character told his student to get into the tonic bath. The girl thought she had a bad feeling. Xiao asked the master if a healing bath could cure her leg. Yu Bing answered the girl that regular bathing speeds up healing and benefits health. For the girl, all this seemed suspicious. The main character seemed the same as her former director Zhou. Xiao imagined how the guy would want to take a bath with her. In reality, the main character turned around and headed towards the exit. He told the student to take a bath. Xiao thought to herself that her master left without looking back at her. The girl sat down in the bathroom. she thought to herself that her friend was not a person like Director Zhou. Yu Bing walked alone and remembered the body of his student that he had just seen in the bathroom. The main character happily thought that the girl really had big breasts. The girl talked with the warden. She said that she always feels as if something is missing. The warden told the interlocutor that he forgot to tell Yu Bing about the side effects of the powders. The interlocutor told the girl that his medicine could speed up the body's metabolism to speed up recovery. He explained that there could be side effects in the form of aphrodisiacs. The girl became worried after the warden's words. She realized that something was about to happen. Xiao was lying on the bed. She clearly felt that her leg did not hurt so much after the bath. The girl felt that her body was tingling and there was great weakness in it. Yu Bing told his student that he would use semaphoric techniques. He added that he would provide massage. Xiaowu felt to herself that the master's eyes were shining brightly. She decided that the guy would show his true colors. The student was scared. Her imagination imagined that the main character could destroy her. Yu Bing activated a blue water dot on the girl's body. Her body must have felt the relaxation of the pattering raindrops. Then the main character used a massage around the finger tenderness. To complete his recovery, the protagonist used the third formula called Buddha's Wrath Renlian. The girl felt that she was getting much better. She screamed. The main character headed towards the exit. He told the girl that the treatment was over and suggested that she rest. Yu Bing reminded the student to wrap herself in a blanket to avoid catching a cold. The main character slammed the door specifically. He shouted goodbye to the girl so that she could rest. Xiaowu thought to herself that her master turned out to be not lustful. Yu Bing looked at his hands. He thought that the solution that the overseer prepared showed a strong effect. After the first massage, the girl Xiao no longer had any suspicions towards the main character. As a result, her vigilance dropped to 0. Yu Bing asked the girl with great excitement, "Does the master really want to see Xiaowu in the real world?" The interlocutor explained to the guy not to worry. He wants to completely hide his identity. The girl looked at the main character and said that they could pretend to be friends. Yu Bing very emotionally guaranteed his interlocutor that she would be satisfied. A couple of days later the main character was walking with his girlfriends. Xiaowu shouted joyfully that she had not gone shopping for a long time. The main character joyfully called his student. He said that they had been waiting for her for a long time. Xiao saw a stranger next to the guy. She asked who was standing there. Yu Bing explained that standing next to him was his distant relative from another country named Xiaoyi. The girl introduced herself and suggested to her interlocutor that she call her Xia Tsui. Xiaowu noticed that the stranger looked very old-fashioned. The student patted Xiaoyi on the head and said very happily that she would take her to buy new clothes. Xiao promised her new friend that she would definitely take her to the beauty salon. After changing clothes the girl came out and said that she had changed. The main character and his girlfriend were surprised. Xiaoyi asked the main character, "Why is she wearing such a revealing outfit and how can you wear it?" Yu Bing was surprised. He didn't expect his crane master to become a cute girl after changing clothes. The main character introduced a girl with country clothes and dirty hair. She had a murderous aura. After that, Yu Bing saw a girl wearing a fashionable miniskirt and with a cute aura. She was beautiful. The student was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the dress cost 78,000 yuan. The saleswoman told customers that their store sold luxury brands. "Master," I asked the guy, "how much rice can I buy for the price of a dress?" The girl was surprised that a dress could buy 1,600 pounds of rice. Xiaoyi shouted to the main character that she could not take the clothes. She offered to buy rice and store it. The main character answered the interlocutor that times have changed and that she should not worry. The girl thought to herself that the era in which she lived was full of wars and deaths. The main character called the saleswoman. It was a beautiful blue-haired girl. Yu Bing handed the girl his bank card and said that he would pay for everything. Yu Bing thought to himself that this was the first time he was buying such expensive clothes for his girlfriend. The saleswoman was very happy about such clients. She said goodbye to the main character. The girl joyfully shouted to the guy that she was jealous of their family. She added that he has a cute daughter. Xiaoyi realized that from the outside they see everything as a family of three. Master Crane decided that she had experienced great humiliation. She considered the main character guilty. Passers-by saw a beautifully dressed girl. They decided to approach her. The man asked Xiaoyi with interest if she was a model in some agency. Passers-by asked the girl with interest, where did she buy such a dress? The student told the main character that Xiaoyi did not like her new clothes. The main character answered the girl that she did not know her new friend well enough. Xiao approached her friend and said that she should be happy in her heart. Then the main character took his crane master to eat ice cream. The girl liked it. Master Crane knew little about the surrounding reality, so she asked her new friends about everything. The student said she had to go back to work. She promised that she would play with Xiaoyi next time. Yu Bing was sitting on a bench. He told his interlocutor that time flies very quickly. The main character said that after he practiced the killing method, it was easy for him to defeat Zhuanghang. He asked the girl what kind of samurai defeated her then. Xiaoyi replied that she did not know the name of the samurai. She added that her opponent was a descendant of the gods of the Wu Feitian kingdom. The girl explained that her opponent had a peculiarity that she would never forget. Xiaoyi remembered that the samurai had a cross-shaped scar on the front of his head. The main character was very surprised. He was interested in the fact that the fighter had a cross-shaped scar. The tiger was not allowed to be photographed or filmed in the arena, but somehow the video ended up on the internet. The video quality was low, but the process of the protagonist's victory was fully recorded. Video footage of the battle spread over a vast area across the continent. At this time, combat training was taking place in a special hall in Osaka. In the hall of the Shinbu dojo, the warriors trained among themselves in sword fighting. The guy said the word Shinyu and prepared to attack his rival. The girl with blue hair swung her sword at the guy. The fighter shouted that he was staying. He added that the older Fujishima is very good and he is not her rival. The girl said with a smile to her opponent that she had practiced Shinwu Fiaxianliu before. She added that if the guy trains, he can surpass her. The spectators were amazed. One of them said that the Fuji girl could become one of the top 3 masters. The girl told her subordinates that if they trained poorly and were lazy, the master would scold them. The girl was holding the phone in her hands. She said that someone from China uploaded an interesting video to YouTube. Fuji became very interested. It was difficult for her to understand that martial arts could be developed in China. The girls looked at the video on the phone with great interest. They noted that the speed of the guy's strikes was similar to shooting stars. One of the warriors said that she did not expect that there could be such a person in China. Fuji noted that the video quality is very poor. That is why everyone thinks that the guy hits very quickly. The girl explained that in fact it was all just a lot of tricks. She added that Chinese fighting techniques are not very good. Fuji looked at the phone. She said that Master Zhuang was simply very weak. My friend said that Fuji knows a lot. The girl looked at the phone and said that she had never seen anything like this before. The old man came out. He explained to the girls that this technique is called the crane fist killing method. The girls greeted the master. The old man said that he had already dealt with a similar fighting style. The girls asked who won in the end. The old man had a scar on his face. He said that he defeated Shinwu Feitian Lu. The master told his interlocutors that Chinese martial arts are just an empty name. The master said that their school was one of the 4 best kendo schools. The girl listened to him joyfully. The old man asked the girl if she had packed her luggage for the flight to China this evening. The interlocutor replied that she had collected everything. Fuji said goodbye to her grandfather. She shouted that she would remind her brother about everything. The girl thought to herself that Chinese kung fu is not considered good. She decided to herself to try Chinese food. The main character was at Feicheng University. He was walking there with a girl. The student pointed at the guy and asked why he hadn't been to class for a week. The main character said that he sees 3 best friends in front of him. The student with glasses realized that he heard a familiar voice. He thought all his complaints were gone. Yu Bing waved to the guy and thanked him for helping him get time off. The student was surprised when he saw the main character next to the beauty. The student was very upset. He realized that the main character had a girlfriend and he went to rent a place. He decided that it was a stab in the back for him. The guy grabbed the main character. He would be very unhappy because he had a girlfriend. The student realized that her master was in danger. She decided to act immediately. Xiao Wu ran up and neutralized the student with a large blow. The guy was lying unconscious on the ground. The main character asked the girl what she did. The student warned her interlocutor that evil forces wanted to strike him. The girlfriend warned the main character that the guy with glasses had a face like a killer. Yu Bing reassured the interlocutor and said that the student was an ordinary bespectacled person. The protagonist's friends were very surprised when they found out that a student was walking next to him. Yu Bing explained to his friends that he had learned martial arts. Xiao Wu was able to become his student. The main character asked his friend, hasn't he had a date with Zhou Qi yet? The student said with tears in his eyes that he invited the girl to the film, he wanted to get close to her, but she broke his finger. Yu Bing was surprised. To himself he could not understand how his friend could do such a thing. The student with glasses smiled. He said he had a new goal. He said that Japanese exchange student Fujishima Lee was coming to their university. The main character thought. He remembered that he had already heard the name Fujishima Lee somewhere. Yu Bing remembered that the last time this girl or her brother came to study at the University of Languages, then something big happened. Fujishima and his brother jumped off the building on the same day in the same academic building and committed suicide. Yu Bing remembered that the suicide of the girl and her brother was written in the newspapers. The student hugged the main character and said that he was responsible for the meeting with Fujima Lee. He added that he had information. The guy said in a confident voice that the Japanese woman would definitely become his girlfriend. The main character thought. He vaguely recalled to himself how the Fujishima brother and sister committed suicide. This was within 2 weeks of them being transferred to the school. Yu Bing thought to himself that it is often said that the people of China are under pressure and because of this the suicide rate is rising. But it is very strange that brother and sister committed suicide on the same day. The main character told himself that he is not a superhero and he doesn't care at all. Schoolchildren lined up near the entrance. They were preparing to meet Fujishima's sister and brother. Schoolchildren stood next to the red carpet. Someone said that the school provided many special procedures for international students. Visitors will receive free training and benefits in the amount of thousands of dollars. One of the guys said that international students get better conditions than themselves. The guy replied that visiting students would be respected with their money. Yu Bing thought to himself that in this era, there are many things that foreigners like. He remembered that there are schools that force their students to accompany foreign students. The guy thought to himself that today's China still lacks confidence. He decided that after 10 years, China's power would increase and the situation would improve. One of the students shouted joyfully that the Fujishima brother and sister had finally arrived. The girl greeted the Feichin University of Languages. Fuji stood and looked at the school building in admiration. She wanted to find a cafeteria. The students were very excited. One guy realized that Fujishima was a beauty. One guy came up from the side and told the surprised girl that she had been waiting for her for a very long time. The student was holding a huge number of red roses in his hands. He decided to give them to a foreign student. The guy with glasses told the interlocutor that he was a student representative. His name was Suda. He told the girl that he was good with computers and cinema, and even spoke a little Japanese. The main character thought to himself that in this world people learn an additional language from childhood in addition to their native language. Yu Bing thought that the whole world spoke the same language, so everyone understands each other. Fuji was very surprised and delighted that student Suda also spoke Japanese. She asked him to tell her something. The inspired student began to utter some incoherent phrases and words. Su wanted to say some compliments to the girl. She beat him and shouted that he was a pervert. The main character looked at everything that was happening with interest. He realized that Su is worthy of being a person who is called an insulator. Fuji walked across the university grounds. She wanted to eat. She was looking for a cafeteria. The girl passed by the main character. He didn't pay any attention to her. Unexpectedly, the student felt something very strongly in her body. She was amazed. Fuji realized that when the main character passed by, her body uncontrollably entered a fighting state. The girl noticed that she did not hear the steps of the main character when he passed by her. Fuji decided to herself that she was very tired and began to hallucinate. She wanted to try the egg-fried rice dinner. The girl thought to herself that her brother had disappeared somewhere after getting off the plane. At this time, one warrior came to Mount Jinelshan. The sun was gradually setting. The guest told himself dissatisfied that it was already evening, but he had not entered the martial arts hall. The warrior asked himself, is this the end of the Taichi Fujishima clan? He didn't want to do this. The guy looked carefully at the gate. He realized that this was the hall he needed. The warrior said joyfully that he remembered these Chinese characters well in his mind. He was surprised that there was a martial arts hall on this mountain within this villa. The guy looked ahead. He decided that all this looked a bit small for him, but he didn't care. The warrior decided that if he was accepted, then for him this would be the first step in his Fujishima Taichi plan. At this time, someone sighed nearby. The stranger became wary. The figure of a man approached the warrior from behind in the rays of the setting sun. The guy was carrying a bag of groceries. He walked and looked carefully at the side of the road. everything in the world around him had nothing to do with him. Yu Bing walked and thought to himself, what dish would be best to prepare? Unexpectedly, the main character was very surprised. He noticed a stranger in front of him. The two people's gazes met. After that, there was a lot of anxiety in the air. Yu Bing asked the stranger why he was standing in front of his martial arts hall. He offered him training for 500 yuan a month. The guest was delighted. He very angrily decided that he saw a student in front of him. He decided to kill him with his weapon. The warrior remembered his special katana. It was made by hand by a well-known master blacksmith in the country. Grandfather personally gave the boy this katana on the day he came of age. The sword is very quiet and sharp. The guy decided that with his fencing skills it would not be a problem for him to destroy the Chinese martial arts. Yu Bing asked his interlocutor in surprise, why does he carry a real katana with him? He added that it was very dangerous. The Tai Chi warrior thought to himself that he was second in strength only to his younger sister and one person. He decided that he could handle the student at the martial arts school without any problems. The guy told himself that he couldn't lose his first battle in China. Tai Chi very angry shouted to his opponent that he was going to die. The warrior rushed to attack the main character. The guy barely had time to jump back. Yu Bing jerked back sharply, out of surprise. He even dropped his bags. The guy's groceries he bought fell out of his bag. There were a lot of eggs there. Tai Chi was very surprised and amazed. He couldn't understand how the guy could dodge his blow. The main character thought to himself that he spent $12 on eggs. Yu Bing accelerated and ran to the side. He decided to use the soaring crane technique. The guy ran up and grabbed the eggs. He began to carefully lay them out. Yu Bing said happily that he caught all his eggs before they fell to the ground. Tai Chi was very surprised. He couldn't understand how the guy got the eggs. One egg flew in an unknown direction. The main character did not notice him. Yu Bing looked to the side at the very last moment and noticed a falling egg. The egg crossed a straight line. It fell to the ground without hesitation. After that the shell broke and it scattered into pieces in all directions. Taichi Fujishima fell into dead silence. After that, a sound was heard in the main character's head. Yu Bing felt as if an eruption and explosion had begun. It was like a symphony from hell. The main character got angry. He stood in line for 2 hours to buy eggs at a discount. He asked his opponent angrily, "Does he really want to die?" Tai Chi became very worried. He saw a fierce murderous aura in front of him. Tai Chi was very scared. He realized that death was firmly holding the protagonist by the throat. Yu Bing decided that he needed to teach his opponent a lesson. He picked up his wand. The guy was holding a disposable convenient chopstick from the supermarket in his hands. Tai Chi was very angry. He didn't like that the guy wanted to use a chopstick as a weapon against him. Yu Bing swung his wand. He shouted at the last moment that he was sorry. The main character launched his wand and shouted that all this is a hidden weapon. The flying wooden weapon hit the opponent with all speed. Tai Chi received a powerful and destructive blow to the head. He lost consciousness. Tai Chi never imagined that in his first battle he would meet a master. The main character wanted to say goodbye to his defeated opponent. Yu Bing told his opponent that if he wanted to buy cheap eggs, he should stand in line. He added that this time he would spare his opponent. Taichi Fujishima was lying on the ground. A bloody stain appeared on his head. With the arrival of the Fujishima brother and sister, an unknown undertow rages in Feicheng. The woman told the strictly subordinates that they had finally arrived. She added that she had been waiting for them for several days. The leader told the warriors that she would now begin to explain the purpose of the mission. The woman held the blade in her hand. She told her subordinates that they must kill the Fujishima brother and sister. The main character asked the crane master what happened to her. The girl answered the guy that she didn't know why. The master said that there was some kind of déjà vu in the sword that the stranger used. Bean told the girl that he could easily defeat his opponent. He added that his interlocutor could be wrong. The girl looked carefully in front of her. She said that she was indeed mistaken. Yu Bing raised the sword in his hands. He said that this katana looks good. The girl asked the guy why he took the katana from his opponent. She reminded that the sword for a samurai is more important than life. The main character explained that he broke the egg because of a rival and suffered psychological damage. The main character said joyfully that the katana is very heavy. He said he wanted to sell it to a scrap metal collector. The master thought to herself that she felt shame as a teacher, looking at her student. At this time, Tai Chi left the hospital building in Feicheng City. he felt strange. The warrior could not understand why he was in the hospital and what happened to his head. The last thing he remembered was getting off the plane and going to the Seven Forms Martial Arts Hall. Tai Chi decided that he should return to school as soon as possible. It was important for him to take care of the condition of the katana. The warrior, out of habit, extended his hand to take his sword. He was not there. Tai Chi was scared. He shouted that his katana had disappeared and it was all over for him. The next day the guy was sitting near the Feichin University of Languages. Tai Chi sat sad on the bench. He realized that he had lost the expensive katana that his grandfather had previously given him. A student appeared. She asked her brother in surprise, "Why is he sitting here?" Fuji asked her interlocutor in surprise why he didn't bring his katana. Tai Chi realized with displeasure to himself that his sister was very serious. He was unlucky to be in this place. Out loud he told the girl that he left the katana in his bedroom. Fuji asked her brother to take him to see the katana. She added that she was worried about her. The student met her girlfriends. They suggested we go and eat in the cafeteria. The girl suggested eating beef with sour soup. A friend asked Fuji what kind of thing was on her back. Fujishima told her interlocutors that in their family, all descendants, after reaching adulthood, receive a sword from a famous teacher. The girls were very happy. One of them said that the katana could be left at home. Fuji told the Strictly girls that for them the katana is more important than life. The sword must be carried with you every day and must not be lost. The girl explained that if someone loses their katana, they will have to pay dearly. The girl said that her friend's face looked very scary. She suggested going to the dining room. The warrior looked at his sister and realized that she was attracted to Chinese cuisine. The guy thought to himself that he had lost his memory in battle. He decided that he would fight the same person again and his memory would return. Tai Chi decided to himself that he could defeat everyone who fought him. At this time, Su trained his fighting skills. He asked the guy, "Is he standing in a standard position?" Yu Bing told his interlocutor that he was standing completely wrong with a stick in his hand. He asked the student why he joined the kendo club. The student slyly said that Fujishima is the heiress of a family of swordsmen. He added that if he learned kendo, he would be able to talk to the girl about a general topic. The main character told his friend not to give up, even if they beat him. At this time there was a strong knock on the door. Tai Chi stood in a cloud of smoke. He said dissatisfied that the kendo club is small and primitive. A warrior ran in. He shouted to the people from the kendo clan that he had come to teach them a lesson. The main character looked displeased at the guest who ran in. He annoyed him. Tai Chi slowly and calmly walked towards the guy. Yu Bing looked very dissatisfied at the guy who passed by. He was silent. Tai Chi became worried. He couldn't understand why. After the guy's gaze, his heart began to beat hard and fast. He even decided that maybe he was gay. When Tai Chi Fujishima decided that he was in love, memories flooded into his mind. Suddenly Tai Chi realized to himself that he remembered everything. Melodious music began to sound in his heart. The warrior thought to himself that this was so. He realized that he was now performing something. Tai Chi decided to himself that he was now performing a dance with death. The warrior told the main character that the katana really means a lot to him. He asked the guy to return it to him. Yu Bing told his interlocutor that yesterday, due to a lack of eggs, the food was not fragrant. He demanded that his interlocutor pay him for the loss if he wanted to take the katana. Tai Chi asked his interlocutor how much he needed to pay. The main character warned the guy that it would cost him a lot of money. He decided to take $100 from the warrior. Tai Chi shouted angrily to the main character that he would pay him $10,000. He added that he wanted to meet tomorrow evening on the roof of the building. The main character was very amazed. He never expected that he could get 10,000. The leader decided to tell her subordinates that today they would be operating at the Feichin University of Languages. The woman was holding a photograph of the Fujishima brother and sister. She showed it to her subordinates. The leader explained to the militants that this is what Fujishima should look like. The soldiers saw in front of them a photograph of two children. One of the subordinates said that it would be difficult to find anyone in this childhood photograph. The woman explained to her Strictly subordinates that the employer had placed an expedited express order, therefore, they have no time to prepare. The leader said that Fujima is a family of samurai, the katana is life for them. She explained that if any of the students on campus had a katana, it meant that it was a Fujishima brother or sister. The woman explained to the fighters that there are no difficulties in this world. No one can stop the Red Star organization from killing. Subordinates told their leader that she had a good idea, someone shouted that they were delighted. The woman strictly commanded that the ninja team move forward. A warrior approached from behind. He told the woman named Qianmei that she was very determined. Qianmei turned around and sternly asked who approached her from behind. The woman saw two fighters. On one of them hung some kind of special sign. Qianmei realized that she was seeing warriors with special skills in front of her. They were a group under the jurisdiction of the Zhongren. The woman asked the fighters, "Why are they here?" The warriors answered the woman that the operation was very important and that is why the boss sent them both. The ninjas laughed and shouted that they were going after the Fujishima brother and sister. After that they suddenly disappeared. Jianmei thought about it. She realized that if the Zanzhen detachment came, they would definitely complete the task. The woman did not understand where the anxiety in her heart came from. The leader felt some special excitement. Something seemed to her. The students left the building after studying. He decided to go to a good restaurant. At this time, a ninja Itsu was flying over the student city. In flight he glided invisibly among tall buildings. The ninja took a closer look and realized that he had found the target. He noticed a girl with a katana behind her back. Fuji walked down the street and was lost in her thoughts. She decided that her brother might have lost his katana. At this time one ninja was watching everything through binoculars. He told his communications captain that he had discovered something. The warrior told the commander that the target was on the roof of the training building. The ninja decided that he saw Taichi Fujishima in front of him. The guy stood with his eyes closed. He realized that now was a good opportunity to attack him. Yu Bing stood and was immersed in deep thoughts. He couldn't understand why the guy he knew didn't come. At this time, someone unexpectedly launched a dagger in the direction of the main character. The dagger hit Yu Bing at speed. He didn't react at all, but remained on his feet. The ninja began shouting to each other that they no longer needed to hide. They prepared to go out. One of the fighters could not understand why the warrior on the roof had not yet come down. The main character held a dagger in his teeth. He was able to catch it during the flight. I approached the river. She thought to herself that her brother was not answering. She noticed something suspicious on the surface of the water. The student looked closer and saw that a bamboo tube was sticking out of the water. Suddenly one ninja jumped out of the water. He shouted to his colleagues to grab the girl. Fuji asked the organization of killers in surprise, "What are they doing here in China?" She asked, "Didn't they really come for her brother?" The girl noticed a fighter with a knife in front of her. She remembered her brother. The ninja folded his hands and said that he belonged to the Red Star organization. Shadow clones appeared. One of them told the girl Fujishima Lee that she would die today. Fighters used shadow cloning. With this technique, a clone is created that has the same physical characteristics and thinking as the owner. This technique will shock the enemy. The fighter thought that the Fuji girl was too scared to speak. He decided that she would not be able to fight. The girl was very surprised. She realized that she would be lucky to fight the ninja. After that she even forgot about her brother. The fighters were amazed. They decided that the girl saw the essence of the shadow cloning technique. While the warrior is facing the target, the enemy cannot notice 4 more people standing behind him. Chinese song dance performance uses the principle of shadow cloning. Shadow doubles must perform well in battle. Therefore 5 people must have a perfect understanding of each other. For this reason they must eat, sleep and train together. The warriors were together all the time and tried to copy each other. Thanks to common training, all fighters achieved 100% synchronization. The ninja shouted to each other that this is why they will never lose. Fuji raised her katana up and said that this is all a small problem. The girl with a sword in her hand angrily shouted to her rivals that now they would all die. Fuji decided to use the Shinwu technique against her opponents. She needs to draw her katana and swing it to face her opponent in a fighting pose. As long as the sword is in the sheath, the enemy is in no danger. If the katana is pulled out, the enemy will die instantly. The katana is 60 centimeters long. A round space formed around the girl. Fuji closed her eyes briefly. She told herself that she could do it. At this time one of the fighters accelerated and flew in the direction of the girl. Fuji excitedly realized that she needed to act now. The girl swung her katana very quickly and professionally. After a powerful blow from the girl, several ninja were struck to death. Before his death, the fighter told the girl that she was a very strong descendant of Shinwu Feitian. The ninja added that Fujishima, even after victory, faces danger. He explained that they were just pawns in the organization. The girl was very worried. The dying warrior said that the organization would kill her brother and come for her. Fuji asked the interlocutor why they do this. The dying ninja said that the golden age of Yangji martial arts would come. The fighter died. Before he finished the sentence, the girl's heart was full of worry. Fuji thought about it. She could not understand what the golden age of martial arts was. At this time, a strong explosion was heard on the roof of the building. The girl came to her senses. She remembered that she had to help her brother. After the explosion, the entire surrounding area was covered in dense and acrid smoke. One of the fighters told his colleague Sakiya that he accidentally blew up his colleagues in the organization. The girl mistook the main character with a katana for Taichi Fujishima. She said that she would be sad to kill such a handsome man. Yu Bing became worried. He realized to himself that the ninja mistook him for Taichi Fujishima. This meant that Fujishima's brother and sister from a previous life were killed by ninjas and the whole thing was disguised as suicide. The ninja angrily shouted that she would use Shinobu's Red Star technique. The girl activated a special skill called Fireball. The ninja shouted to the guy that only a Zoning could use such a technique. The girl asked her opponent in surprise, "Is he really not the descendant of Shenwu Feitianlu?" She asked the guy to show the katana. The main character calmly exhaled. He told his interlocutor that he could not use a katana. Yu Bing exhaled deeply with all his might. He fought off the fire. The ninja were very surprised. They couldn't understand how the guy could blow away the fireball. Yu Bing replied to the fighters that they had just said that Tai Chi was the successor to Shenwu Feitianlu. After that, the main character turned around and began to walk away. The girl looked angrily at her opponent and said that now the guy would say that he is not Taichi Fujishima. Yu Bing looked calmly at his interlocutor and said that they were mistaken. He added that he is not Taichi Fujishima. The girl angrily told the guy that she was unlucky. Since the wind was headwind, she added that the next fireball would kill her. The girl was surprised. She couldn't understand why her partner was standing upside down. The main character held his rival's leg with his hands. He explained that if Tai Chi died, he would lose $10,000. After that, the guy blew on the girl's bare leg with his breath. The surprised ninja asked Tai Chi what he was going to do with his partner. The main character used a special skill called Archangel's Breath against the girl. The ninja felt that many ants were crawling along her legs. She could not bear such torture. The girl felt that she felt very bad. She couldn't hold back any longer. The main character saw as if the body of his rival in front of him was completely on fire. The girl fell to the ground dead. The fighter realized that this time they had underestimated the enemy. There are two types of people in the Fujishima company. Some of them are employed in heavy industry. Another part of the people inherited the spirit of the family's martial arts. The ninja thought that standing in front of him was a genius in the new generation of Shenwu named Taichi Fujishima. The ninja realized with fear that for him the mission had already reached S-rank difficulty. The fighter decided to use a special technique against the main character. He spun in place. Yu Bing looked at the guy opposite him. He realized that the fighter was throwing something into the sky. The warrior threw his weapon into the sky. The ninja said that in a few seconds, many weapons will fall down like rain. The ninja knew that his opponent could not hide on the empty roof. He shouted to the guy that this would definitely destroy him. A huge amount of deadly and sharp weapons fell from above. To protect himself, the fighter used the art of the iron shell. The warrior was completely encased in iron protection. He decided that when the star rain ended, he would finish the guy off. At this time, Taichi ran onto the roof with a package in his hands. He shouted to the main character that he had brought money and demanded a katana. At this time, a huge number of dangerous blades continued to fall from the sky. Yu Bing greeted the guy and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Taichi thought he had a bad feeling. After this, Taichi screamed very loudly as he was affected by the rain of blades. The ninja stood up happily and thought to himself that it was all over, as he heard the screams of Taichi Fujishima. Unexpectedly the warrior was amazed and very frightened. He saw something unusual in front of him. Yu Bing was able to reliably protect himself from the rain of blades thanks to his Tai Chi body. Taichi cursed the main character very excitedly and fearfully. Yu Bing shouted angrily to his opponent that his techniques were useless here. The ninja was surprised. He decided that his opponent was a real devil. The girl climbed the stairs very quickly. She heard her brother scream. Fuji ran out onto the roof from the open doors. She asked her brother if he was okay. The girl did not see her brother on the roof. There was a guy standing there looking at the moon. He seemed familiar to her. Yu Bing stood and thought deeply to himself, where should he spend $10,000? The girl looked at the corpses of the ninja in front of her. lying on the roof. Fuji couldn't believe that the guy could defeat the special squad. Yu Bing walked to the edge of the roof and prepared to jump. He decided to go to McDonald's. Fuji was very worried. She asked the guy who he was. Yu Bing answered the girl before falling that he was a master of the martial arts school and the successor of the 7 form techniques. In the summer of 2008, Sue told the main character about computer games. He proposed to team up to defeat Lord Rib. Yu Bing told his interlocutor that he was very naive. He explained that it is not so easy to kill the daughter's son of Nordenlin. At this time, a girl's scream was heard from the side. She ran towards the guy at full speed. Yu Bing thought deeply to himself. He realized that he had already heard this voice. Fuji thanked the main character for his help last night. She added that she wanted to be alone with him for a while. Yu Bing explained to his girlfriend that they also had other things to do. They need to hurry up. The girl agreed. Su Guy got angry. He didn't like that the main character wasn't satisfied with his girlfriend Zhongling. Fuji handed the main character a card. She thanked him for helping her brother. Yu Bing held the card up and said that they show a chivalrous spirit when they see injustice. He told his interlocutor that she could take the money and go. Fuji told the main character that she was very sorry. She explained that the card saved her $100,000 of her pocket money. The guy was surprised when he heard the amount. Yu Bing took the card with the money. He explained to the girl that he would take the card if she insisted. Main character explained to his surprised interlocutor that according to the rules of martial arts, you cannot give the gift back. Fuji looked at the guy and decided that he would not be very happy. The girl excitedly told the guy that any help should be rewarded. She promised the guy that she would do everything for him. Yu Bing turned his back to the girl. He said that he wanted something valuable for Miss Fujima. The girl became interested. She looked at the main character excitedly. The main character decided that there are always more fake friends than real ones. He realized that let the past remain in the past. Yu Bing looked at the girl and decided that she was a good person. The guy decided to create good and friendly relations with his friend. Fuji was very worried about the guy's request. She reminded that Fuji was her savior. The girl ran after the guy. She reminded herself that she should not hesitate. Yu Bing said out loud that it was already late and he would go. Fuji suddenly ran up to the main character and told him to wait. The girlfriend ran up to the guy and unexpectedly kissed him. Yu Bing was very amazed. The main character stood in bewilderment opposite the girl. He didn't know what to tell her. Fuji felt embarrassed. The guy thought to himself that he was very careless because he allowed others to get close to him. Yu Bing looked at the girl and realized that she was really full of passion. Fuji told the main character that she saw a video of his fight. She confirmed that 7 form techniques are a powerful martial art. The girl told the guy that her grandfather fought against his master. She explained happily that one day they would be able to learn new techniques from each other. The main character was very amazed by this word. He immediately remembered his master. Yu Bing asked the girl if her grandfather had a scar on his face. Fuji was surprised. She couldn't understand how the guy knew about the scar. Master Crane realized that the samurai who defeated her was still alive. The main character arrived in the forbidden land of 7 forms to meet the master. Yu Bing excitedly shouted to Master Crane that he was ready to buy her a ticket to Japan. He added that the girl could challenge Shen Feitian. The girl told the main character that this was all a showdown between the older generation. She added that the guy should stay away from this. The master thought to herself that over time, such memories of humiliation would definitely disappear. Several people raised their hands up. They seemed to want to grab onto something. The firearm was pointed at people and someone ordered to start shooting. The fighter thought to himself that he could not protect the students earlier. This time Yubina let the teacher protect. The guy came to the store. The seller said that he was offering him the best wig that could be. The client's name was Tianxiang. He went to prison for 3 years. He trained while in prison. He was recently released. Tianxiang met a great man in prison. He served him there in every possible way. A prisoner named Tao Lu was a member of a criminal organization called the Lion Dance. He told the guy that when he gets out of prison, he will write recommendations. As a result, Tianxiang will be able to join the Lion Dance organization. For a person in the 21st century, the most important thing is connections. The guy met a noble Tao man. Tianxiang was freed and became a completely different person. He decided to help the girl and protect her from the old man Zhou Daoqiang. The guy spent a month collecting money. He bought his girlfriend her favorite dish to surprise him. Tianxiang arrived at the house where his girlfriend lived. It turned out that she no longer lives there. The woman explained that Xiao left about a month ago. a man came for her. The owner said that she had a new address for the girl. Tianxiang read the new address on the piece of paper. It was reported that the girl lived in a villa in the Jinlshan area. The guy decided to himself that he would save his girlfriend from the lair of Zhou Daoxiang's grandson. Yu Bing lived in a villa at a young age. He had a hot and beautiful student. The guy decided that many people were jealous of him. The people around him did not know that the guy was sad. In the large garden there were many insects that were hiding in different corners. The main character had to train every day as a martial artist. By the end of the day the guy was very exhausted. He couldn't even stand on his feet. During the lunch break, the girl fanned the guy with a fan. He was lying on her lap. Yu Bing thanked the girl for her concern. He said that he would rather sleep in the yard than in the house. The student answered the interlocutor that it was her duty to take care of him. At that time, unexpectedly, someone entered the yard and threw a bag onto the lawn. The main character greeted an unfamiliar guy in the yard. The girl said that it was probably the courier who had come. Tianxiang excitedly introduced himself to the girl. The girlfriend asked the guy in surprise, why was he released so early? She added that she almost didn't recognize him. The main character invited his interlocutors to celebrate the liberation of Tianxian. They could sit down and talk. The guy shouted to his sister that he had brought her favorite food. Tianxian looked closely. He noticed how the girl and the guy were sitting at a beautiful table. Xiao asked her brother what did he bring her. The main character said that he offers the guy the best sushi in the city. Tianxiang realized that a rich guy was sitting in front of him. He was glad that in the past 3 years his sister had not fallen into the hands of Zhou Daoqiang. The guy told his sister to come with him. He added that Yu Bing doesn't look very good. Xiaowu told her brother sternly that she would not leave this house with him. Tianxiang shouted to the girl that he had changed. He promised that he would protect her. At this time, the tramp of many steps was heard. A huge number of professional fighters began to approach the doors of the villa. The commander of the fighters strictly demanded that Yu Bing be called to him to discuss something. The girl told the people who came that she was the one who offended Master Zhou and the guy had nothing to do with it. Tianxiang thought excitedly to himself that the girl had contacted the third Master Zhou. He was afraid that someone might kill his sister. The guy fell to the ground in fright. He didn't know who could save his sister. The main character came out. He asked the girl to help her brother. Tianxiang asked his interlocutor with fear, what is the main character going to do? Xiaowu told her brother to look carefully in front of him. He will see the reason why she decided to stay here. Yu Bing sternly told the arriving fighters that he had come to teach them a lesson. He suggested that they approach one at a time. The girl scaredly warned the guy that there were at least 100 people standing on the other side of the street. She asked, does he really want to fight them? The student fearfully told the guy that the men in black are members of the Lion Dance Organization. She added that the organization should not be insulted. Tianxiang stood up and told the main character that they should bow and apologize. This should help save their lives. The main character said that he would never ask for mercy. At this time, one of the guys who came cleared his throat and decided to turn to the main character. The people in black all bowed very unanimously and greeted the guy. Xiaowu was very surprised. She never expected the people who came to be so polite. Yu Bing thought about it. Tianxue to himself could not understand why the people from the Lion Dance Organization bowed down to the main character. The fighter said that Fei Lao conveys through them a sincere apology for the main character. Also, Old Man Fei invites the guy to attend Feichen's celebrity banquet today. The man in black asked the guy to come to the banquet. He added that this issue is related to the world of martial arts. Yu Bing decided to himself that he was going to the banquet. This would help him save money on lunch. The banquet was held at the Yurong Hall, a recreation estate. There were a lot of guests there. The girl told her friend named Zhongling that she sees a lot of people around. She added that she hoped to meet a handsome prince here. Zhong told her friend Yuan that she attends 3 parties every week. She added that she would only stay with her friend for 10 minutes and then return home. Chen Yuan was the daughter of the richest man in the city. She told her friend named Zhong that she will definitely be with her all night since today is Miss Ben's birthday. The girl thought to herself that she was not in a very good mood. She remembered that the main character did not come to her even once. Zhong thought to herself displeasedly that the next time she saw Yu Bing, she would completely ignore him. The girl thought to herself that this lady is terrible when she is angry. Guests continued to arrive at the party. A girl with purple eyes arrived at the party. A man with glasses stood nearby. Yuan told her friend that the party looked great. Zhong at this time remembered about the main character. A guy came up from the side and greeted Zhongling. He told the girl that he didn't expect her to come to the party. The guy said that his name is Li Wei and he is a friend of Hu Yao. The guy explained that his girlfriend named Qin Xian was standing next to him. The girls at the party were very happy. One of them said that Li Wei, who is the owner of the Mayan network, had come. The guest said that the capital of the Li Wei family is hundreds of millions of dollars. The girl could not understand where the rich people of Feicheng come from. June looked at the guy and couldn't remember if she had seen Li before him. She decided to find a reason to leave the party. June invited her friend to go and eat. Yuan agreed with the girl. The girl wanted to leave, but unexpectedly ran into some guy. The guest greeted the guest joyfully and asked if everything was okay with her. Yu Bing invited his interlocutor to dance with him. The girl was amazed when she saw her friend in front of him. June thought to herself that she was angry now and therefore would not agree with the guy. 3 seconds later the girl stood next to the guy by the hand. Zhong happily decided to herself that she could dance with Yu Bing. The girl felt that her hands were sweating. She was worried that Yu Bing might feel it. June began repeating the words of a rhythmic song to herself to get ready for the dance. The girl remembered to herself that she had watched the training video many times. She thought to herself that love is a really difficult thing. The main character hugged his girlfriend and told her not to be nervous. He asked the girl to follow him. June walked hand in hand with the main character. She felt her body go limp. Li looked at the main character with displeasure. He didn't like that he went with Zhong every day. A friend said that the main character is not at home and he is a loser. The guest said rather that the suit on Yu Bing looked very bad. The girl didn't like that people from the lower class were at an elite party. Li said with a grin that the main character climbed over the wall to get free food and drink at a party. The guy and the girl decided to teach the main character a lesson after the dance. Yu Bing invited his girlfriend, who had been dancing since childhood, to dance. The crowd admired them. People saw a guy dancing next to a girl. The guests noticed that from beginning to end, Yu Bing maintained the girl's rhythm. The guests at the party were surprised. One of the girls said that she also wants to learn this dance. Yu Bing smiled at the girls and said that the training package costs $500 a month. The main character stood alone in the hall. Someone approached him from behind. Li pointed his finger at the main character and said that he came here to eat and drink. He demanded that the guards throw Yu Bing out of here. Angry guards approached. They asked the guy how he got to the banquet. Yu Bing replied that he hit the wall. Li shouted angrily that the main character had come here to eat and drink. Yu Bing said with a smile to his interlocutor that he had figured it out. Li shouted at the angry guards to beat the guy up and throw him out. The main character began to calm his interlocutors. He wanted to say the name of the one who invited him. Yu Bing said in an absolutely serious voice to his interlocutors that he was invited by a baboon. A man and an old man stood near the entrance. After that, the man asked his interlocutor why the guy hadn't left yet. Fei Lao replied that martial artists were respected and it was okay if they waited a little. The guards angrily told the guy that there was no baboon here and this was not a zoo. They prepared to attack him. One of the fighters swung and shouted that the main character would feel the blow of his fist. Yu Bing managed to grab the girl and expose her to the guard's blow. The main character said in a serious voice to the fighters that he managed to grab this girl. Li was very scared. He called his girlfriend Qin Xian and asked the main character why he used the girl as a shield. Yu Bing said to his interlocutor in surprise that he thought it was his mother in front of him. Li got very angry. He shouted to the main character that he would take care of him. Yu Bing activated his special skill called the 7-form fist technique. The main character cupped his hand and prepared to hit his opponent in the groin. Yu Bing hit the guy running towards him with a powerful blow in the groin. Li fell to the ground. He grabbed his hands from below and shouted that his children and grandchildren had suffered. The guy threatened the main character that he could kill him with one touch of his finger. The guy pointed his finger at his opponent and said that his father knew Mr. Ma from the Ting Company. He threatened the guy that he would erase all his accounts. Yu Bing thought excitedly to himself that he has a 6-digit password and this could be problematic. At this time a man entered the room. He said that Qin could meet the old man here. Li shouted at the stranger not to interrupt him and to get the hell out. The founder of the company, Teng, stood next to the girl. The man said that the last time he saw the guy was Li. He was darker than now. The man said his name was Ma Wadanu. He asked those present if he could invite anyone. Li was very frightened and amazed. he did not believe that he was seeing Mr. Ma in front of him. The guests joyfully greeted the richest man in China. Yu Bing thought to himself that he sees Mr. Ma. Did the director tell the secretary to check if their company cooperates with the MA network? The girl looked at the computer and answered the president what she found. The secretary said that the game from the Mayan network is under their control, but the game has very bad reviews. The girl explained that the game did not pay off and had bad reviews. The secretary explained that players had started a petition to have the game removed. The director ordered his subordinate to call headquarters and order to stop the game and cooperation with the Mayan network. The guy fell to his knees in fear. Lee very excitedly explained to the man that their game could earn tens of millions a year. He couldn't believe that the director wouldn't cooperate with him. The director told the interlocutor that he talks a lot instead of making money. He explained that the player's heart was broken, no amount of money can compensate back. The man turned around and began to walk away. He said that his company's motto is that happiness must be created with the heart. Lee frightenedly asked the man to change his mind. He shouted that their family would go bankrupt without the cooperation of the Ting company. The director told the protagonist that under his leadership they received great enthusiasm for the players. He added that they are planning to acquire a leading company in the US. Yuan asked her friend with excitement, who was the friend next to her. June replied that she didn't know much about the guy. A man ran in. He asked the main character with fear, why did he come here alone? He said that Mr. Fei had come and was waiting for Yu Bing in the backyard. Yu Bing waved to Mr. Ma and thanked him for his help. He said he has a lot of work to do. The man thought to himself that the pleasant conversation was over. He decided that young people now, like a river, only flow forward. Unexpectedly, the main character remembered something at the last moment. He turned to Mr. Ma. The main character told the man that in his company there was a man named Zhang Xiaohu with a good idea. This guy can create a landmark product. Yu Bing told the surprised man and girl that Xiaohu could create a product called Prestige. The man told the secretary to immediately call Zhang Xiaohu and order the guy to immediately fly to meet him in Feicheng. Yu Bing entered the Yurong area in the backyard. He had a meeting there. The guy was greeted by the guests. The athlete girl asked the guy in surprise, "Is he really Yu Bing?" She asked her interlocutor if Fei really recommends this guy. The man looked at the main character with a searching gaze and said that he looked very young and weak. Yu Bing could not understand what the strange guests in front of him were talking about. Fei said with a smile to his interlocutors that he just wanted to invite their master. The old man explained that the cities of Feicheng and Hancheng are friends and often exchange knowledge about martial arts. Every 4 years, martial arts competitions will be held in 2 cities. Fei looked sternly at the guy through the glasses and said that the competition is very cruel. The old man explained that there are no rules during the fight, lives decide the outcome, participants sign a certificate of life and death. Fei told the guy that the Hosaka Budo tournament was held 3 times, people die and are seriously injured during the stages. The old man told the main character that in the last 3 tournaments all the Feichen masters lost. The competition continues and the sides fight with each other. They are fighting to win the tournament. Fei told the main character that 4 masters had been chosen. Yu Bing asked the old man, does he really want his master to participate in the duel? The old man said excitedly to the main character that his master could win glory for him in the martial arts world of Feicheng. Yu Bing asked his interlocutor, will Shenwu Feitianlu participate in the tournament this time? Fei shouted excitedly that all the descendants of Feitian would participate. The main character explained that his master lives in the mountains and forests. She cannot participate. The guy added that he could participate instead of the crane master. The athlete shouted excitedly to the guy that the tournament was cruel and he could die. The man told his interlocutor that he was taking a lot of risks. The warrior said very dissatisfied to the main character that he was extremely arrogant. Yu Bing looked at his interlocutor and said that he would beat them all. This should prove his right to participate in the tournament. The girl's name was Chen Jifan. She was good at boxing. The athlete prepared to fight against the guy. The man's name was Zhou Li. He decided to teach the main character a lesson. The old man with claws threatened the guy that he would cut him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. The main character, together with the old man Fei, arrived at the rest house. Someone said that it hurt someone's feelings very badly. The guy in the stroller said that next to him were 3 members of the Budo Feicheng Association. He added that all martial artists should be polite and help each other. Fei thought excitedly to himself that the main character was in big trouble. Yu Bing didn't understand what kind of person was standing in front of him. The guy in the stroller said that he was the president of the Feicheng Martial Arts Association. His name is Shi Zhenxiang. Next to him stood an assistant named Inuzi Schroner. Shi smiled evilly at the main character and asked him to set a quota for the 7-form technique for his son. Inzi smiled and told father to order the main character to take part in the tournament. Fei told his interlocutor in the carriage that the right to vote belonged to him. He added that he allowed the main character to participate. Shi smiled at the old man and told him angrily not to worry. The president of martial arts suggested listening to what the main character had to say. The guy disappeared at that time. Shi was very surprised. He couldn't understand how the guy could disappear. The boxer was surprised that the guy simply ran away in a hurry. The president was unhappy. He didn't like that the guy went to the toilet when he was making a speech. Shi told his Inuzi son slyly that they were now moving on to plan B. The father angrily pointed out to his son that he should smash the main character into pieces. Yu Bing was in the toilet. The girl told him that he should refuse the invitation. The master said that the samurai who defeated her was very cunning. She added that this samurai can kill the main character. Yu Bing asked the girl if her opponent used all vile means to defeat her. The girl remembered how the samurai shouted that he did not believe in martial arts. Yu Bing told his interlocutor that her heart was full of hatred. He asked if she would like to take revenge on her enemy. The master replied that she wanted revenge. At this time, an Inuzi guy appeared from behind. He wanted to hit him with all his might. Yu Bing swung his fist and hit the guy from behind with all his might. Yu Bing said angrily that he was ready for the martial arts competition. He told his master that he wanted to take revenge for her. Shi listened. He said joyfully that he heard, as if crushed bones were crunching. The president saw a guy flying. He decided that this was the main character after he was beaten by an Inuzi. Shi looked closely and noticed that the beaten guy looked familiar to him. He realized that this was his son. Shi was very scared. He could not understand how they could beat his son. Inuzi practiced monkey boxing and ordinary martial artists were not opponents for the guy. The man angrily shouted at his son to get up. He reminded that the guy should become the president of the Feicheng Martial Arts Association. Fei told the man that his son would not be able to get out of bed for a month after being beaten. The old man told the man that his son would not be able to participate in the tournament. Shi got very angry. He realized that the main character had ruined his plan. He decided to kill the guy. The main character was sitting in a wheelchair. He told the man that everything turned out to be all right. Shi angrily told the guy to get out of his stroller. The president wanted to hit the guy with a King Kong fist. The main character shouted to his opponent to try to catch up with him. Yu Bing accelerated at full speed in his wheelchair. Shi couldn't catch up with him. The main character shouted to the people that he would achieve glory for Feicheng's martial arts. He decided to become a champion. The fighters were very amazed. The boxer decided that the guy was very self-confident. The man thought to himself that the main character does not know how many masters will participate in the duel this time. The old man thought to himself. He said that Yu Bing is very interesting to him. Shi got very angry. He shouted that the main character beat his son and stole his wheelchair. The president wanted to destroy the guy. Shi swore to himself that he would trample Yu Bing. He wanted to beat the guy so that Feicheng martial arts would not be his support. The guy was very annoyed. He called his cousin and asked him to bring 20 men with machetes to kill the main character. At this time a girl approached from behind, or began to dictate an address to some interlocutor. Where to come, a girl swung from behind. The master hit the guy with all her might. He flew away at full speed. Li lay beaten and unconscious. On the phone, the interlocutor still wanted to clarify something with the guy. The girl hit the phone with all her might and broke it. The master told the guy that during the impact she only used a percentage of her strength. She added that the main character is under her protection. The girl thought. She decided to herself that he had become stronger again. The blue-haired master decided that the whole earth was going through dramatic changes. In the city and at the headquarters of the Red Star organization, subordinates talked about the failed mission to kill the Fujishima brother and sister. The girl told the leaders that the main character was able to defeat the members of the special squad. The mercenary asked to be given one more chance. She promised to bring the head of Fujishima's brother and sister. The man told the mercenary angrily that she no longer had a chance. He clarified that the girl was being taken by ship to Africa for the rest of her life. The girl told the man in a plaintive voice that she had only failed once. The leader told the girl that he liked her frightened face. he said that the mercenary would go to Africa and work for the rest of her life. At this time an old man appeared from behind. He told the elders that they should give him time. The men were surprised. They could not understand how the stranger could get into Red Star's apartment. The elders noticed that all the guards near the door were killed by the old man. The man shouted in fear that the organization urgently needed to be notified of the greatest danger. The elder noticed how the warrior was holding the severed head of a shinobu in his hands. The warrior with his head in his hands said that he was bored. He dreamed that he would enjoy a life-or-death battle. The fighter with burning eyes said that he might have to kill everyone who is here. The elders decided that they saw a monster. The old man told the Fujishima warrior that there would be a Budo Hyosaka tournament soon. There he can kill as much as he wants. The Hozika Budo Martial Arts Conference was held in Feichung City this year. The tournament took place in a huge hotel on the top floor. There was an arena that could accommodate 100 people. The organizer told the guests that they had arrived at their final destination. He promised that everyone would have a wonderful weekend at the hotel. The soldiers were very happy. One of them said that the hotel was very luxurious and a night there cost $1,000. A guy with blue hair told his interlocutors that the hotel manager was a friend of his father. For this reason, the fighters will stay in the hotel for free. The girl thanked the guy Yukon. June was very excited. She didn't understand why Yubing didn't come. The friend remembered with displeasure that at the last party she became close to the main character. She hoped that their feelings would flare up. Yukon told his interlocutor that the main character called yesterday and said that he would not come. My friend was very surprised by this news. She felt as if her life had lost meaning. Zhong fell unconscious to the floor. The girl asked if she was okay. Su thought to himself that the main character is now with his girlfriend Fujishima Lee. A huge warrior appeared. He told the guy not to interfere with his passage. Yukon turned around and politely apologized to the huge fighter next to him. The warrior said that this time he was not included in the quota. He promised his companion that he would support him as a spectator. The participants were talking to each other. One of them said that it would be a difficult tournament. One of the fighters said that it was better not to have high hopes. The guy stood next to the master and said that everything is lively here. Su said dissatisfied to himself that there were a lot of weirdos in fancy dress around. Yukon explained to his friend that there was a martial arts convention here. The ticket will cost 10,000. The guy explained that only 8 masters could participate in the tournament. He told his interlocutors that they need to be careful these days and not disturb the craftsmen. One of the guys said that the tickets were expensive and they wouldn't be able to get to the tournament. The main character appeared. The servant said that the organizers of the event had prepared special restrooms for the participants. Xiaoyu thought that during the 2 days of the competition there would be free hotel accommodation and meals. Yu Bing decided that there would be more such fighting tournaments in the future. He will be able to save on living expenses. Suddenly some people appeared from behind and called the main character. Yu Bing turned around and saw 2 of his acquaintances. He greeted them joyfully. The main character called the girl a bunny. She felt awkward. Tai Chi was unhappy when he saw the main character. He recalled the incident when the guy shielded himself from falling knives with his body. Fuji, I asked the guy if he came here to watch the Seiko Budo tournament. Yu Bing answered the girl that he would be a participant in the tournament. He also added that he came to eat. Tai Chi became worried. He didn't want to fight against the main character in the tournament. Fuji realized that if a guy got into the tournament, it means that he is very strong in Feichun City. The girl decided that she might be able to fight him. An old man came up behind me. He asked the guy and the girl who they were talking to now. The fighters turned around in surprise. The old man sternly told his interlocutors that the drawing ceremony would begin soon. He said that their brother had already arrived at the scene. The family's goal was to win the tournament. The master became worried. She realized that she saw in front of her the samurai who defeated her. The girl shouted to the main character that he should stay away from the old man. The guy shouldn't reveal his identity. Grandfather asked the main character what he needed. The main character asked the old man, was it really he who defeated the crane master? The old man immediately realized that the successor of the 7-formed fist was standing in front of him. Grandfather said angrily that the 7-formed crane's fist was defeated. He added that he did not expect that there were still disciples of this clan in the world. Tai Chi was scared and worried. He did not understand why a strong murderous aura formed around his grandfather. The main character shouted to the old man that he really defeated the crane master, but he used vile tricks to do this. Yu Bing promised his rival that he would grind his descendants into powder. The guy and the girl were very amazed. they couldn't believe that the main character threatened to grind them into powder. The old man was very angry. He didn't like the protagonist's threat that he would grind them into powder. The fighter said his name was Ichiro Fujishima. He fought all his life and therefore became famous. The old man sternly asked the main character, how did he dare to insult and humiliate him? Fuji and his brother were scared. The girl said that the main character made a mistake and did not say everything on purpose. Taichi sternly demanded that the protagonist quickly apologize to his grandfather. Yubing happily invited the old man to fight him. He promised that he would destroy the Shinwu Feitian-Lu technique. The girl and the guy were very scared. Taichi decided to himself that the main character was on the verge of death. Ichiro calmed down. He told the main character that he could give him a chance to fight him. The old man told the main character that he would accept his challenge only if he could defeat the strongest man from Shinwu Feitian-Lu's generation in the tournament. The guy said in response to the old man so that he would not regret his words. Ichiro thought to himself that the guy doesn't stand a chance. A fighter called a monster will oppose the main character. The old man said to himself that the seven-form technique must disappear from the world. Preparations for the fighting tournament began in the hotel on the top floor. The organizer greeted the guests and invited them to the Hosako Budo tournament. At this time, a draw of 16 participants took place. The boxer and her friend were talking. They saw a huge fighter. The girl said that the warrior became even stronger. Fei told his interlocutors that they were seeing a man named Fujishima Saruking. He was the champion of the last tournament. The old man told his charges that the fighters should be careful with this warrior. Yubing became worried. He realized that he would probably fight the strongest samurai of the young generation, Shinwu Feitian-Lu. For the convenience of spectators, all matches were displayed on a large screen. The audience stood and looked attentively at the huge screen. There was a schedule of all matches. Taichi thought to himself in fear that he would meet his older brother in the second round. Fuji fearfully realized that she would have to fight Yubing. Ichiro came up behind the girl and reminded her that she would be fighting against the main character. He asked if she knew what to do. The old man said angrily to the girl that he was calling on her to kill Yubing. Fuji told the old man that Yubing was her classmate and savior. She added that she couldn't kill the guy, but could just beat him up. Ichiro became very angry. He hit the floor with his stick. The old man angrily told the girl that she didn't even want to listen to her grandfather. Grandfather told the girl angrily that she could not fail. He explained that the life of the main character is meaningless. Ichiro added that he destroyed an organization called Red Star. The old man angrily said that the Seven Fists are their enemies. Members of this organization must pay with their lives. The grandfather excitedly asked the girl if she could hear him. Fuji stood and looked in front of her. She answered her grandfather that she heard him. The main character stood aside. He watched carefully as the old man interacted with his granddaughter. Yubing didn't understand why his future rival looked sad. He remembered that Fujishima herself wanted to see all his techniques. The main character thought to himself that tomorrow is the first round and he needs to relax tonight. The participants sat and talked with Sue. One of them said that they are not going to peek. The bespectacled student told his interlocutors that they should not just sit here on a beautiful moonlit night. He added that the students should do something in the evening. Sue looked at the interlocutors and said that they would look honestly. The guy explained that they had changed the men's and women's locker room signs. The student told his interlocutors that this was his brilliant plan. They ended up changing the signs. Yubing sat in the water of the pool. He told himself that he had already been here for 3 hours. Students looked attentively and intently at the signs near the locker rooms. Sue said happily to his friends that they had just replaced the signs. Outside is a men's locker room and inside is a women's locker room. The guy said excitedly that there must be a lot of beautiful young ladies inside right now. The guy realistically imagined that there were scared girls inside the locker room. At this time there was a loud stomping of feet. There was an impression that it was a big man walking. A huge and pumped-up athlete came in. She decided to drink milk after the hot springs. Silently surprised students stood nearby. The students were very surprised. One of them shouted that they had seen a monster. The girl was surprised and turned around. The boxer attacked the guys and shouted that they were perverts. She began to beat them severely. The boxer looked closely at the sign and realized that it was in the men's locker room. The athlete apologized to the lying students and said that she would take them to the hospital. Sue's plan to peep completely failed, but his actions put the other person in an awkward position. A girl came in. She asked the main character, "What is he doing here?" Yubing told his interlocutor that he was in the male part of the source. the girlfriend confidently told the guy that before entering, she made sure that she went to the women's section. The main character thought to himself that he was excited and therefore did not pay attention to the signs at the entrance. Yu Bing thought to himself that if someone found out that he came in, they would consider him a pervert. At this time the girl's voice was heard. One of them said there was a hot spring here. The main character said with fear to his girlfriend that he could hear more girls approaching. Several athletes in swimsuits walked towards the water. One of the athletes told her friend that she was very slim. The girl answered the interlocutor named Joshi so that she would not laugh at her. The girls noticed that one athlete was already sitting in the hot spring. The athletes greeted Fujishima sitting in the water. The girl with a tight smile told her interlocutors that she was pleased to meet you. The girlfriend surrounded the girl and asked, did she also come to rest? Fuji fearfully answered her interlocutors that she had come to relax in the spring. The main character was underwater. A girlfriend was sitting on top of him. He held his breath with all his might. Yu Bing thought to himself that he should hold on and not float up, otherwise he would fall in the eyes of girlfriend Zhong. The girl told Fujishima that she was an amazing athlete. Zhong told her interlocutor that she wanted to see her fight. Fuji said with a smile to the girls that her opponent in the battle would be Yu Bing. The interlocutors were very surprised. Zhong did not expect that Yu Bing would come to the tournament. Fuji was surprised that the interlocutor also knew the main character. An hour later, Zhong explained in detail how she met the main character. She said that she and her boyfriend had been in love since childhood. The athlete looked at Fuji in surprise and asked if she was okay. The girl told her interlocutor that there were a lot of bubbles under her water. Yu Bing was desperately floundering underwater at this time. June was very worried. She wanted to see what was underneath the water under the girl. Fuji was very scared. She realized that Zhong should not find out that the main character was here. Fuji shyly shouted to her friends that she had gas and she scared them all. The girlfriends fell silent. She of them thought that the athlete's body had a lot of energy, since a lot of gas was released at a time. The athletes said goodbye to their friend and said that they were leaving. Fuji said goodbye to the girls and decided to dive under the water to check how the main character was doing. The athlete dived deep. She was very surprised and frightened. Yu Bing was underwater with his eyes open. He showed no signs of life. The girl looked at the guy with excitement. She decided that he had suffocated. Fuji realized that she needed to provide first aid to her friend. The girl remembered to herself that she needed to immediately give the guy artificial respiration. At the last moment, the friend noted to herself that for some reason her heart was beating very quickly. Unexpectedly, the main character opened his eyes and said that he had woken up. The girl was very scared. Yu Bing calmly told his interlocutor that he accidentally fell asleep underwater. The girl accused the guy of deliberately floundering underwater to show her that he had suffocated. The girl looked at the guy and said that he was fine, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fight tomorrow. The main character called his girlfriend a bunny and reminded him that she always wanted to fight him. Fuji displeasedly told the guy that her grandfather asked her to kill Yu Bing tomorrow. She added that she wanted to leave the tournament. The guy was surprised. He told the girl to put aside all feelings for tomorrow. Yu Bing wanted to fight Fujishima. The girlfriend listened to the guy in surprise. The protagonist explained to her that fighting her would be the greatest respect for him. Fuji told the main character that she understood him. She asked the guy for forgiveness if she accidentally killed him tomorrow in a duel. Yu Bing turned around and told the girl that it was time for him to return. He said goodbye. The main character stopped. He wanted to explain why he ended up in the female part of the spring today. The girl stopped the guy and said that there was no need to explain anything. Fuji smiled and told the main character that she didn't mind if he was a little perverted. The main character was amazed. He never expected that the girl would treat him so calmly. Yu Bing firmly decided to himself that he must restore his honor to his girlfriend. The next day the tournament was to begin in the arena on the top floor. The presenter welcomed everyone to the Hosaka Budo tournament. She said that the competition would last 2 days and the final fight would be incredible. The girl indicated that the organizer had prepared $1 million reward for the winner. One of the fighters said that the participants did not gather because of money. The man replied that $1 million is nothing compared to the reputation of a champion. The man said that many fighters are ready to give their lives in this competition. He asked the main character, does he support them? The main character suddenly felt enormous strength within himself. he was delighted with the million prize. The presenter told the audience that the first fight would be between a Chen girl and a Tai Chi fighter. Tai Chi thought to himself that to him the name Chen sounded like it was a weak girl. The presenter asked the participant to come on stage. Tai Chi waited impatiently for his opponent. The boxer stood up. She was carrying a large barbell in her hand. She told her opponent that he looked like a weakling. Tai Chi was scared. He thought that he was unlucky to fight such a monster in the first round. The guy noticed that his grandfather was watching him. He decided to prove to the old man that he was worthy. The boxer swung and demolished her opponent with a powerful blow. Tai Chi flew far to the side after receiving a strong blow from Chen. The host said that Chen suddenly hit her opponent straight in the face. Female boxer approached her lying opponent and said that he did not respect her. Chen looked angrily at the fighter and told him to get up or give up. She explained that there was no longer any point in continuing the fight. Taichi Fujishima practiced kendo in the dojo since childhood. He was an invincible genius. Nobody wanted to fight him. It even happened that a young Tai Chi defeated opponents who were a couple of years older than him. Akira told his opponent that he was very talented. He is not an opponent for him. Tai Chi told his friend to go to the infirmary. The young and promising fighter returned to his home. He decided to prepare a gift for a friend. Tai Chi was holding a model airplane in his hands. He decided to give it to his friend Akira because he beat him badly during the fight. The guy ran to the infirmary. He still wanted to please his friend. At this time, someone said from inside that Akira has very good acting skills. Tai Chi didn't even realize that his friend was faking it. The boy became worried. He couldn't understand who Akira was talking to inside now. Akira sat on the bed as if nothing had happened. He said happily that he practiced a lot at home to make it look real. His friend was busy playing a computer game at that time. The guy said that every time they lose Tai Chi, he gives them gifts. He pointed to the game console. Akira said with a smile that they benefit when they lose to Fujishima. Tai Chi stood near the door of the infirmary. He heard his friends discussing him in every possible way. The guy angrily threw the construction set on the floor. He realized that his opponents in the fight were simply pretending. Tai Chi was angry because his friends all considered him an idiot and a nonentity. Since that day the fighter has completely changed. He decided to no longer spare his rivals. Tai Chi became cruel and arrogant. He beat up his opponents as much as possible. Fujishima angrily demanded that Akira get up and not lie on the ground. Tai Chi swung the sword and told his opponent that he would continue to beat him. Akira looked at his former friend with bewilderment and fear. Rivals were afraid of Fujishima. There were fewer and fewer people willing to fight him. None of his opponents wanted to really fight him. Tai Chi really wanted him to fight his opponent with all his might in any battle. The fighter felt that his body was groaning in pain. Chen told her opponent to give up quickly. Tai Chi shouted angrily to the girl that the force of her blow would not be enough for him to give up. The fighter thought to himself that he had found the right opponent. The boxer accelerated at full speed. She shouted that she would use all her strength. The girl prepared to hit her opponent in a big way. Tai Chi was ready to repel the attack. The boxer and her opponent simultaneously hit each other in the face with their hands. 24 Tai Chi thought joyfully to himself that this battle was real for him. The judge announced that the fight was over. Tai Chi lay on the ground for more than 10 seconds. Chen became the winner. The boxer told her opponent that he was the first person who dared to fight her at full strength. The girl said that she had been practicing martial arts since childhood. Tai Chi smiled at the girl and invited her to spend time together after the tournament. Chen was very happy. She remembered that she had never received such invitations before. The girl decided that she could know the taste of love. The main character happily thought that his friend had lost. At the same time, Tai Chi was able to find his beloved girl. The referee announced that the second fight was over instantly. The main character was surprised. He could not understand how an opponent could quickly kill a person. The favorite of the Fujishima family was able to very quickly defeat the swordsman from China with his katana using a mortal wound. The fighter held his hand with a sword above his head. He joyfully felt to himself that he was becoming more and more excited by the smell of blood. The judge announced that member Su was seriously injured. The winner of the second round was Fujishima Tsuruking. The old man told himself that Tsuruking has no weaknesses. He is the perfect battle machine. After 4 years of special training, he became stronger and began to use tricks better. Shinyu Feitian Lu is one of the fastest techniques. Tsuruking felt like a monkey king who was waiting for a victim. The old man looked at the people carefully. he was wondering which of the participants would be the first sacrificed to the great Monkey King. One of the spectators shouted dissatisfiedly that Saruking was very cruel and arrogant. One guy demanded that Fujishima ask everyone for forgiveness. A huge fighter approached his opponent from behind. He said that he wants to kill him. The fighter fell to the floor in fright. He asked his opponent how he was able to approach silently. Saruking called his opponent trash. The warrior angrily said that all the Chinese warriors around him were trash. The audience looked at the new participant with caution. Yu Bing realized that the Saruking had a very murderous aura. In the third round, the winner was a boxer from Japan named Ping Yuzhen. He defeated the Chinese Liu Xian. The winner in the fourth round was an Iron Claw named Liu Pe. He defeated the ninja Tamagawa. In the fifth round, a special soldier named Yamaguchi Yuma won. The sixth round was won by participant Jiang Qixin. Before the seventh round, the main character stood in the ring opposite his girlfriend Fujishima Lee. The girl asked the guy with excitement, "Will he really fight without a weapon?" She explained that the guy could not resist the katana with his hands. Yu Bing told his girlfriend with confidence that she could attack. The girl took up the sword and said that the battle needed to begin. Thanks to the words of the main character, the girl was able to get rid of the anxiety in her heart. She decided to give her all in the fight. Fuji pulled out her sword and used a skill called God Style. The main character very quickly turned away from the sword strike without any problems. Yu Bing held an incredible pose while dodging katana strikes. The spectators were surprised. The main character used a leg hold to knock the girl down. Fuji was unhappy. She decided that the main character did not show her all his martial art. Yu Bing said with a smile to the girl that he fought with her with his bare hands, but she considered it a mistake. He was able to capture her without showing his seven-form technique. The main character told his rival that he would see how long she could hold out in this position. The spectators were very surprised. They couldn't believe that Yu Bing was able to completely immobilize Fujishima. The old man was also amazed. The girl angrily thought that the main character had deceived her. The guy thought that his rival was strong. Yu Bing felt that the girl would be able to escape. He realized that he had to use one last killing move. The main character decided to finish off his rival with the help of a strong smell. Yu Bing released gas from himself with all his strength straight at the girl. Fuji lost consciousness completely after receiving it from the main character. The judge announced that Fujishima was knocked out. The main character won. The audience was outraged. Someone shouted that Yu Bing turned out to be inhuman. Another viewer said that the main character could not do this to the beautiful Fujishima. Outraged people shouted that the main character was a bastard and not a martial arts master. The guy stood and listened as he was called the demon of Yu from all sides. Yu Bing extended his hand to the girl and asked if she was okay. He offered to help her. The main character asked his friend if she was in pain. He asked for forgiveness for what happened. The girl looked at the road in surprise. Fuji remembered that the main character used a similar victory method. Now he's acting calm and he apologized. The friend felt that she was like a flower that was crumbling. The main character showed her an important lesson. Women must be cunning to protect themselves. The rival hugged the guy and thanked him. She said that the main character was able to endure shame for her sake. The spectators were surprised. They couldn't understand why Fujishima suddenly hugged Yu Bing. One guy said that Fujishima's family lost 2 fighters in the first round. He added that the Japanese were not so strong. The old man was very unhappy that the girl lost. 2 members of his family humiliated them. Grandfather ordered the Saruking fighter to kill all the Chinese fighters. The judge said that the Chinese fighter Zhou Li won the last fight of the first round. According to the standings, Chinese fighters achieved record results. 5 of them reached the finals. The main character and his girlfriend were in the backyard of the hotel. Yu Bing said happily to the girl that he had a hearty meal at the restaurant. The student invited the master to sleep together. She said the guy had enough energy for the battle after lunch. The guy told Zhao's interlocutor that he was her master and he didn't like her proposal. The student was sitting on the grass. She called the master to her. The main character looked at her feet. Yu Bing fell asleep on his girlfriend's feet without any embarrassment. The main character fell asleep. He had a long dream. He found himself in an era when martial arts were popular in China. The girl was standing in some old house. He looked at a picture that depicted cranes. The man told young Xiaoyi that she was always looking at the painting. He asked, "Does she really like her?" The girl said that she had never seen real cranes. He asked the master if he had seen these birds. The man told Xiaoyi that he saw cranes in the mountains near the city. These birds are very vigilant and fly away when approached. The girl said that she was jealous of the master. She wanted to see the crane with her own eyes. The man told his interlocutor that she herself looked like this bird. Xiaoyi asked the man with interest, what does he mean when he compares her to a crane? The man explained that the crane is an extraordinary bird. Wu Xiaoyi, her talent in martial arts is like a crane. The man told the girl that she had long surpassed the master in skills. Xiaoyi did not forget about her brothers and always gave them advice. The master told the girl that the future schools of 7 forms depended on her. He added that the crane technique should last forever. The man handed his student a book with all the techniques and a badge. He told the girl to keep these 2 things in a safe place. Xiaoyi asked the man where he was going. The master said goodbye to his student that he would go to the battlefield. The man said that China was invaded by the He army. He, as a warrior, must help his country. The girl was very scared. She called her master very scared. As a result, the master went to war. He never looked back. The girl was left alone. Xiaoyi saw very soon when the master died. She was very upset. The master died heroically. He killed many enemy soldiers. The man died after being hit by a sniper bullet. The girl was sitting near the man's body. Xiaoyi told the deceased master that she would definitely look after his school. Xiaoyi asked the main character what happened. He jumped up very quickly. The main character said that he had a dream. When he was in the girl's body, she was practicing martial arts. The student thought to herself that a person's subconscious is manifested in dreams. All this meant that Yubing subconsciously had a similar desire. Xiaoyi looked at her friend carefully. She remembered that the master does not pester her, although they lived together for a long time. Yubing realized that he had received the memories of the crane master. He decided to check with the warden about everything. The main character told the student that they need to go to the arena. Competitions should continue there. The girl was excited. The battle began with a fatal blow from Fujishima. Saruking cut the boxer with his sword. The girl could not understand how the enemy could hit her. She knew that she had put all her strength into defense. The boxer decided that she needed to use surprise attacks against the Saruking. Fujima joyfully told his rival that he would amputate her arm. The boxer realized that he had a chance. This was the moment she had been counting on. The girl accelerated as much as possible to immediately hit her opponent. The Xiuchuan sect is located in the middle of the mountains northeast of Feicheng. These places have large reserves of ore. For this reason, the training of Xia Chunman is special. The students were installing the stone into the stone pillar. Each of the pupils had to try to break it every day. After this, the inner stone was replaced by harder ore. Stone ores corresponded to 10 levels depending on these hardnesses. It also showed the rank of Xiuchuan disciples. Chen has been in the Xiuchuan sect for more than 10 years. She was unable to break the 4th hard stone. As a result, the girl became a master. With the strength of a human body, only a level 5 stone could be broken. The student was puzzled by the stone pillar in the center of the sanctuary. The hardest stone was diamond, but this stone also had a cracked middle. Chen knew that someone in the distant past was able to break the diamond. For the girl, this became a motivation to improve her human body. The boxer lives in an era of decline in martial arts, but she always hoped that the arts would one day flourish. Chen waited with great impatience for this moment to come again. The fighter shouted to his opponent that it was all over. He added that the Shinyu blade could not be stopped. Saruking cut the girl with a very fast and powerful blow of the ball. After being hit by her opponent, the boxer realized that she had lost her hands. Chen shouted that she was in great pain. The audience realized that the girl did not last even 5 minutes. The judge said that the Saruking was going to the girl to finish her off. He shouted for Chen to give up and quickly admit defeat. Then the opponent will not be able to kill her. The boxer angrily shouted that she did not admit defeat. She added that she could fight. Fei told his interlocutors that if the battle continued, one of the participants would die. The man replied that Chen was a member of the Martial Arts Society and a participant in the tournament. The fighter thoughtfully said that in the process of saving the girl, the Saruking might attack one of them. The man said that Chen herself did not admit defeat. The old man became very angry. He hated his interlocutors. Saruking shouted with hatred to his rival that she was about to die. Tai Chi was very scared for his girlfriend. He called her by name. In the arena where the battle took place, the sound of blades rang out. the warrior did not have time to finish off the girl. Someone substituted his sword in time and the Saruking did not have time to kill the boxer. The main character arrived on time. He used his katana to block the fatal blow from the warrior. The main character was very scared. He noticed that his sword began to crumble into pieces. Tai Chi took a closer look and noticed that his katana was in the hands of the main character. Sarakin said angrily to his opponent that he stopped his blow with one hand. He asked the main character who he was. Yu Bing introduced himself to the fighter. He explained that their Chinese martial art is based on harmony. The guy explained that Chen could no longer fight and therefore there was no need to kill her. The audience was very surprised by these words from the main character. One of them said that Yu Bing is very arrogant. Sarakin said that the girl is weak and it is pointless to kill her. He invited the guy to fight with him. The evil fighter looked at the main character and said that he was waiting for him in the finale. Yu Bing thought deeply. He realized that he would soon have a serious battle. The main character told the girl named Chen that he had already called the hospital. Tai Chi said very angry to the main character that he dared to destroy his katana. Yu Bing shouted to his friend that he had no choice about the katana. He explained that he would pay the guy. Tai Chi thought to himself in surprise and realized that the main character turned out to be a fair person. Yu Bing took out a bill and handed it to his friend. He said that would be enough for a katana. The fighter was very unpleasantly surprised. He noticed that the main character gave him only $100. In the next battle, Ryu's Iron Claw was able to defeat Ping Yuzhen. In the next battle she was able to defeat Jiang Qixin. The audience was pleasantly surprised. Someone said that there would be 3 Chinese participants in the final 4. In the quarterfinals, the main character fought against the master of the Shadow Stream sect named Zhou Li. The man told the main character that the tournament was important to him. He asked the guy for forgiveness and said that he would hurt him. Yu Bing called his opponent a man in long pants and said that he could try to defeat him. Zhou shouted to his opponent that he was not wearing long pants, but a special suit. After that, the fighter turned on the tape recorder and said that now everyone would hear his fight song. Suddenly, his clones appeared next to Zhou. They began to dance joyfully and together. The spectators were amazed. They could not understand where the clones could come from. Fuji thought to herself that she had already seen the shadow cloning technique. She couldn't understand how Zhou Li on stage could do such a thing. The main character was amazed because there were 3 opponents in front of him at once. Zhou was pleased because all the spectators were surprised. No one understood how he pulled off such a trick. The man himself never explained the secrets of his technique to his enemies. The man knew the various features of human vision. He understood how the eye worked. Zhou's battle suit was black. The tight-fitting clothes showed off his figure. Due to smooth turns and movements, enemies began to hallucinate. Thanks to his technique, the fighter deceived the vision of his opponents. The man was confident that he could win his fight thanks to his cunning. Unexpectedly, the main character took off. He rushed at speed towards Zhou. The man knew that it was useless to attack him. Thanks to his technique, it was impossible to hit him. Yu Bing ran up and kicked the tape recorder with music with all his might. The musical device fell and broke. The music stopped playing. Zhou was scared and worried. He realized that without music his technique became useless. The main character ran up from behind. He used a fast crane wing attack against his opponent. The guy was able to knock the man down with a powerful blow. The host said that Yu Bing was able to defeat Shadow Stream sect master Zhou Li. People were very unhappy. Someone shouted that such an arrogant person as the main character cannot practice the martial arts of Huagua. Another guy said that such a nonentity like Yu Bing cannot lead a martial arts clan. The president happily said that the audience had finally begun to complain about the main character. Sure said angrily that regardless of the results of tomorrow's game, he wants to destroy Yu Bing. The president said angrily to himself that the guy would soon be in the hospital. He will repay the debt to his enemy. The presenter told the audience to meet the 4 finalists. All participants will give a short interview. The girl asked her interlocutors, why did they decide to participate and what do they expect from the game? The fighter said that he wanted to enjoy a life-and-death battle. The girl said seriously that she wants to give Chinese Kung Fu its former glory. Let the majority come along the path of martial arts. The presenter said that now it was time to answer the main character. Yu Bing decided to tell everyone the reason for his participation in the battle. Sure assumed to himself that the guy would say that he wants to win and fight further. The main character told the audience that he wanted to save some money. He is participating for the cash prize. In the future, Yu Bing wants to become the new president of the association. The current president of the association was very dissatisfied with the words of the protagonist. The host said that the current president, Shi Zhenxiang, was watching the game in real time. She asked the guy if he really wanted to become president of this particular association. Yu Bing looked sternly and said that he thought it would be funny. The audience was very surprised and amazed at this answer from the main character. The fighter shouted that their president was the best. Shi is constantly thinking about how to continue to develop martial arts. The main character told his interlocutors strictly that he wanted to add something. Shi realized that the guy wanted to justify himself. The president knew that no one supported the main character. The main character turned around and ran sharply to the side. He said goodbye to the audience. The president was surprised and amazed. He realized that the main character does not take anything seriously. In the evening, in the hotel building, a guy and his girlfriend came to a restaurant. Lee told his friend not to be angry. He apologized for the recent banquet. The guy told the girl that he bought 2 tickets to the game to make amends. Lu suggested that his interlocutor go and order some spicy food. The girl was very happy. The guy and his girlfriend were walking inside the hotel. Suddenly there was a strong explosion from the side. After that a girl arrived. There were ruins and dust swirling around. The girl held the tickets in her hands. She said to herself contentedly that she would be able to come and support the main character. Lee and his beaten girlfriend lay unconscious in piles of stones. The main character was in the Forbidden Land at the 7 gates. He had a meeting with the warden. The warden told the guy thoughtfully that it would not be easy to see the memories of these lands. The interlocutor told the guy that 7 sinners were imprisoned on the family's Forbidden Land. They had martial arts techniques in their hands. Now their souls are sealed here forever without a chance to be reborn. The warden explained to the guy that memories smoothly flow into his consciousness. He explained that the master had never tried to go outside before. The warden said there was another way. He explained to the guy that he must help the master get rid of obsession. The interlocutor demanded from the guy that he go to memories and learn as much as possible about master. He must save a person who practices national martial arts. A fighter came with bottles in his hands. He told Master Tsui that he had brought her a gift of wine that her family had made. He wanted to pray over the 7 gates. The master answered the guy that he was still very young. She added that he should come in a year. The girl looked at the guest and said that he could come here and improve his body. The guy can expect even more training in the future. The guest joyfully told his interlocutor that he, too, would someday become a great master like her. The soldiers laughed. They told the golden guy that in order to become a master, he must practice a lot of martial arts. At this time, soldiers appeared at the entrance to the estate. Someone shouted that Tai Jun had arrived. A man in military uniform appeared. The servant told his commander that there was a man here who had defeated their people with the martial art of Weigo. The man angrily shouted to the soldiers to greet the army commander, Mr. Uyama. He said that a couple of days ago people snuck into the commander's residence and wanted to kill him. The man's name was Zhou Deqiang. He reported that one of the commander's attackers was a martial artist. Zhou said that the person who participated in the rebel group was the head of this martial arts dojo. The man with a smile told the soldiers that the commander was very interested in Chinese martial arts. The girl was very worried. She realized that the people opposite her had killed the master. She wanted to settle accounts with the soldiers and kill them using special equipment. The master realized that her students could die from the bullets of soldiers. She realized that now she needed to restrain herself. The time for revenge will come. The soldiers brought in a large box. Zhou explained that the commander had specially brought the copy as a gift. The girl was very worried. The bird was tied with chains and could not fly. She lowered her head down. Chu was very angry when she saw the stork. She could no longer contain her anger. The master told her interlocutors that she would not meet the invaders. She shouted for them to leave. Zhou fearfully shouted to the commander that he needed to get out. The man replied that he needed to leave now. The soldiers and the commander left the sect building and stopped in the forest. Zhou was unhappy. He couldn't understand how the Sui girl dared to throw them out the door. He angrily asked the commander what to do now. The man said that the girl has special skills. He explained that it was necessary to request imperial reinforcements. At this time, a warrior approached from the side. He told the commander that he knew how to kill the master. Zhou was surprised when he saw the warrior. Ichiro Fujishima stood next to the commander. He was the successor of Fujishima Shinwu. The commander asked his interlocutor how many people he needed. The man angrily replied to the commander that he himself would cope with his rival. he promised that the girl would appear to the commander herself in 3 days. The master walked alone along the street. She was carrying a watermelon in her hands. She thought to herself, it's sad that people have become unbearable to live after the arrival of the Guangdong army. The girl told herself that her students should like watermelon. A young fighter ran up from the side. He fearfully shouted to Master Chiu that the dojo had been destroyed and asked her to come back. Chu was very scared. She realized that she needed to return to the estate. That day, 20 people died horribly in the 7-shaped crane fist dojo. The girl looked at her dead students. She recalled their thoughts and plans for the future. Chu asked the student who attacked them. The guy said in fear that a Japanese soldier had come and killed 24 students alone. He also took a couple of guys with him and left a message. The soldier told the girl that if she wanted the hostages to remain alive, then she must come to the headquarters of the Guangdong Army 1. The commander has something important to discuss with her. The master and his subordinate came to the cemetery. There were the graves of the disciples. The guy asked the girl to take him as a student. He wanted to avenge the fallen heroes. The girl told the godman to return home. She explained that the 7-shaped crane dojo would never accept students again. The master promised at the grave of her students that she would repay them in full. It was late evening. The main character and his girlfriend were at the hotel. Yu Bing was sitting on the bed. He told the girl that he had dreamed about the master's memories. The girlfriend was sleeping at that time. Xiaowu communicated with her master through a dream. The main character realized that his girlfriend was training even in her sleep. He was glad that he had such a student. Yu Bing looked at the girl and realized that he would definitely protect her. He decided that he must make sure that the tragedy with the 7-formed fist never happened again. The main character looked thoughtfully at his girlfriend. He realized that he definitely had to do so. Xiao wrapped her arms and legs around the main character. She was still deeply asleep. The main character felt that the girl was using a technique called the key to death against him. At this time, a girl came to the presidential suite. The guest asked President Shi why he invited her to his room at night. She explained that she didn't like weak, ugly men. The president angrily told his interlocutor to see what condition her son was in. He explained that he invited the girl to talk about something. The guest lifted her clothes. She was wearing a weapon. She said she needed these tools. Shi was surprised because the girl had a lot of weapons under her skirt. The man told the interlocutor that he needed her help to destroy Yu Bing's reputation. The man slyly told the girl to act according to his plan. In the end, she will be able to win without a fight. The president offered his interlocutor a win-win solution. He told the girl not to refuse his proposal. The guest said that she refused. She explained that she could not tolerate ugly men. The man became very angry. He shouted to the girl to think before answering. Shi told his interlocutor excitedly that she was participating in competitions like martial arts. He promised to help her if she agreed to cooperate. The guest told the interlocutor to stop. Shi reminded the girl that he was the president of an influential martial arts association. He explained that he could restore Baiyun Tai Chi to its former glory. The interlocutor said dissatisfied to the man that she would take advantage of his offer. She threatened that if he contacted the main character before her, she would beat him half to death. The girl said goodbye to the man that she was implementing her plans. The man cheered angrily. He realized that the main character would lose all his glory tomorrow. The president's son was also pleased. He couldn't speak. The next day a duel was supposed to take place in the hotel building. The presenter invited guests to the second day of the tournament. There were to be semi-finals and finals. The girl said admiringly that the Congress of Martial Arts Masters was magnificent. The girl noticed the main character with her. She realized that the guy had a confident gait. The presenter said that the first match was about to begin. Yu Bing opposed Jiang Zixin. It was announced that the first battle was beginning. The main character in the ring stood opposite his opponent. The spectators noticed with horror that something was wrong with the girl. The participant pressed her hands to her stomach, as if something was hurting her. The president was very happy. He hoped that his plan for revenge would come to fruition today. Last night, Shi explained to Jiang that she should pretend to be sick when she goes on stage. The main character will ask the girl what happened. Before the fight, the participant pointed to the main character and said that he was in her room last night. The guy gave her poison. The rival accused the protagonist of resorting to tricks to win. The president told the girl that during the fight he would go on stage and be able to help sort out the situation. Last night a man hired an actor. He photographed it so that it looked as if Yu Bing wanted to go into the girl's room. Shi explained to the girl that if you use criminal methods before a fight, then this is a violation of the rules. As a result, the main character is disqualified. The main character looked absolutely calmly at his rival. He asked if she was okay. Jiang wanted to accuse the guy of poisoning. Yu Bing absolutely did not listen to his rival. He hit her with his hand from behind. The guy crushed the girl without any emotion. He told Jiang in a calm voice that if she was sick, she should go to the hospital and drink a lot of hot water.